Yeah, fair enough. I would too in his shoes, wouldn't you? Reiko reached over and splashed the remains of the bottle between their 3 glasses. I like Rob Dwyer, but I don't think he's right about this. That was a busy night at the festival. Crowds like that, you could be next to someone and still miss them. And we all thought Kim was here for a few days, so the urgency to catch her right then wasn't really there. He glanced at Rita, who nodded. Not for us, anyway. And that's before you even wonder if Kim was actively avoiding people she knew for whatever reason. Mental health, who knows? Falk could see that Rita agreed, and thinking about it he was inclined to as well, not least because he suddenly, again, pictured Gemma. They had both apparently spotted each other last year without the other noticing. It wasn't impossible at all. So you're not worried? About that? Reiko shook his head. I know there's a personal connection with Dwyer, having worked with my dad, but if he really thought there was something solid to pursue, he'd do it. And... He glanced past Falk to his brother's house. The kitchen lights were on, but Falk could see no movement inside. Still, Reiko's voice dropped a notch. The fact is, and Dwyer knows this, all the alibis are pretty good, for everyone in Kim's circle. You've checked them out? Falk said, and glanced at Rita, who raised her eyebrows a fraction over the rim of her glass. This was not news to her. Yeah, look, don't shout it around the dinner table or anything, Reiko said. But yes, of course. And not because I don't trust my own friends and family, because I do. But Kim was family as well. There are always going to be questions around something like this, so I'd rather know what we were all dealing with than get a surprise. Falk nodded. He could see a shadow in the windows now. Zara, maybe. So the movements on the night are good? Yeah, Reiko said. Not perfect, but when are they ever? Most people were on the festival side all night, seen multiple times by one or more people. When it comes down to it, I've heard a lot worse. You would have too. Who are we talking about? Falk said. Charlie? Shane? Yep. Reiko's voice was very quiet now. Rowan, obviously, although we know where he went. Naomi, Gemma, Zara, I guess if we're really being thorough. Us? He waved a glass towards himself and Rita. You, technically? Good enough to rule them out? In the real world, yes. Reiko nodded. And I say that as someone who cared about Kim. But yes, there are gaps of a few minutes here and there, but we're talking short. Not hours, not even half hours. No one left the site alone except Naomi, and Zara and Joel both saw her heading home. Shane drove back here to the vineyard a bit before 9 p.m. to grab another couple of crates, but he's on CCTV leaving via the main exit, and he passed one of Charlie's seasonal workers on the way back. Stopped to give her a lift the rest of the way to the festival and was back at the stall quick enough. Time frame's reasonable? Falk nodded. That was useful to know at least. If Reiko was satisfied he'd checked things out, then he'd check them out. But Falk glanced at the guest house door and pictured the folder of Reiko's notes sitting on the bedside table, thick and meticulous. You do think something's wrong. It was a statement rather than a question. Well, not exactly. Reiko hesitated. Look, it's nothing solid, but it's the baby for me. Kim leaving Zoe alone like that. I think about our two. He and Rita both instinctively turned towards the house where Eva and Henry were sleeping. And I cannot imagine Kim doing that. I just can't. There were so many people around who she knew and trusted. Why not leave Zoe with someone? She could have made any excuse, anything at all, and handed over the baby and walked away. But at least then she would have known Zoe was safe. And, okay. He glanced at Rita, and Falk could tell they'd had this conversation before. I know people do things that are out of character when they're struggling. I get that. But that was seriously out of character for her. So much so. Right. Falk looked over to Rita. What do you think? Rita reached across and took her husband's hand. A silent, private warmth passed between them. Honestly, I think mental health can be complicated. I'm not sure it helps to judge what Kim did that night against the woman we knew. Reiko squeezed her hand. Look, you're probably right. He sighed. It's just when I think about Kim, I can't believe this was, I don't know, her ending. Something this bloody sad and lonely. She deserved a happy life better than this anyway. They fell silent, and Falk could hear the breeze whisper through the vines. Maybe there is something else, though, he said finally. Joel's sticking to his guns about Kim not leaving the festival by that exit. She did, mate, but there are other ways to get to the reservoir. He's right about that. It doesn't work. But if she went another way, then it opens up. No, mate. Reiko stopped him. Not annoyed, simply exhausted. I get what you're saying, but Kim left that way. She had to. He stifled an enormous yawn, and Rita stood, resting her fingers lightly on Falk's shoulder and then her husband's as she reached to gather the glasses. Enough for now. Let's call it a night, Reiko said. But I'll show you tomorrow. Yeah, Falk nodded. Okay, mate. They said good night, Rita stretching up to give him a soft kiss on the cheek, and Falk let himself into the guest house. He turned on the lights and sat on the bed alone, then got up again, rummaging through his bag until he found his work diary. He sat down once more and opened it. He ignored the meetings and reminders clamouring for his attention, and instead turned the pages slowly, one by one, looking through the entire year for a 3-day weekend when he was completely free. He checked all 52 weeks and couldn't find a single one. Chapter 21. The good folks of the Marilee Valley were not the types to waste a sunny Saturday morning, and the festival grounds were as busy as Falk had ever seen them. He'd left Reiko and Rita in the vineyard driveway, packing the kids into their car, and walked to the site rather than squeeze between the child seats. He'd followed the main route, approaching the festival via the parking lot rather than the reservoir, and had still beaten them there. From a shady spot near the entrance, he watched the Reikos approach, Henry complaining bitterly from the stroller as Eva swung from her dad's hand. Listen, I can wrangle them both if you want. Rita nodded to the kids as they all met outside the gate. Just not for too long. I wouldn't do that to you, my love. Reiko smiled and gave Rita a kiss. All right, Eva, say bye to Mum. She and Henry are going to check out the baby rides, while you, me and Aaron do some investigating. Really? Eva's face was instantly alert and serious. What are we looking for? Reiko put his hands on his knees so their eyes were level. Ways to get in and out of here. Eva frowned, then pointed to the main entrance beside them, a bottleneck already forming. That's easy. There are lots of ways. Well, Reiko said mildly, we'll see. He straightened, and together they walked over to join the crowd waiting to get inside. Henry's stroller saw him and Rita waved breezily through the side gate, while Falk, Reiko and Eva stood in the line for the turnstiles. So the entrance is always staffed, Reiko said to Falk as they shuffled forward, and they both looked over to the workers in festival t-shirts on either side of the queues. They keep an eye on the numbers coming in, open the side gate. Watch for potential troublemakers as well so they can get security involved if they need to. Reiko took Eva's hand as they passed through the turnstiles and rummaged in his pocket for some cash for the charity collectors inside the gates. Falk did the same, pulling out a handful of coins and dropping them in the nearest collection tin. Thanks, mate. Falk stopped and looked up at the familiar voice. Even then it took him a moment to recognise the speaker. Sergeant Dwyer seemed a different man out of uniform. He was dressed in jeans and a checkered shirt, collecting alongside a kind-faced woman who Falk guessed from their body language must be Dwyer's wife. G'day, Eva, gentlemen. Dwyer nodded at the three of them, smiling as he held out the tin for another passerby to drop in a donation. Appreciate it, thank you. Falk looked past him to the sign propped up nearby. Each day had seen a different charity on the gate, and this wasn't one he was hugely familiar with. He recognised the logo and branding, though, a support network for families of those with alcohol abuse issues. This is my wife Kathy, by the way. Dwyer nodded to the woman waiting patiently for Eva to painstakingly deposit Reiko's coins into her tin one at a time. Hello. Kathy looked over and smiled. She had a badge pinned to her shirt showing a photo of a young woman captured in a spontaneous glance. A surprised, amused look lit up her eyes, but for just a moment, her frozen, long-gone gaze reminded Falk a little of Kim Gillespie. The similarity ended there, though. This woman was years younger, with fair hair framing her face. Caitlin Dwyer, he read, above the charity's logo and dates of both her birth and her death. What had Reiko said about her? Falk thought back. Choked on her own vomit after a party the previous year. According to her mother's badge, Caitlin had been just 22. I'm very sorry about your daughter. Falk turned back to the sergeant. Thank you. Dwyer's reply was steady, but there was something deep and sad behind his eyes. Doesn't get much easier, but we try and make a point of talking about it. Not a popular topic this time of year. His eyes followed a couple clinking past with a large case of wine bottles, their young children trailing in their wake. But a community like this, there's a drinking culture built in, and youth alcohol issues don't get much attention. People think it's just kids being kids, but some of them... His eyes slid to his wife's badge, then quickly away. They can't handle it. Oh, great, thank you. He held out his tin as another passerby reached over. All right, Reiko said, as Eva finally dropped in her last 50-cent piece. Well, good to see you, Rob, Kathy. We'll let you get on. Thank you for the money, sweetheart, Kathy said to Eva. Here, let me give you a sticker. Enjoy the rides. We're not going on rides, Eva announced. We're investigating the exits. Dwyer's mouth twitched into a half smile. That right, Eva? He spoke to the girl, but his eyes flicked to Reiko's for a measured beat. Well, that sounds very interesting. Make sure you let me know what you find out, won't you? Falk watched as Dwyer and Reiko held each other's gaze a moment longer. Then Reiko inclined his head. Understood. One cop to another. Well, that sounds like our cue, Reiko said as a large group clicked through the turnstiles and Kathy held out her tin hopefully. Let's keep moving. Reiko rolled his eyes good-naturedly as they walked away, but didn't seem too put out. Bloody Dwyer. It's quite hard to stay annoyed with him, though. Sad about his daughter. Falk glanced back. Kathy was shaking her tin again. Not surprising he's not a fan of the opening night party, I suppose. No, he'll have that shut right down within a few years, I reckon. Kathy told Rita once they think it's where Caitlin learned to drink, and they're probably right. Although from what I hear, she picked it up pretty fast anyway. Gave them a bit of trouble, did she? Yeah, a lot of heartache. Reiko's eyes dropped to the charity sticker on his own daughter's t-shirt. Still does, I guess, but that's the thing about Dwyer. He knows how it feels for families to lose someone. The pain's real for him. And I get that Zara's frustrated, but you can't accuse him of not taking Kim's disappearance seriously. Okay, he slowed. Let's stop here for a second. Reiko indicated a small gap between stalls. It was off the track, but they could still see the entrance clearly. Falk thought he could sense Dwyer watching them, but when he looked over, the officer was focused on a new group coming through the turnstiles. So, for the sake of argument, Reiko said, tucking Eva in beside him, if Kim didn't go through that back east exit, she had to leave some other way. He pointed to the crowd streaming in, but I've never thought going out the entrance was a realistic option. Falk observed for a minute, watching the strong one-way flow of traffic, the staff monitoring the situation on either side of the gate. Anyone trying to push the wrong way through the tide of strollers, scooters, wheelchairs, families linking arms and strolling couples would surely be noticed. I reckon you're right, he said finally. Someone would remember. He looked up at the CCTV camera installed on a temporary pole. That's one of the new ones? This year, yeah. No camera then. Falk nodded and turned back to the entrance. Both sides were flanked by stalls packed tight together, selling impulse items to get people in the spending mood. Small handmade soaps, ice cream. Behind the stalls, a 2-metre-high chain-link fence formed a snug barrier. What do you think, Eva? Reiko said lightly to his daughter. Would you try and get out this way? No. The girl frowned, like it was obvious. I'd go out the exit. Reiko's smile moved from her to Falk. Me too. So let's check that out. Falk and Eva followed him through the crowds along a short loop of track past more rows of stalls. A painted sign saying Rides directed people deeper into the festival grounds, and below it another marked Exit pointed the other way. Falk glanced to the right and caught a glimpse of the Penvale Vineyard stand. Shane was there, he could see, the man's height putting him half a head above the crowd. He was with a casual worker Falk didn't recognise, and they looked to be doing a brisk trade. A stack of Kim's flyers was in a prominent position on the table, and as Falk watched, a woman took a flyer, glanced over it, then went to put it back. Shane motioned for her to keep it, but she smiled and shook her head, reaching instead for a bottle of red and turning it over to read the price. They disappeared from sight as the crowd shifted around them, and Falk walked on. It only took a minute to reach the large west exit, quiet at that time of day, and they again tucked into a spot just off the path. Falk had been through the exit several times now, but tried to look at it again with fresh eyes. While the entrance had been closely controlled, the west exit was wide open. No turnstiles here, simply a tall wooden archway over the broad track, leading out to a sea of cars glinting in the morning sun. They've got to make it easy for large numbers to get out quickly if needed. Same reason they've got the east exit at the back for overflow. Reiko nodded towards a security guard sitting on a stool at the side. There are 2 guards in the evenings, same as last year. Alert the cops to any obvious drunk drivers, anyone who's overdone it and looks like they might cause trouble on the way home. Falk glanced upwards. There had been 1 CCTV camera on the exit last year, he knew, but he could see at least 2 more now. Kim didn't come out this way, Reiko said. That's a 100% guarantee. You watched the footage? Falk asked. Yep, 6 hours worth. The recording was complete? No edits? Reiko shook his head. Time-stamped. All looks right. It's legit. Falk frowned. And no sign of her at all. None. I mean, there's a bit to get through, and there are a lot of people, but the footage is clear. Good quality. If you take your time, you can see the faces. Dwyer's watched it too, obviously. Charlie as well, and Zara. A few times, I think. If Kim had come this way, one of us would have spotted her. Okay, Falk said. So she didn't come out this way? No, said Reiko. Unless you're seeing something I'm not. He looked down at Eva, who was busy gathering long stalks of grass into a makeshift bouquet. Or you, mate. Eva just smiled benignly, but Falk shook his head. He stepped up to the exit and ran a hand over the chain-link fence bordering it. Can we follow this the whole way round? Reiko nodded. We can try. It wasn't easy, though, Falk realised quickly. The fence ran close to the back of the stalls, which were in turn packed deliberately close to discourage casual visitors from wandering behind and messing with supplies or the electrical wires that snaked across the ground. They picked their way along in single file, Eva between them, Falk stopping every now and again to examine the mechanism joining the fence links. The boundary may have only been temporary, but it was sturdy, slotting together smoothly. As they made their way through, stall holders popping back to grab fresh stock or snatch a breath of air threw them curious looks. Eventually they emerged from the back of the tents and Falk felt the relief of stepping out into the open again. He blinked, the sudden daylight harsh after the shade from the canopies. Up ahead he could see the east exit, the rope slung across it as always. The first aid stand nearby was currently staffed by a woman in a wide-brimmed hat. Falk looked back up along the fence they'd just followed. At 2 metres it was reasonably high all the way around. I guess theoretically it's possible Kim felt up to scaling a fence 6 weeks after giving birth. Reiko read his thoughts. But I know Rita couldn't have. No, I think you're right, Falk said. Not even the physical factor, but with all those stall holders coming and going, they'd have noticed her doing something like that. Plus, some of them must have known her. Reiko nodded. It's exactly the same down the other side. He squinted, pointing a finger to where the fence picked up again on the other side of the exit and continued around the grounds. Maybe there was a gap, Falk said. She could have slipped through. Reiko shook his head. I checked. Last year. Falk was surprised. Yep, walked the whole route the next day, like we did just then. I don't remember that. You were at the station giving your statement, Reiko said. I probably didn't mention it because, I don't know, it seemed a bit paranoid, especially because there was nothing to see. The fence was complete, same as now. Right. Falk's eyes ran along the boundary, settling inevitably on the only gap. The first aid volunteer near the east exit had her head buried in a novel. Joel's a good kid, Reiko said. Serious, Conscientious for sure, but he's still a kid. Yeah. Was the word of a teenager stronger than a solid chain-link fence, Falk wondered. Probably not, no matter who it was. Eva sighed dramatically, hot and losing patience. Can we stop investigating and go on a ride now? What do you reckon? Reiko said to Falk, who nodded. Yeah, Eva, let's go, he said. I think I've seen what I needed to see. Thanks for your help, mate. No worries, she said, skipping ahead a little as they turned away from the exit. They headed back into the heart of the site, the music and laughter growing louder as they neared the rides. Falk glanced over at Reiko, keeping his voice too low for Eva to hear. What about cars? Ones with on-site access? Could someone have driven her out? Maybe hidden in the back seat or trunk? A few hours later when it was quiet. There's access through the main exit, but it's only for emergencies during festival hours, Reiko said. I checked with Gemma last year and she says no vehicles entered the grounds at all during the actual festival that night, and there would have been almost none moving about. Too many pedestrians and kids to do it safely. Vehicles could technically have driven in later, but it would have probably been after Kim was discovered missing, in which case where was she during the initial search of the site? He gave a shrug. I'm not saying it couldn't have happened, but it wouldn't have been easy. Falk walked on for a minute, running scenarios in his mind. Doesn't really feel right either, he said at last. How would it work? Drag her into a vehicle even with people around? It's easiest if she'd got in willingly. Reiko's voice had dropped so low it was hard to hear. But that raises a whole lot of other questions. I mean, whose vehicle? Does that mean it was a mentally sound decision? Because if so, why not also decide to leave Zoe with someone she trusted? Falk thought about that. He pictured Kim, with her new baby tucked up in her stroller, and tried to play it out in his head. His eyes fell on Eva, running in front of them, and something dark slowly crept into his thoughts. There'd be one easy way to make Kim get into a car, or to hide somewhere. Do anything, really. Falk murmured. He nodded at Reiko's daughter. Threaten her child. Reiko blinked. Long and slow, his face instantly tight. He didn't respond, but his eyes locked on Eva as she picked up pace and ran a few steps ahead. Eva! Reiko's voice was unusually sharp, and she turned, hurt. What? I can see Mummy. Oh. Sure enough, a little further up the path stood Rita. She was holding Henry against her chest, her hair falling down her back as they both craned their necks up. The little boy lifted a chubby hand to the sky, marvelling at the Ferris wheel creaking and clanging above them. Wow! Can we go on that? Eva called, running towards her mother, who broke into a smile as she saw Reiko and Falk following. How did it go? She asked. As expected, Reiko said, and Falk nodded. They came to a stop on the path by Rita, and Falk looked up himself. Whereabouts was her carriage? He heard Reiko ask quietly, and Falk pointed. Right near the top, around where that one is, or the one next to it. Reiko tilted his head back and shielded his eyes. Falk watched the top carriages move and thought, yet again, about those few seconds a whole year earlier. He tried to slow the scene down, freeze it in his mind to examine it more closely. What had he seen? There had been the stroller bay near the base of the ride, where Zoe Gillespie would be found alone 2.5 hours later. The path ahead. Gemma had been there, of course, talking to Naomi, the whole reason Falk had stopped walking at all. He'd seen Rowan, too, underneath the ride, talking to those Queensland tourists before looking up. Falk gazed up at those carriages now and wished, not for the first time, that he had focused a little longer when it had mattered. If he'd been less distracted, would he have seen something that would have made a difference? Any clue as to what had been going through Kim Gillespie's mind in those final few hours? Dad! Eva was pulling at Reiko's hand. Can we please go on this one? Reiko was still squinting up, his face hard to read. He nodded slowly. Yeah, Eva, let's go on this one. They bought 3 tickets and joined the queue, waiting among couples and families until the attendant directed them into a carriage of their own. Falk sat on one side and Eva and Reiko on the other, as the attendant locked the door behind them, enclosing them safely in the capsule. The wheel started to turn and Eva shifted in her seat, making the carriage sway gently as she pressed her face to the vertical safety bars. "Here we go!" she called as they lifted into the air. Falk leaned against the bars himself, watching the view change as they glided upwards. They were nearly at the top when the ride slowed and shuddered to a halt to let people on and off below. Not far from where Kim and Zoe's carriage had been, Falk guessed, when he'd seen Rowan wave from the ground. Had Kim hesitated at all before waving back? Falk really couldn't be sure. But gazing down, he could understand why she might have. It felt even higher up here than it appeared from below. The people seemed small and much further away than he'd expected. Falk could believe it might take a moment to notice what was going on. And there was a lot going on, he realised. Turning in his seat, Falk could see right across the festival grounds. All the way from the main entrance to... He twisted in the other direction. The distant white flash of the first aid station tent, visible near the back exit. Beyond that lay bushland and the reservoir. "I can see Mummy and I can see Henry!" Eva pointed them out in turn, then thrust her arm through the bars and waved. On the ground, a handful of people waved back. "Daddy, look!" She tugged at Reiko's sleeve with her free hand. "You're not even looking!" "Sorry," Reiko said, with a cursory glance down. Eva had been right, Falk saw. Reiko hadn't been looking at his family. Instead, he'd been doing exactly the same as Falk, running his own gaze right across the wide, expansive view beneath them. Falk didn't need to ask why. A year earlier and a couple of dozen metres lower at ground level, Falk might not have been able to make out much at all. But from this height, his eyes met Reiko's over the top of Eva's head. They were thinking the same thing, he could tell immediately. Up here, from the vantage point of this bird's-eye view, Kim would have been able to see everything that was going on below. Chapter 22. Falk left Reiko and Rita once again battling with the kids' car seats and walked back to the vineyard alone, thinking hard. He beat them this time too, and was about to let himself into the guest house when he heard his name being called. "Aaron, g'day. Do me a favour and come and try this, mate." Charlie appeared in the doorway of the large barn. He had a bottle of red in his hand and was holding it up to the light, frowning slightly. Falk walked over. The barn had been closed since he arrived, but he followed Charlie inside now to find a large, cool space with high ceilings and exposed beams. Wide shutters lay open to let in both the breeze and the glorious view of the vineyard stretching out beyond. The concrete floor looked recently swept, and the place smelled clean and fresh. Someone, Charlie presumably, had started to set out trestled tables and chairs. Falk could see another man rummaging in a storage cupboard across the room. Rowan, he realised as the bloke straightened and stepped out, brushing dust from a barbecue gas canister. At the far end of the barn, Zara was sitting cross-legged in a patch of sunlight, blowing bubbles for Zoe. Naomi was there too, a forgotten stack of silverware half organised on a table in front of her as she sat absorbed by the sight of the 1-year-old stretching up her soft little arms to the bubbles floating in the air. "Great space," Falk said, as Charlie handed him a glass with a splash of wine in it. "Thanks, we hire it out for weddings sometimes, getting it ready for tomorrow." "This is for the christening?" "Yeah, well, afterwards at least." Charlie grinned and nodded at the wine in Falk's hand. "Anyway, have a taste of that. Rowan?" He beckoned, holding up the bottle. "It's last year's Grenache. Thinking about opening some for tomorrow." "Oh, yeah? G'day." Rowan nodded to Falk as he came over. He accepted a glass, examining the liquid before taking a sip. "I won't have any more, I'm driving, but yeah, good. Tannins are nice and smooth." "I thought so too." "Definitely. Come up well, mate." "What do you reckon?" Charlie turned to Falk, who took a swallow. He had never been a big drinker, and although he didn't tend to admit it out loud, usually chose wine based on price and what fell at eye level on the shelf. He focused now on the inside of his mouth. The wine was nice? Think of another word. Red came to mind. Charlie was watching for his reaction, genuinely interested, and Falk felt under pressure. "It's..." He took another sip. "Fruity?" He tried. "Really?" Charlie frowned at the bottle. "Supposed to be at the slightly lighter end." Falk smiled. That's probably what I meant then. Charlie grinned at that. All right, just tell me this. Do you like it? Yeah, Falk said honestly. I do. Great, that's all I really need to know, Charlie said, reaching for a fresh glass as Naomi wandered over. He poured a taste for her without needing to ask, and their hands brushed as she took it. Across the room, Falk saw Zara watching. Naomi took a sip as she turned to Falk. Hello, good to see you again. Her voice was warm, and she stretched up and kissed him lightly on the cheek, then looked past him to the door. Is Henry back too? On their way, shouldn't be long. I hope so. She glanced at her watch. I'll have to head off soon. Just wanted to see the little man himself ahead of tomorrow. Zara's eyes slid from Naomi to her father and back again, then down to the tube of bubble mixture in her hand. Naomi drained her glass and placed it on a nearby trestle table. That's a nice one, Charlie. Thanks. I'm pretty happy with it. Good to get another opinion, though. Shane's no help now he's completely off the booze. Still, Rowan seemed both surprised and impressed. That's great. Not at all. No, been a few years now, Charlie said, and Naomi nodded. Well, Rowan said. Good on him. Goes to show. He put down his own glass, then stepped over to a nearby stack of chairs and lifted off the top two. Replacing these along here, mate? Yeah, great. Charlie moved their empty glasses out of the way and turned to Falk. And listen, I've been meaning to say thanks for helping Shane out the other day. He said you showed him a shortcut with the invoices or something. No worries, it was no trouble. As Falk went to grab a couple of chairs himself, he noticed a small bottle of paint thinner among a box of supplies. He thought for a moment, then picked it up. Hey, can I use some of this? Sure. Charlie waved a hand. Help yourself to anything. Thanks, Falk said. And it was easy, showing Shane. He got it straight away. Of course he did. Naomi looked up from her phone at that, fixing her gaze pointedly on Charlie. He's a smart guy. He just hates that accountant you're using. He doesn't hate him. He does, Charlie. Open your eyes. That's why he's so stressed lately. He's constantly worrying about stuffing things up. Shane's fine. No, Charlie, I'm not sure he is. Naomi's brow creased. Not about this. Okay, but that's dealing with accountants for you. It's no one's favourite part of the job, is it? Shane used to tie himself in knots getting the paperwork ready for Dean as well. Not in the same way. Yeah, Naomi, pretty much in the same way. Dean was always having to chase him for stuff. Caused issues then, it's causing issues now. Charlie was sounding a little stressed himself. Look, Shane's got a lot of strengths and okay, this isn't one of them, but it still needs to get done, doesn't it? Well, whatever, Charlie, it's your business. I'm just saying he's not happy. Naomi checked the time again. Anyway, I'd love to hang around all day and help you boys set up, but I've got to get back to the clinic. Have there been any updates on Dean, by the way? Rowan asked quietly as he lifted a chair down from the stack, and Naomi paused. Every time I talk to Rob Dwyer these days, it's about Kim, and I forget to ask. Not as far as I've heard, Naomi said, and beside her, Charlie was also shaking his head. I think technically they're still looking for the blue car, he said, but it's been, how long now, 6 years? Doesn't feel like anyone's holding their breath. Bullshit, isn't it? Rowan put down the chair with a clatter and rubbed his eyes with his finger and thumb. His voice had changed and taken on a hard edge. Dwyer's a joke. Naomi hesitated. I suppose, she started, but Rowan shook his head. He is. The barn swallowed up noise. But Falk saw Charlie glance towards Zara and Zoe. They were still chasing the bubbles and didn't seem to have heard. Rowan exhaled, deep and heavy. Sorry. He took a breath in, then cleared his throat. His voice sounded closer to normal. Sorry. No, Rowan, we get it. Naomi put a hand on his back. They looked up at the sound of a car crunching to a stop on the drive. A moment later, a door slammed and Henry's babble floated in through the open barn door. That sounds like your godson. Rowan smiled at Naomi. Thanks. I'm fine. Go and say hello. Naomi just looked at him, then put her arms up and drew him into a long hug. Charlie turned back to the chairs, his face hard to read. I know it's difficult, Naomi said as she pulled away. We all feel the same. Rowan nodded and she gave his hand a final squeeze, before walking over to greet Rita at the door and scoop Henry up into her arms. Eva weaved past her mother's legs, making a beeline for the bubbles. Outside, a car lock beeped, and a moment later Reiko appeared. He headed over, waving an arm at the work they'd done around the barn. "Wow, this is looking very... What's wrong?" Charlie cut him off immediately. He put the chair he was holding down with a sharp tap against the floor and frowned at his brother. If Reiko had a professional fault, Falk thought, it was his lack of a poker face. The guy wore his emotions all over him. Despite his smile, it was as clear as day that he was still thinking about their discussions at the festival. "Nothing's wrong." Reiko glanced at Falk, who'd had a few more years to perfect the art of inscrutable neutrality, then at the other two men. "Why? Has something happened? You've been at the site, right?" Rowan was already reaching for his phone. "Has something come from the appeal?" "No." Reiko shook his head firmly. "Look, no, mate. I'm sorry. If there was anything, we'd hear from Dwyer." Rowan's face tightened at the mention of the sergeant. "Yeah, I suppose," he said, as he breathed out slowly and put his phone away. His eyes found his daughter and rested there for a long minute. Eva was encouraging Zoe to chase the bubbles now, holding out her hands to help the little girl balance. Finally, Rowan frowned and turned back. "Hey, has Dwyer asked any of you to go over your statements from the night?" He blinked as Charlie shook his head, then looked to Reiko and Falk. "No? What about Shane? Naomi?" Rowan glanced to the barn door where Naomi was still talking to Rita. "I don't think so," Charlie said. "Not that I've heard." Rowan gave an odd reflexive laugh. "Just me, then." There was a silence. "You can ask the rest of us any time, though," Charlie said. "We're always around." Rowan didn't look convinced. "I suppose so." "Can I ask what he wanted to check?" Reiko said. "Mainly things I thought we'd already gone over," Rowan said. "A few times. Like why didn't Kim and Zoe come to dinner with my parents and me?" "And what did you say?" "The same." Rowan watched the girls playing and lowered his voice. "That Kim and my mum didn't always see eye to eye. I mean, nothing serious, they got along okay. But Kim wasn't keen on dinner with them, not on the first night. Which was fine, because it wasn't really a social thing anyway. I wanted to talk to my dad about the tests he'd been having. Recovery, care implications, stuff that's a lot easier in person and without a baby dominating things." He shook his head. "But Kim could have come. Of course she could have. She was my wife. She was the one who said she didn't want to." Reiko nodded. "Maybe I should have questioned it." Rowan cut across him suddenly, as though Reiko hadn't spoken. "I didn't know, did I? Because it was easier for me if she and Zoe weren't there. But I should have." He pulled a hand down his face. "Jesus, Kim always held her cards so bloody close to her chest." Charlie made a soft noise in his throat, and Rowan looked up sharply. "You don't agree, mate?" His voice had barely changed, but somewhere in there, Falk heard a blade-fine edge. "No, I do, actually." Charlie's voice, too, had the faintest undercurrent. He pushed a chair in and it scraped against the concrete floor. "Of course I do. We've all learned stuff about Kim over the past year." "Like what?" Rowan was watching him closely now. "Mate, you know what." Charlie didn't meet his eye. "Like why she completely avoided the reservoir for the best part of 20 years. Rowan's face went still for a moment, as though processing. Confusion crumpled into a frown. "What are you talking about?" "Jesus, Rowan, come on." "You mean..." The man looked genuinely lost. "What Naomi said? About what happened at the opening night party back at school?" "Yeah, of course." Charlie glanced towards their daughters and dropped his voice. "And don't pretend Kim had told you about it either, because I bet she hadn't." "No, but..." Rowan was still staring at Charlie. Sorry, what do you mean she avoided the reservoir?" It was Charlie's turn to stare. I mean, exactly that. Kim never went down there, ever, really. She didn't make a big deal of it, just always had some excuse. The weather or other plans, or she wanted to go the long way, stuff like that. But she lived here for years. Rowan sounded incredulous. Everyone goes down there. Before the night of that party? Charlie said. Yeah, then. But not after. I can't think of a single time. I mean, did she go down there with you? There was a silence, and Falk could almost see the memories flickering behind Rowan's eyes. No, but we didn't live around here when we were together, Rowan said at last. He looked disturbed. Have you told the police? Yeah, of course. I told Dwyer at the time that Kim must have been in a seriously bad state to... Charlie concentrated for a long moment on straightening a chair, cleared his throat. Do what she did. Because normally she never went near the reservoir. Rowan stood very still, his eyes fixed on Charlie. I really wasn't aware that she didn't like to go there. They all heard the soft note of disbelief. Well, Charlie shrugged. He pulled another chair down and the stack rattled. Maybe I'm wrong. You were married to her. You would know. There was a silence. The two men looked at each other. Then Rowan shook his head just once. A tight, frustrated movement. Zoe! He raised his chin and called across the barn. Time to go, sweetheart. Oh, great, thanks, he said, as Zara carried the toddler over and passed her into his arms. Both girls seemed to pick up on the atmosphere instantly. Zara glanced at her dad. What's going on? Nothing, Charlie and Rowan said at the same time, and Rowan hoisted his daughter higher on his hip. Listen, thanks for playing with her, Zara. It's nice for her to get to see you. He raised a hand, managing to take in everyone but Charlie. Right, we'll catch you all tomorrow. Charlie didn't say anything. He leaned against a table and watched as they walked away. At the barn door, though, Rowan suddenly seemed to hesitate. He squinted towards the sunlight, then back again, as if silently arguing with himself. Forget something, mate? Charlie's voice was light and strange, and he gently shook Reiko's hand off his elbow. Rowan stood for a moment longer, then shifted Zoe to his other arm and walked back towards them. He stopped a few paces short of where he'd been standing. Didn't go down there for nearly 20 years. Rowan let the words hang in the air. I mean, did you ever ask her why? There was a long silence. Charlie didn't move, but something complicated shifted behind his eyes even as his face went slack, and his gaze fell to the ground. Rowan seemed strongly tempted to say more, but kept his mouth pressed shut in a hard, thin line. He looked sad rather than surprised, Falk thought, as the man turned to leave, while Charlie just sighed and pushed a chair under the table like nothing had happened. More than sad, in fact. To Falk, Rowan looked very much like a man who'd had something he'd long suspected finally confirmed. Chapter 23. Aaron, wait! Falk was almost at the end of the vineyard drive when he heard the voice behind him. He turned. Zara was jogging towards him, and he stopped until she caught up. The cottage beyond looked still and peaceful in the afternoon sun, but Falk was glad to be getting out for a bit. Once Rowan and Zoe had left, Charlie had muttered something about work and had been holed up in his office ever since. Reiko had gone in at one point to talk to him but re-emerged quickly. He'd shrugged at Falk and shaken his head. He does this, works through things on his own. He'll be right in a few hours. Is that true, do you reckon? Falk had wondered. That Kim avoided the reservoir? I don't know. It's possible. Thinking back, I actually can't remember her down there myself. But that's not saying much. Reiko's eyes were on the closed office door. Charlie would know, to be fair. If he is right, Falk followed the train of thought. Does that make it more or less likely Kim would go down there to end her life? He and Reiko had stood side by side, watching the light filtering across the vines as they silently played out scenarios. I wish we had a sense of what she was thinking then, Reiko had said finally, like with the view from the top of the Ferris wheel. Say she did spot something she wasn't supposed to, or something that upset her. Reiko stared out unseeing at the rolling valley and the huge sky. He shook his head. I don't know. I can't get past this feeling that we're missing something. Falk felt it too. A translucent shimmer of a thought hovering in the distance, dissolving and reappearing without warning. He'd tried to grasp it. There was nothing to hold on to. I'm not sure what. Me neither. Reiko had glanced back at the house as a child's irritated squawk pierced the air and breathed out a heavy sigh. For God's sake, I better give Rita a hand. Falk had watched him head off, then let himself into his guest house. At something of a loose end, he'd sat and stared at his closed work laptop for several minutes, then instead picked up the bottle of paint thinner he'd found in Charlie's barn. He dug around in the cupboard under the sink, emerging with a handful of cleaning cloths, and headed out into the afternoon. Thanks, Zara said now as she caught up to him, a little breathless. She pointed to the bottle of paint thinner under his arm. You going to the drop? To wipe off the graffiti? Yeah, thought I'd see if this stuff worked. It does, she said. We've used it before. I'll call Joel, tell him to meet us. He doesn't have to, Falk said. I just wanted to stretch my legs. He's probably got better ways to spend his Saturday. He probably doesn't. Anyway, he'll want to. Zara finished texting and put her phone away. They walked together in companionable silence, taking the back route past the park and the oval. No Shane today. Instead, a group of young girls were chasing around after each other, scrambling for the footy. Hey, what were my dad and Rowan arguing about before? Zara said as they reached the reservoir turn-off, the gate still closed and locked. She seemed subdued as she stepped off the main track and around the barrier. Falk considered what to say. Honesty usually worked. It was about your mum. Obviously, but what specifically? I think in essence it came down to who was closer to her. Oh. Zara sounded fed up. I wish Dad wouldn't do stupid stuff like that, trying to get one over Rowan. He can't seem to stop, though. I think because he still loved her. Yeah? Falk looked over. Yeah, she'd moved on, but he hadn't really. Not in the same way. He acted like he was fine with her and Rowan, and they were all friends or whatever, but... She shook her head. After she got married, Mum had to tell him to back off in the end, because he was calling it too much, like they were still together. That was interesting, Falk thought. He wondered if Reiko was aware. Probably. So awkward, Zara said. Watching someone chase someone who's not interested in them. Was she also talking about Joel, Falk wondered. Along the track he could make out a distant figure that he guessed was the boy on his way to meet them. Like Naomi, Zara said, and Falk looked over a little thrown by the change in direction. What about her? Zara frowned, incredulous. How she obviously likes my dad. Do you think so? Falk said, considering it. He had to admit he did find Naomi's relationship with Charlie a little hard to define, but he hadn't quite got the sense of an unrequited romance there either. Oh, God, yes, I definitely think so. She's always coming around to the vineyard, like, all the time, making some excuse to stop by, dropping something off, arranging group drinks like they're all still 18 or something. Zara wrinkled her nose. It's weird, especially as Naomi looks so good. The teenager considered. For her age, at least. And your dad's not interested? I guess not. Zara shrugged. They were nearly at the drop now, and sure enough Falk could see Joel waiting, Luna at his feet. He raised a hand, his expression lifting as he saw them. After a second, Zara smiled and waved back. Otherwise something would happen between them, right? Probably, Falk said. That's usually how it goes, if both people feel the same way. Zara gave a small smile. Yeah, that's kind of the key, isn't it? She raised her voice and called out to Joel. Your cleaning service has arrived. Thanks, Joel said as they got nearer, looking happy when he saw the paint thinner. Great, this is the brand we used last time. And listen, I can get this back to you later, he said to Falk. You don't have to stay and do this. Falk wondered if that was a hint to leave him and Zara to it, but Joel seemed to mean what he said. And the late afternoon sun was warm and the water was shining, and Falk was in no real rush to get back to the vineyard. He picked up one of the cloths. "It's okay, let's see this in action." Zara had been right. It was good stuff. She got out her phone and streamed some upbeat music Falk hadn't heard before while the three of them worked. The bushland rustling gently around them and the barrier growing clearer as they moved along. Not entirely clean, though, Falk noticed with irritation. The paint was simply too old, and the graffiti and dirt had soaked in over the years, leaving ugly grey marks and patches. Still, it was better. He could tell by the chatter and occasional ripple of laughter that Joel was pleased. The sun was a little lower in the sky when Zara stretched, lifting her arms over her head. She relaxed back against the barrier and watched Falk for a minute. He could tell from the way she was tossing her cloth from one hand to the other that she was working up to saying something. He just waited. "So, Aaron," she said eventually, "my uncle says you work in financial policing." "Yep," Falk nodded. "People get killed over that kind of stuff, right?" He looked up at that. "Money? Yeah, all the time. Why?" Zara wasn't focused on him now, though. She was instead fixed on Joel, and the pair were conducting an intense silent conversation with their eyes. Something they'd discussed before, Falk could tell, from the way she was gesturing with tiny tilts of her head. "Why?" Falk asked again. Zara gave a single sharp nod this time. Joel looked vaguely mutinous, but sighed deep and long, then took a breath. "So," he seemed unsure where to start. "Did you know my dad was an accountant?" "Yeah." "Well," he glanced at Zara, who communicated something forcefully with her eyebrows. "Do you reckon it's possible his accident was deliberate rather than just an accident?" It was always possible, Falk thought. Whether it was likely or not, he really didn't have enough information to guess. Joel's face was serious, though. "What makes you say that, mate?" The guy shrugged. "Just been thinking." They looked at each other for a minute. "Okay." Falk rested against the barrier. He chose his words carefully. "Well, let's walk through that. Your dad mainly did the accounts for a lot of people in town, right?" Joel nodded. "So that would suggest he wasn't involved in anything illegal, because if he was, it would have come out by now. Probably as soon as the next person took over the books." Joel looked a little relieved, which he hid by being instantly defensive. "He absolutely wasn't like that. No, mate, I'm not saying—" "What if he uncovered something illegal, though?" Zara piped up. "Through his work." That, thought Falk, was actually not impossible. But still. Look, it does happen, but then whatever it was would have to be major enough to justify really extreme action. Falk rested a hand near the memorial plaque. But also small enough that it hasn't come out another way in the past 6 years. So that narrows the options a bit. Dad wouldn't have got himself involved in anything bad. He wasn't into anything like that. But he could be... Joel hesitated. Outspoken, I guess. He said what he thought. Not everyone likes that. Okay. Or maybe someone wanted to take over his business, or... Did someone take it over? No. After he died, it just closed. Right. But he used to walk Luna at pretty much the same time every day. The dog raised her head at the sound of her name. So people knew he'd be here in the mornings. Okay. Falk looked at Joel. He thought he understood what the boy was reaching for. A reason. There was something almost unbearably tragic in randomness. The thought of millions of minor, inconsequential events cascading into a single moment. The thing is, Joel, Falk said, if someone wanted to target your dad, this would be a pretty complicated way to do it. For starters, the outcome isn't... what word to use? Guaranteed, I guess. And I don't even do traffic, mate, but I can tell you it's hard to fake something to look like a genuine hit and run. It's not only the collision itself, there are angles of impact, tyre marks. As he was talking, Joel suddenly pulled out his phone. He started scrolling through, fast, then tapped the screen. He held it out silently. Falk looked down, taking a long moment to process what he was seeing. A video of the reservoir The track. The barrier lying broken and splintered. Shit. This is the accident? Falk blinked, blindsided. But yes, he could see that it was. The aftermath, more accurately. Where did you get this? I took it myself from up there. Joel glanced at the bushland. The clearing was once again invisible to Falk. Does Sergeant Dwyer know you have this? Falk looked up from the phone. Does Gemma? Joel nodded. Now they do, yeah. Not at the time, though. I was supposed to wait at home, but... He stopped and shrugged. I came here anyway. No one would tell me what was going on. Falk took the boy's phone, and after a moment tapped his finger against the screen. The video started playing, but at first the image barely moved. The only change was in the way the light caught the gentle ripples on the water. The barrier had been violently wrenched from its holdings, and what remained hung at a jarring angle. Part of the track was roughly marked off with police tape, but there was no sign of life. Falk watched on, almost startled when a figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the screen. Gemma. Very slowly, she walked to the drop. Her back was turned to the camera and her face hidden. She stopped where the barrier should have been, almost exactly where Falk himself stood now. Her hands hung loose by her sides as she stared down into the water. It was a very intimate moment, and Falk felt uncomfortable seeing it without her permission. He touched the screen and moved the video on. A full minute later, Gemma still hadn't moved. Sergeant Dwyer had, though. He appeared initially in the corner of the screen, then worked his way steadily across the visible area. Falk watched as he carried out his silent work, examining the posts, moving slowly from one side of the track to the other. He made a short phone call, then finally he also stopped. Dwyer stood a few paces behind Gemma, his arms folded across his chest. Falk paused the image. He couldn't see the sergeant's face at that angle, but his body language was clear. He was watching Gemma's reaction. Falk was certain. It wasn't an unreasonable response from the police officer, he knew. Necessary even, but it still bothered him a little to see. He started the video again. Dwyer must have asked Gemma to move back from the open gap, because at last she turned. Her posture was rigid, a sense of shock radiating from her. Dwyer said something, and finally she nodded and took a few hesitant steps, and then a few more. The edge of the screen sliced through the path, and she was gone. Alone now, Dwyer walked over to the drop himself and stood on the brink. His hand brushed against the smashed barrier, and he withdrew it quickly, examining his palm for a moment. Then he leaned over and stared down into the water for a long beat. At last he straightened, lifted his phone to his ear and stepped back onto the track. He walked a few paces and the camera lost him too. The drop was deserted. No one appeared again, and the video ended. Falk exhaled. He went to hand the phone back to Joel, then stopped. The final scene was still on the screen, and he scrolled back to those last empty frames, pausing and pinching the images to enlarge them. He frowned. He felt like there was... What is it? Zara said. She was watching him closely, Falk realized, and he shook his head. I don't know, he said, truthfully. But something did feel a bit... What? Off. Falk frowned. Did it? Or was it just a reaction to seeing footage so confronting? He scrolled back again, uncomfortably aware of the kids' scrutiny as the seconds ticked on. He could sense their hope building and shook his head. He wasn't going to do this to them. No, I'm sorry, it's nothing. Even as he said it, he could almost believe it. On the screen he could clearly see the trademark signs of an accident. The skid in the dirt where the tyres had failed to grip, the vicious edge of the broken barrier. He clicked the screen off and handed the phone back to Joel. The boy looked disappointed and Falk hesitated again. Because somewhere, buried deep beneath a dusty pile of long unused basic police training skills, a faint alarm had been activated. Falk waited. The alarm continued, soft but insistent. Listen. He spoke before he could stop himself again. It's hard to see detail in daylight. He tapped his own phone and held it out. "That's my number. Send me the video and I'll take a proper look later." "Yeah?" "Great." Joel swiped at his own screen, and Zara gave Falk a small smile. "Thank you," she mouthed over the boy's bent head. Falk nodded, still uneasy, and picked up his cloth. Zara joined him, and together they gave the barrier in front of them a last going over. They were nearly done, and Falk heard Joel's phone buzz in his hand. "Oh, sorry, it's just Gemma. I'll show her what we've—" Joel held out his phone and snapped a photo of a stretch of sparkling barrier. He tapped a few words, then lowered the phone. Message sent. A minute passed, then 2. Then the buzz of a reply. Joel ran his cloth over the last of the markings with one hand and checked the message with the other. "So Gemma's not working tonight and asked if you two want to come to the house for dinner." "Sure," Zara said easily. "What are we having?" "Lasagna, I think." Joel looked at Falk. "You?" He hesitated. "She definitely means both of us." "Yeah?" Joel sounded surprised at the question. He held out the message. She said, "Ask Zara and Aaron if they want to come back here for dinner." So she had. "Great, I'm pretty hungry." Zara was already tidying up the cleaning supplies. "Come along," she said as she reached out for Falk's cloth. "Why not?" Well, there were probably a couple of reasons, he thought. Maybe even good ones. But standing there in the early evening sun with the invitation right there on screen, he was struggling to think of them. "I'm letting my dad know." Zara got her own phone out and glanced up, fingers poised. "So you're in?" As if there had ever been any real doubt. "Yeah," Falk nodded. "I'm in." Chapter 24. Falk couldn't be certain, but Gemma answered the door fast enough that it was distinctly possible she'd been waiting in the hallway. "Oh!" Joel blinked as it swung open before he'd had the chance to turn his key in the lock. "Hey, we're back!" He dumped his backpack beneath a gleaming side table. "This looks nice and tidy." "No, it doesn't," Gemma said quickly. The house was a low-slung white weatherboard cottage on a leafy block of land. Falk had followed Joel and Zara from the reservoir up through the bushland on an unmarked but well-worn trail. They'd emerged at the top onto a quiet paved road, much like the one outside the vineyard, and followed it for a few minutes past driveways that each wound their way to a house set back among the trees. Falk had looked at them with curiosity, the windows glowing as the sun dipped lower, turning the sky a deep pink. As the road rounded a bend, Luna barked and ran ahead, up a neat gravel drive lined on either side by tall eucalyptus trees that rustled in the breeze. Home. "Hello, come through," Gemma said now as she stepped back to let them into the hall. She was wearing a casual linen dress with a pattern that reminded Falk a little of the first time they'd met in the South Bank bar. The high-ceilinged hallway had been painted cream, and a colourful rug covered dark wooden floorboards. A lamp on the side table, which did indeed have a faint telltale aroma of fresh furniture polish, threw out a warm light. Gemma's eyes met Falk's in a mirror on the wall. "I'm glad you could come. I hope you all like lasagna." Falk loved lasagna. The kitchen was bright and airy, with soft music playing from a speaker on a shelf lined with cookbooks. Gemma set them to work putting out plates and glasses and jugs of iced water and a bowl of salad, and then the 4 of them sat around a large table made from reclaimed wood and served themselves second helpings from the deep dish on a heat mat in the centre. Zara quizzed Falk about the best case he'd ever solved, so he told them his most fun story, about the actor in the casino parking lot and a flat tyre and the bricks of money where the spare was supposed to be, and they'd all laughed. They talked about the festival and Gemma said it was going well, on track so far to meet their projections for this year. The kids were thinking ahead to uni. Zara was pretty set on Adelaide the following year. Joel was hoping to be studying in Sydney after the summer. Both he and Gemma seemed confident he'd get into the course he wanted. Afterwards, they loaded the dishwasher, and Joel and Zara slunk away to watch something on his laptop in the living room. Falk helped Gemma wipe down the table. Then she opened the fridge and put 2 cold beers on the counter. She peered around the door to where the teenagers were still occupied and nodded to the veranda. "Do you want to sit outside for a while?" "Sounds good." The night was still warm, and Falk could hear the cicadas chirping in the dark and the music playing softly from the kitchen. The veranda looked over a garden lush with native plants. Beyond lay the bushland, a little darker and deeper, and above, the sky was heavy with stars. "Well, cheers." Gemma pulled up a couple of well-loved outdoor chairs, and Falk sat down next to her. They looked out at the evening. Luna flopped at their feet. "And thank you for helping Joel today, once again." "It's no trouble. But look." Falk hesitated. He didn't want to ruin the atmosphere, but his conscience had been nudging him all night. "I have to tell you, Joel showed me a video earlier of the scene after your husband's accident. And he sent it to me because it sounds like he, and Zara to be fair, have been working themselves up that there's something suspicious about what happened." Gemma's eyes slid towards the house, where Joel was visible through the kitchen door, still slumped on the couch with Zara. "I see. Yeah, I didn't ask him to show me. I didn't even know it existed. But something like that's obviously really personal, and..." Falk wished he knew her well enough to guess what she was thinking. "I didn't want to have watched it without you knowing." "Okay." Gemma twisted her beer bottle around in her hand, then took a long sip. "I know Joel did take a video, and thank you for telling me." She met his eyes, then frowned. "So, what, he just had it to hand? There on his phone?" "Pretty much." "God. Well, that certainly doesn't seem..." Gemma shook her head. "Ideal?" "No, but..." Falk thought about his few conversations with Joel, the way the topic often turned the same way. "Look, I don't know him at all, obviously, but I get the impression he just really misses his dad. It could be as simple and as complex as that." "Yeah, he does." Gemma moved in her chair to see her stepson better through the doors, her face carrying the same quiet dismay as when she'd found him spending his Friday night cleaning the memorial plaque. "It's just, sometimes I really worry that Joel will leave next year to go to uni and he'll find it too hard to come back here again. Step-parent won't be enough anymore and he's going to slip away and be out there in the world all on his own, like our family never happened." She blinked hard, then twisted back and lifted her bottle to her lips. "I'm so sorry," she said to Falk, taking a swallow. "This is not at all your problem." "No, it's okay. I get it." She managed a small smile. It faded fast. "I don't really want to know, but just tell me, is the video bad?" "I would say yes. Not graphic, but sad." "I can't watch it." Falk shook his head. "I really don't think it's necessary. Not if you don't want to." "But why is Joel bringing this up now?" she asked, as a murmur of conversation floated out from the house. Zara was saying something Falk didn't catch, and Gemma tilted her head as the talk died away again. "Has something new happened?" "I don't know, but it didn't sound like a new idea. After the accident," Gemma lowered her voice a little, "there were a few horrible whispers. Not most people were great, but a small handful. Because the police hadn't found the car involved, and for ages, more than 5 months in the end, we couldn't find Dean either. And no one ever said anything to my face, but of course I still heard things." She glanced inside, the words even softer now. "So did Joel. Stupid stuff. Like that Dean had run off with a client's money. He was out there somewhere living the high life with, whatever few $1,000s he might have been able to skim from the fertilizer supplier or something. Oh, I'm sorry, that's hard. It really was, and ridiculous." Gemma waved her hand in disbelief and frustration. Even practicalities aside, Dean would never have done that. And everyone here knew it, but some idiots always liked to talk. Then months went by and the water levels dropped, and finally a routine trawl found Dean. His remains, anyway. They did the test. Even though it was obviously going to be him, it was only after that it started to feel different. She shrugged. For Joel as well, I thought. A little bit better, if that's possible, to at least have had it confirmed. Inside the house, Falk could see Joel and Zara still absorbed in the screen. But Joel took some of the whispers to heart. He said, and Gemma nodded. "And look, it would have been impossible not to. Those months we were stuck waiting were honestly indescribable. I found it hard enough as an adult, and he was only 12 then. She looked down at her feet for a long minute, and then completely unexpectedly, a tiny smile crept across her face. She reached over and stroked Luna's head. It's almost kind of funny where your mind goes under stress, though. In my absolute worst moments, the thing I kept coming back to again and again was that I knew Dean hadn't left us because, honestly, he would have taken the dog. Falk laughed in surprise, and she did too, shaking her head at the memory. I mean, Dean loved us, of course he did. Her face was lighter now, but he had a real soft spot for Luna. The kitchen floor creaked behind them, and they both turned as Joel put his head out. Gemma, are you saving the rest of that lasagna, or can I have more? Go ahead, you can have it, she said, her eyes widening in amusement as he disappeared back inside. God, I know teenage boys are always hungry, but he is always hungry. I can't blame him, it was really good. Falk held her gaze. And hey, thank you for inviting me, by the way. Thank you for coming. She sipped her beer and glanced back at him. It's a very mixed message, isn't it? I know that. I'm sorry, I just thought. She considered for a moment. Actually, I'm not sure what I thought. When are you leaving again? Friday. She nodded and gave him a small sideways smile. Maybe that was it. They sat together, drinking beer and watching the night for a while. I couldn't find any clear weekends. Falk finally broke the silence. You were right. Gemma looked over at him. No, well, a lot of people can't. It's modern life, isn't it? Falk nodded. It did seem to be, at least in his experience. Reiko and Rita think I work too much. He frowned. He hadn't really known he was going to say that. It was true, though. They don't give me a hard time about it because they're not like that, but I know they think I miss out on stuff. And what do you think? Well, I guess from their position with their rock-solid marriage and great kids, I'd probably feel the same. He would definitely feel the same, he suspected. But at the same time, it kind of suits me now. Genuinely. I mean, yeah, the job has long hours and stress, but if I wasn't getting anything out of it, why would I keep doing it? There's a lot I really like about it. Yeah? Gemma had turned to look at him, interested. Like what? Working things out? Falk said. He hesitated, but the night was warm and the beer was cold. I really like that moment when you've been untangling something for ages, years sometimes, and it can feel like it's all going nowhere, but then suddenly one thing changes and it's like the memory of the sensation was enough to make him smile. The world makes sense. Everything fits together and it's so clear. I love that bit. That must feel really good. Although, she tipped her beer bottle knowingly. I believe the official phrase you're looking for is cracking the case. Apologies, yes, I didn't realise you were across the jargon. He grinned and she laughed. But yeah, that's the one. It does feel good. Like it's restored the balance a bit, set something right. She said nothing, just watched him for a minute. The problem is all the late nights and weekends to reach that, he said eventually and shrugged. The resolution's great, but it takes a lot to get there. Gemma swung her beer bottle thoughtfully between her fingers. I suppose there's annoying stuff with every job, she said. I guess the key is knowing when you're just tired of the paperwork and politics, and when the whole job isn't right anymore. It's hard to spot that line. She screwed up her eyes a little, the way Falk noticed she did when she was thinking back. It took me a really long time to decide to leave California. Did it? God, yes, so long. She lifted her bottle and took a sip. Mainly because it wasn't terrible. Not at all, and in some ways it was exactly right. It was challenging, I was good at it. But day to day there were lots of things that started adding up. I had friends, but I never had time for them. I was always tired. I had this whole country on my doorstep that I never saw because I was working. But I'd put in so much effort to get that job, I thought it was what I wanted. And it actually was some of the time. How did you decide in the end? I made a list. Really? What? Pros and cons? Yeah. She looked a little embarrassed, but there was no need. Falk himself was quite fond of a good long list. But the thing was, it was actually pretty even. And I think that's why I'd been finding it so hard to decide, because there wasn't a clear winner. So at first that felt worse, because I obviously wanted to make the best choice, right? But one day I was at my desk, and I remember thinking if there was no clear winner, maybe that meant there was no loser either. The decision was hard because both options were decent ones, with good and bad points. So if there was no wrong answer, maybe I could... She shrugged. Choose, I suppose. What kind of life I really wanted to go after. Falk took a swallow of beer and thought about that. The house creaked and settled behind them. Out ahead, he could see the distinctive silhouette of the land and trees against the inky night. The sky was clear, and he could smell the eucalyptus in the air. Are you happy with what you chose? Yeah, I am. It's not for everyone, I get that. Gemma smiled. God, my teenage self would be furious with me. But that's part of living, isn't it? She looked over and met Falk's gaze. What we want changes. He watched her for a moment longer and then, almost involuntarily, moved his hand. A distance both tiny and huge across the arm of his chair, until his fingertips touched hers. A beat passed, then he felt a warm spark rush through him as she pressed back. They sat like that, side by side, looking out at the sky and the bushland, until the veranda door slid open with a clatter. Dad says I have to come home. Oh. Zara's head appeared. Her gaze flicked down to their hands, then up again, her eyes dancing with surprise and faint amusement. Sorry, my grandma's arriving tomorrow for the christening and he doesn't want me out late, so... Her voice was coy. When are you going home, Aaron? Well, I guess that would be right now, Zara, Falk said. He felt, rather than saw, Gemma smile, and she gave his fingers a final small squeeze as they stood. Falk helped her carry the bottles in, and they looked at each other across her kitchen as Zara rattled around gathering up her bits and pieces to leave. Gemma's arm brushed Falk's as they moved through to the hallway. Bye, Joel, Falk called from the front door, and the boy gave a wave. Thanks, Aaron. See ya. And hey, good luck at the christening tomorrow. Gemma leaned against the porch post as they stepped into the night, the light spilling out behind her. Your big moment. We'll look for you there. Yes, that's right, Falk smiled. And thanks again for tonight. This was... what? A lot of things. So nice. Yeah, she smiled back. It was. The street was quiet as Falk and Zara walked along, past the homes and down through the bushland again towards the now familiar reservoir track. Gemma's awesome, Zara said out of nowhere into the dark. She's a good person, you know. I like going to their place. Yeah, Falk said. That was fun. He could feel her curiosity buzzing, but he said no more. I always think she's pretty as well, Zara cracked first. Not like Naomi is, obviously, but different. She has a nice face. She looked over so expectantly that Falk had to laugh. She does. He pictured it. She really did. As they neared the water, Zara's expression dimmed a little. And hey, thanks again for helping Joel, she said, with the clean-up and the video. I'm not expecting to be much help with that. Falk looked over until she met his eye. I need you to be realistic. No, I know, but just taking him seriously is good. She picked up a stone and threw it into the dark water as they walked. She had a good arm. He deserves to be listened to. And I know Dad thinks I'm clutching at straws, believing what he says about Mum not coming through the exit near him, but I do believe him. I know Joel would tell me the truth because that's how he is. He's not doing it for any other reason. Like what? Well, the fact that he likes me. Falk, who privately agreed with that assessment, kept his face neutral. He remembered what it was like to be that age, and felt a certain solidarity with the young awkward guy with his cleaning cloths and quiet way. You think so? Yeah. Zara smiled and shrugged. I do think so. But he knows we're just friends, so he doesn't push for anything more. He's good with it. Acts normal, that's why I like him. But still. She flashed Falk a little witchy glance, her voice suddenly lighter. Sometimes things are obvious, right? I suppose. Definitely, I think. She glanced back in the direction of Gemma's house so meaningfully that she nearly creaked her neck. Because you can just tell, can't you? Her smile was infectious, and Falk couldn't stop his own. Tell what? When there's love in the air? Chapter 25. Young Henry had brought out the sun for his christening day, and Falk woke early to the light filtering through the blinds. Outside, the vineyard was still quiet, and he lay for a while in the cool linen sheets, staring at the guest house ceiling and thinking about the night before. He had liked Gemma's place, a lot. Liked just being there, sitting around the wide kitchen table eating lasagna from mismatched plates. But it had been the small things as well. The basil had apparently come from the row of herbs she was growing with mixed success in pots along the windowsill. And as he'd been leaving, Falk had realised the large framed painting in the entrance hall that he'd assumed to be modern art, with its bold blue strokes creating no discernible image, was in fact a piece of childhood artwork by Joel. The house had felt familiar. The word came to Falk instantly, and he rejected it just as quickly. He had never lived somewhere like that, with herbs in window pots and a child's painting hung like it was art. Welcoming was perhaps what he was reaching for, he decided, while at the same time picturing his own flat, lying empty back in St Kilda. His place was absolutely fine, no argument to be had there. Good location, a decent long-term investment. Falk kept it clean, and it was fully functional in the sense that it met all his needs. He frowned now up at the guest house ceiling. He could obviously grow herbs in his kitchen if he wanted to, pick his own basil leaves and make lasagna. There was nothing stopping him, although lasagna was a bit of a hassle for one. Lots of leftovers. Falk's thoughts skipped to Joel, hanging out of the veranda door, asking to finish off the food. He'd been much more relaxed at home. Different from earlier, down by the reservoir with his phone and that deeply unsettling video of broken barriers and angry tyre marks and early grief. Falk closed his eyes and listened. His subconscious had been picking away at something overnight, he suspected, because his internal alarm had started up again. The soft, insistent warning was a little faster, if anything. He pushed back the bedsheets and got up. He showered and dressed, then switched on his laptop, transferring Joel's video to the larger screen. Falk watched it play out, taking in the silent aftermath, Gemma rigid with shock, Dwyer scrutinising the scene, then went back to the start and ran it again. He was still at it an hour later when there was a knock on the door. "G'day." Rako put his head in. "Thought I'd check if you needed anything before we head over to the church later. If you want somewhere to hide from your extended family, mate," Falk said, his eyes still on the screen. "You don't have to lie about it to me." "Thank God." Rako flopped onto the armchair with a sigh. "I can't stay long or Rita will divorce me. I just need a breather before the rest descend." Ben Rako, the eldest of the three brothers, was escorting their mother down from Brisbane, Falk knew, along with Ben's pregnant wife and their 3 children. They'd flown into Adelaide last night and they were driving over this morning. "When are they arriving?" Rako rubbed his eyes. "Any minute. I mean, I love them, but altogether they can be a bit much sometimes." He sat back, then almost immediately leaned forward again. "What on earth are you watching?" Dean Tozer's hit and run scene. "Seriously? Where'd you get this?" Rako hauled himself up and came over, moving in for a closer look as Falk told him. They watched the video run through one loop in its entirety, then Rako frowned. "And you think something's off?" "Yeah, but I can't work out what. It's really annoying. Might be nothing. It's been bloody years since I looked at one of these." Rako's eyes darted over the screen as Falk said it playing again. Then he reached out and paused the image. "Where's the glass?" Falk stopped. "What glass?" He looked at what he was seeing, made himself think. "From the headlights." "Yeah." Rako moved the scene back a few seconds, then let it run again. He pointed to the splintered wood of the barrier. "You can see from the force, this break here, this has to be a front corner collision, no side swipe. They changed the crossroads out near the Maxwell place earlier this year and we've had a heap of single vehicle smashes lately. Pain in the arse. But yeah, no way you're getting out of that with your headlight intact. Should be a whole load of shattered glass all over the ground here. Shit. Yes. Falk could see it now. They were both still for a moment, examining the screen. Falk went back to the start and moved through the video again, freezing it every few seconds. The ground was blurry in every scene. It's hard to tell, Falk said finally. How small are these fragments likely to be? It depends, Reiko said, but there'd be a lot of them. It was a sunny morning. We should be seeing some reflection at least. So it's been cleared up, Falk said. Looks that way to me. Can tell a lot from the type of glass. Make, model, approximate year sometimes. Reiko's face was hard. Bloody cold though. I don't know what the reservoir level was that year, but depending on the drop, Dean could have still been alive in that water. And instead of calling for help, the driver sets about clearing the area? He shook his head. Never stops amazing me, you know, what people will do. Desperation makes people do all sorts, I suppose, Falk said. So true. This feels a bit weird, though. Reiko frowned at the screen. If it was someone trying to avoid a breath test on the highway, to have enough in your system to cause this accident, but then the presence of mind to clean up afterwards? Might not have been a great clean-up job, Falk said. It could be glass we can't see, and I'm guessing these are the paint marks. He zoomed in on a shadowy patch against the broken white wood. The detail was lost over the distance. Probably not much they could do about the paint, Reiko said. No. Falk thought of the graffiti marks around the memorial plaque. They were much fainter thanks to his cleaning efforts with Zara and Joel, but hadn't been erased entirely. He ran his eyes over the reservoir track, deserted in the paused image. Time would have to be a factor as well. I wouldn't want to be hanging around there too long afterwards. No way. Reiko shook his head. You never know who's going to come. He stopped short at the sound of a car pulling up on the driveway. They both listened to the creak and slam of 4 doors, followed by a babble of excited voices rising steadily to fever pitch. Reiko sighed, then smiled despite himself. Sounds like my cue. Good luck. Thanks. Reiko paused at the door. And listen, I know it's all a bit crazy today, but thanks for being part of it. Seriously. Me and Rita are really glad you're here. Falk smiled. Me too. Clothes ironed, suits on and shoes shining, Falk and the Reiko family walked to the church together. It was a white wooden structure on the leafy edge of town, surrounded by towering gum trees. The branches swayed as they threw dappled light down on the crowd that was already gathering outside in a mist of perfume and hugs and good wishes. Falk immediately looked around for Gemma. He couldn't see her yet, but he did spot Rowan. He was with Zoe, who was dressed in a floral playsuit and giggling as her dad chased her around the far end of the parking lot. Reiko looked pointedly over at Charlie, the wordless message crystal clear. Charlie sighed and nodded. Yep, I'll sort it, he said. Falk watched as he trudged off across the gravel. As Rowan saw Charlie approach, he stopped running after his daughter and straightened his back, his shoulders suddenly tense. The two stopped a short distance away from each other. Falk couldn't hear the muttered exchange, but after a loaded pause, they both took half a step forward and awkwardly shook hands. Shane, whose formal wear made him look very much like a man awaiting a court appearance, stood nearby, taking it in. Falk saw his large chest rise and fall in a sigh, before he made his way across the parking lot to join them. He was welcomed with open relief by both men. Come on, Father Connor's calling us in, Falk heard Rita say, and looked down as she took his arm and gave his elbow a squeeze. And hey, welcome officially to the extended family. I honestly can't think of anyone we'd rather have than you. Falk stopped mid-stride at the steps of the church and put his arms around this gorgeous, generous woman and bundled her into a firm hug. Releasing her, they laughed and followed the priest inside. Naomi was already waiting at the top of the aisle in a clingy cream dress, her crown of blonde hair shining as she radiated an energy that threatened to overshadow even Henry himself. She gave Falk a wink as he came to stand next to her. God, some men just scrub up beautifully, she said, running an approving eye over his suit. Thanks, he smiled, although I think you've outdone us all. Naomi smoothed a hand down the pale fabric and raised an eyebrow. Not too bridal? Only in a good way, he said, truthfully. I knew I liked you, Aaron. She laughed, but as the priest approached, Falk saw her eyes flick towards the church door. He wondered who exactly she was looking for, as she turned away again, disappointed. Perhaps Zara's suspicions had some basis after all. Falk put the thought aside as they stood together in a patch of sunlight, listening to Father Connor's last-minute instructions and watching the Reiko's friends and family wander in to take their seats. Falk tried to focus on what the priest was saying, but instead found his own gaze drifting away, moving over the familiar and unfamiliar faces filing into the church until, at last, there she was. Gemma's hair was down around her shoulders, and she was wearing a yellow dress that suited her in a way Falk couldn't quite articulate. He watched her, hoping she'd look up and see him. If that sounds all right to you, Aaron? Yes, absolutely. Falk heard his name and abruptly tuned back into the conversation. No worries. He nodded firmly to hide the fact he wasn't sure what he was agreeing to, and next to him, he sensed Naomi stifle a laugh. Gemma was moving up the aisle towards a spare seat, and when Falk glanced over this time, he felt a little leap as he realized she was looking back at him. She held his eye and smiled encouragingly, opening her palm in a little personal wave. And right then, as the tiny, subtle connection zipped between them, Falk could almost imagine a different day. A day a bit like this, with the suit and the sunlight and a dress at the other end of that aisle, the air thick with love and celebration. He could see it, feel it maybe, and for a second it all seemed so vivid and real that he was a little startled when Rita suddenly handed him a struggling Henry. Falk mentally lurched back into the room, the reality faintly coloured now by a strange, disoriented longing. He blinked and breathed slowly in and out. All right. Father Connor checked his watch, then gave Falk and Naomi each a final reassuring smile. Showtime. There was a short service before the christening itself, and Falk sat between Reiko and Naomi in the warm space, letting the words wash over him. When his moment arrived, Falk looked down at Henry and thought about the trust the Reikos were placing in him. He'd always suspected on some level he was doing this purely for them, a gesture of their mutual friendship, offered and returned. But as he spoke his words here and now, he discovered to his mild surprise that it felt like something more, a tangible bond being woven between Falk and his godson. Okay, Henry, he thought, starting now, but for real this time. Naomi played her own part with her usual competence and grace, and then, faster than Falk had expected, it was all over. He craned his neck, trying to spot Gemma as the guests trooped back out into the sunshine, but had to give up as he was swiftly led aside for family photos. Lots of them, it seemed, in all possible combinations until various members were released one by one. Finally, it was just Henry, his parents, and his brand new godparents left alone to stroll home to the vineyard in peace. Well, that was absolutely lovely, Naomi said. She had insisted on pushing Henry's stroller, while Rita and Reiko walked along arm in arm. Keep me in mind for the next one, won't you? We're done, Reiko said with a grin, at the same time as Rita said firmly, God, no, no more. Fair enough. Naomi smiled and accepted a cracker from the box Rita had conjured from Henry's baby bag. Hungry after all the excitement, the four of them crushed on handfuls as they ambled along. And how about you, Aaron? Naomi said lightly, offering the box to Falk. Any thoughts on... Naomi? Rita warned, but she was laughing. Don't. Don't what? Naomi's blue eyes were wide. You know what? Leave the poor man alone. I was just going to make a very general observation that some kids, male teenage stepchildren for example, might sound like hard work on the surface, but... Yep, we can all guess what you were going to say. Rita smiled. Aaron included, so how about you don't, and just hand me the crackers instead, would you? Fine. Naomi nudged Falk gently as they walked. She nodded back towards Rita and Reiko. You do know they're as nosy and invested as me, don't you? They're just playing it cool. Falk smiled at her. I do know, yeah. Good. They came around a bend in the road, and up ahead, Falk could make out Joel and Zara walking together, their heads close. They must have fallen well behind the rest of the group. "Is that something of Kim's that Zara's got on?" Naomi squinted into the light. Over her dress, Zara was wearing a flowing blue fine-knit cardigan, despite the warmth of the day. She had it wrapped tightly around her, the hem flaring a little as she walked. "Yeah," Rita nodded. "Rowan brought up some of Kim's clothes and books and things for her." "I thought I recognised it." Naomi's smile faded. "Is Zara finding today hard with Kim not here? I couldn't see her face in the church." "A bit, I think." Reiko nodded. "Kind of a reminder, isn't it? Knowing Kim would have been here along with everyone else." "I suppose so, but do you think—" Rita started, then stopped. Reiko looked over at his wife. "Think what?" "Do you think Kim would have actually come, though?" "Yeah, of course." Reiko frowned. They had reached the start of the vineyard driveway, and Falk could see guests' cars parked at the other end. "Why wouldn't she?" Rita shrugged. "I mean, I know Rowan's here, but he's only in town because of the appeal. And I hadn't seen Kim socially for a long time, a couple of years at least. I just feel like she'd moved on from all this. Which is understandable. She'd have had new friends in Adelaide, and work was probably keeping her busy." "No, she'd stopped working," Naomi said suddenly. Rita looked over in surprise. "When she had Zoe?" "Earlier. A few months before she was even pregnant, I think." "She never told me. Did you know?" Rita asked Reiko, who shook his head. "She didn't tell me either," Naomi said. "I only found out by accident when I was in the city one day and realised I had a meeting in the same building as that design firm she'd gone to. I stopped by during lunch, but they said she hadn't worked there for a while." Reiko frowned. "Seriously? Why wouldn't she mention it? Had she been fired or something?" "No, I don't think so. The others in the office seemed friendly, but it was obviously a bit awkward because I'd shown up and didn't even know Kim wasn't there anymore. They said they hadn't seen her since she left. Asked me to pass on their best when I spoke to her." "And did you speak to her?" Reiko said. They were weaving their way through the cars parked outside the cottage, and Falk could hear music and laughter floating through the air. "I tried," Naomi said. "I know I called her. Probably would have sent a follow-up text too, saying hello, asking if she'd moved on." "And what was the response?" Reiko was still frowning, and Rita gently touched his arm as they headed around the side of the cottage to the barn where their guests were waiting. "The usual for Kim," Naomi said, as 3 different people spotted Rita and Reiko and simultaneously set off towards them at a trot. She didn't reply. Chapter 26. "Strictly between you and me, it's any height restrictions for the AFP that worry me, you see. My grandson's always been a little— well, look, my daughter says I'm not supposed to use the word short in front of him, but I told her, Cheryl, I really don't know what else you'd call it." "Right, I understand." Falk nodded politely, trying without success to catch Gemma's eye across the barn. He'd spotted her immediately, looking a little like a conversational hostage herself, as she was cornered between tables by an older couple Falk didn't recognise. He'd started towards her only to be rather impressively hijacked by this woman, who'd introduced herself as Reiko's former clarinet teacher and was very keen to discuss the entry requirements her grandson might have to meet to apply for the federal police. The barn itself had been transformed by the arrival of guests. Music was playing, and bright tablecloths added to the festive feel. The whole back wall had been slid open to let in the view, and Charlie and Shane had fired up the huge barbecue outside, where they were being heavily supervised by a group of men eyeballing the steaks. Most of the guests appeared to have brought something, which was a benefit of living in a food and wine region, Falk supposed, and the long table against the wall heaved with platters and bottles of wine. "So I told Cheryl I'd ask you, and she got quite annoyed with me, what a surprise, and told me I wasn't to bother you, but I—" "Excuse us, he's needed, Rachel, I'm so sorry." A firm voice cut through the verbal stream, and Falk felt a hand grip his elbow. He looked down to see Naomi smiling up apologetically. "Godparent duties beckon." Naomi led Falk away until they were out of the line of sight, then waved a hand before he could say anything. "It's fine, you're welcome. She's lovely, really, but there's a trick to getting a word in edgeways. I'll teach you if you end up being around here long enough to need it." Naomi nodded across the room. "So, Gemma's over there. See her? Stuck with Neil and Carol Milton? Thought you might like to rescue her yourself." Falk smiled. "Thanks, Naomi." I like to look after my investments, she grinned. Have fun. Naomi turned and Falk watched her weave away through the tables. She edged by Zara, who was chatting with a group of teenagers, and Falk saw the girl glance up, tracking Naomi as she passed. Zara lightly rolled her eyes, and catching Falk's gaze, mouthed, "I told you so," as Naomi headed outside and made a beeline for Charlie. Naomi joined him at the barbecue, leaning up and kissing him lightly on the cheek. Charlie smiled as she murmured something and gestured towards the party in a way that could only be complimentary. "See?" Zara mouthed again, and Falk was about to nod in agreement. He did see, yes, when he stopped himself. Naomi was still chatting, effusive and engaged, but even as Falk watched, her eyes were darting elsewhere. Somewhere beyond Charlie. Falk followed the trajectory, and all of a sudden he could see exactly where Naomi's gaze was landing. Ah, Falk smiled to himself. That possibly explained one or two things. He caught Zara's attention once more and motioned for her to look again. Not at her father this time. Falk tilted his head, but a little to the left. He saw Zara's eyes move and then settle in much the same way as Naomi's had, arriving squarely on a man who, at an arguably unsafe distance from the sizzling hot grill, was keeping a crowd of blokes utterly spellbound as he reenacted that time he'd won Mark of the Year. Shane? Zara spun her head back to Falk, the dawning realization morphing into baffled amusement. Seriously? Falk smiled and shrugged. He didn't know for sure, but Zara could see the dynamic playing out across the sausages and steaks as well as he could. Smart, self-assured Dr. Naomi Kerr may be engineering excuses to stop by the vineyard, but Falk would bet good money it wasn't Charlie she was hoping to see. Falk wouldn't have naturally put Naomi and Shane together, but he could picture it now he thought about it. The heart wanted what it wanted, he supposed. Falk wondered why Naomi hadn't acted on it, though. She didn't seem the type to hold back. He watched for another minute. Perhaps, he decided, because the whole time Naomi stood there, in that dress that clung like it was made for her, and with a mildly perplexed look on her beautiful face, Jane barely glanced her way. Well, I'll say this for you, you certainly know how to wear a nice suit. Falk laughed and turned at the voice. Very kind, Gemma. He held out his hands in a mock pose and she smiled. And you look beautiful. She really did, he thought, like she was lit from within. He glanced around. She was alone. I was supposed to save you from someone. Neil and Carol, she laughed. Well, you're too late, I saved myself. Actually, Rita did, to be fair. She says we should come and eat lunch at their table. The Racos table was two pushed together to accommodate high chairs and multiple children. Food was piled high and Charlie had surrendered the barbecue to other keen hands and was now pouring wine. He pointed Falk and Gemma to a couple of empty chairs. Squeeze in. You know our brother, Ben? Charlie nodded at a friendly man who looked a lot like Charlie and Raco, just a few miles further down the track. He's a cop too, and bloody loves talking shop whether you're interested or not. His wife Dee, their kids are, I don't know, somewhere around anyway. And my mum, Diane. Yeah, we spoke a little back at the church, Falk said, shaking hands. Good to see you all. I don't only talk shop for the record, but as it happens we've got a mutual friend. Ben Raco leaned over to Falk. You were both seconded on the same case a couple of years ago. Falk remembered the guy well. He was very smart, but with a shameless talent for getting himself both in and out of trouble, and they spent most of lunch entertaining Gemma with stories of his exploits. Ben started recounting one that Falk already knew, had indeed heard told a few times, always in the same semi-horrified whisper, and as he nodded along, he found himself vaguely tuning into a different conversation across the table. Was finding it harder to get in on time in the mornings. On Sunday nights, she'd always be really flat, Rowan was saying to Raco. I know a lot of people feel like that ahead of Mondays, but this was every single week. Kim, Falk could tell immediately. They were talking quietly, Raco leaning over his plate to listen, and Falk had to strain to hear. Was the problem that job specifically? Raco said. The people she was working with maybe, or was it work in general? In general, as far as I could tell. She complained about her boss sometimes, and I wondered for a while if she was being bullied even. But then I met her colleagues at a work drinks thing, and That didn't seem to be the case either. They were nice enough, all looked to get along. Rowan paused to pass another strawberry to Zoe, who was smearing them over her high chair tray. The best I could get out of Kim was that the work was too stressful. But she used to run her own business here, Reiko said. That was the same work, wasn't it? Graphic design and logos and things? Yeah, exactly the same, Rowan nodded. But this carried on for a while, and finally she said she wasn't happy and wanted to leave. We ran the numbers, decided it would be okay. So she did. It's just that she kept it quiet that she'd left work. Naomi says she found out by accident. She didn't tell Naomi. Rowan glanced across the room in surprise. Naomi was by the buffet, examining the open bottles of wine. A small frown reached his eyes. I thought she had. A burst of laughter erupted from the end of the table, and Falk looked over to where Zara was sitting between Charlie and her grandmother. They were crowded around a computer tablet looking at photos. I feel like I'm going to regret asking, but what's so funny over there? Ben called. Just some of these pictures Zara's found. Charlie was wiping his eyes in mirth. There are a couple of classic ones of you at Halloween. Hang on. He moved his finger over the screen, then turned the tablet so they could all see Ben dressed up in the same matching waistcoat and hat as his own toy rabbit. I'm going to get a photo book printed up, Zara said, as a christening thing, but for us all, really. Well, a little discretion would be rewarded, if you know what I mean, Ben said, ostentatiously rolling a $1 coin across the table to Zara. Ben, I'm 17. She laughed and rolled it back. You'd have needed more than that 10 years ago. Oh, this is a very cute one of you, Zara. Diane was still scrolling through, and Zara looked over as her grandmother stopped and turned the screen. No, that's not me, Nan. Diane peered through her glasses. That? That's you. Look at your lovely hair with your mum. A momentary hush fell over the table at the passing mention of Kim, and Diane hesitated. The screen was still facing outwards, and Falk could see the picture was indeed of Kim, with a newborn baby in her arms. She was smiling at the camera, but her skin looked greasy and she had dark circles under her eyes. No, Nan, that baby Mum's holding is Zoe. Zara pointed across the table to the toddler now banging a spoon against her plate. Really? Diane laughed. That's Zoe as a baby. My goodness, it goes to show. She could be any one of you grandkids in that photo, or the boys. She's got that same suspicious look you all had. I used to call it the Reiko gaze. There was a sharp pocket of silence. But Zoe's not a Reiko, Nan. She's Mum's and Rowan's. Yep, thanks, Zara, I am aware, Diane said, the implications of what she'd said clearly not lost on her. I mean, that's obvious. Look at those gorgeous blonde curls she has now. She waved her hand towards Zoe in a half-hearted attempt at doddery foolishness, then sighed. Oh, for God's sake, look, ignore me. At my age, every new baby looks like a goblin in a onesie. Anyway, she's clearly Rowan's. Diane was right about that, Falk thought. Now, at least. The fine dark baby hair on Zoe's head in the photo had been shed at some point over the past 12 months and regrown into the beginnings of sandy waves. Her eyes were still brown, but not as dark as they appeared on screen. The child's face had taken shape as she'd grown, and faux Reiko gaze or not, Zoe was now very much the image of Rowan, who at that moment had his arms crossed and was staring hard at the table. Diane, Rita said, getting up. Speaking of grandchildren, why don't you come outside and we'll get a few nice photos with baby Henry? Yes, Diane said, rising. I think I better had. There was a beat of silence as she left. Then Charlie laughed. Christ, do I even need to say this? He stood. No, I'm not even going to. He stretched over the remains of lunch, plates clattering, and offered his hand to Rowan. There was a loaded moment. Then Rowan took it, his jaw relaxing a little. He looked embarrassed more than anything. You knew Kim, Charlie said, still gripping the man's hand. You know she wouldn't. I might. A flicker of a smile. But Kim would never. Still, nice try, mate. Across the table, Ben flashed Rowan a grin that instantly lightened the mood. I'll keep trying to fob mine off as well, but those paternity tests are always coming back with the wrong answer. He winked at his visibly pregnant wife, who rolled her eyes good-naturedly. "Congratulations, here's another bloody one, and another." Ben swept up a shrieking child as she ran past, and then a second one, turning them upside down as they squealed with delight. "Wish I could work out how we keep getting them." Between them all, Reiko blinked slowly and shook his head. "Family," he mouthed at Falk. "Jesus Christ." He reached for the bottle nearest him. "Right," he said to no one in particular. "Who else needs a drink?" Falk smiled and sat back in his chair. He leaned over to Gemma, their elbows colliding as she turned towards him at the same moment. "Do you want to get some air?" he said. "Absolutely." The light in the vineyard was dazzling after the relative dark of the barn, and they blinked as they emerged into the brilliant afternoon sun. Falk reached for Gemma's hand, and it slid straight into his. They didn't talk as they walked together down through the vines, the fresh spring leaves shimmering full and green all around. They were alone out there, the distant music and chatter growing louder and then fading as they wandered together up and down the tracks. Falk found himself watching their shadows, side by side, hand in hand. At the far end of a row that looked pretty much the same as all the others, he finally slowed, then came to a stop. Gemma, still holding his hand, glanced back the way they'd come. The sounds from the party filtered through the air, but the barn was hidden from view. She nodded. "This is a good spot." "Is it?" "Yeah," she said. "Because if we walk up any further, they'll all be able to see us kissing." Falk smiled at her. "That's what's going to happen now?" She smiled back. "You know it is." And she was right. He put his hands to her face and his mouth on hers, long and deep. The sensation flooded through him like cool water, and he could feel her body pressed soft and warm against his. After what felt like both a long time and not long enough, they pulled apart, and Gemma took a breath. Her eyes were bright, her fingertips laced through his own. "Joel's going from here to a friend's house to play video games for the afternoon." "Okay." Falk ran his thumb over her palm. She closed her hand around his. "So you should drive me home." Her house was silent and sun-drenched. They went straight to her bedroom, closing the door on a disgruntled Luna. "Listen, Gemma, I do actually still need to leave on Friday. I'm giving evidence in court on Monday, so I have to get up to speed." "It's okay. This unzips on the side here, not the back." "Oh, great, got it. Thanks. And I can definitely have another look for clear weekends, but it gets tricky because I'm on a 7-day rotating roster, so..." "I know, I understand that. He stopped. "Aaron." Gemma stopped too. Her lips were close to his, her fingers on his shirt buttons. "Maybe I've been overthinking all this. I mean, people will always come and go. And sometimes you know when and sometimes you don't." Falk nodded, his hand still. "And we're both here right now." Her eyes had flecks of gold near the centre. "So I think we should make the most of it." "Yeah?" "Yeah, there's something to be said for enjoying moments while you can." She smiled and touched her lips to his. "Those stupid Melbourne beer coasters might have had a point." He laughed, and she hung his jacket on a chair. Then they lay down on their sun-lined sheets under the open window, and he kissed her back in that quiet house, as the breeze and the soft, lazy sounds of a Sunday afternoon floated by. Chapter 27. The barn was empty and the vineyard driver cleared by the time Falk pulled up in the dark. Light spilled from the cottage, and he could hear the hum of relaxed talking and laughter through the open windows. His guest house stood dark, but someone was sitting alone out the front in the nighttime air. She had her head tilted back and her eyes closed. "Hi, Rita." Falk pulled up the other chair. "Your turn to hide from the family?" She smiled with her eyes still shut. "I'm folding laundry, can't you tell?" "Let me give you a hand with that." Falk went into the guest house and came out with a jug of iced water and a couple of glasses. "Have most people gone?" "Everyone but the family." She opened one eye. "You're going to be invited to brunch tomorrow, by the way. I don't know if you've ever been to brunch with 5 children, but I'd highly recommend a prior commitment if I were you. We're taking them to the festival tomorrow night for a last run before people start heading off. So you'll catch us then instead. Noted. Thanks. Rita smiled and straightened in her chair, reaching for her water. And how about you? She looked at Falk now, her voice softer. He was still wearing his suit, his tie in his pocket. Have you had a nice day, Aaron? Yeah, I have. He'd lain there with Gemma in the quiet and the warmth until the light changed. As the shadows grew across the room, she'd finally taken her hand off his chest and propped herself up on one elbow. I absolutely hate to say this, but it's okay, I'll head off now before Joel gets back. Is that all right? It's just this is his home too, and yeah, definitely, it's better. Can I see you tomorrow? I'm on call for the festival all day tomorrow. I'll try to arrange a couple of hours cover. Great. He smiled at her. Although I actually still don't have your number. I know. She smiled back, then rolled over on the bed to reach her phone on the bedside table. Let's fix that. He had kissed her again at the front door, the sky already deepening above them. Falk sat with Rita now, Gemma's number saved on his phone, listening to the gentle nocturnal buzz of evening settling in. I say this with complete neutrality. Rita was watching his face. But if you were interested, Charlie would probably bring you in on this business. Rita? Aaron, I'm simply passing on the information. Come on, seriously, I can't. You know it. I do know, and that's fine, it is. I have no stake in this other than I care about you. She fixed her large dark eyes on him so he couldn't look away. But supposing you could, Charlie would have work for you here. Doing what? What on earth would I do here? Everything. There's a lot you could bring to this. The business has been too big for him for a while now. He's looking for someone else. Doesn't have to be you, but it could be. Rita, Jesus. Frustration with the situation was making him irritable. He could not open that door. Please, can we not? What? Pretend that's something I'm ever going to do, please? All right. She dropped it, as Falk had known she would. Instead, she simply reached out and rested her hand gently on his arm. He looked out at the night. I barely know her, Rita. I know. They sat there a little longer, listening to the voices drifting from the house. Falk looked at the darkened barn, so still and silent compared with earlier. He thought back to lunch. Seemed a long time ago now. Charlie and Rowan are still on speaking terms, are they? Falk said. After a fun little public dalliance questioning Zoe's paternity, I think so. They're as okay as they ever really are. There's nothing in it, I'm guessing? Falk would be surprised. Zoe looked very much like Rowan. Rita was already shaking her head. I highly doubt it. Not just Zoe's features now, but because Charlie's right. Kim would never have done that to Rowan. It wasn't in her nature. She paused. Not in Charlie's either, no matter what he says. It was all stupid anyway. When Zoe was born, she looked like Kim more than anyone. It's just that Kim had similar colouring to Charlie and the rest of them. A babble of chatter rose from the house, and they both looked over. Falk could hear a voice that sounded like Reiko's, although it could have been one of his brothers. He couldn't make out the words. Greg's worried, though, Rita said, about the whole thing with Kim. Falk frowned. Yeah, it feels like it's never sat right with him. There's something more, though. He's mulling over things, I can tell. Been hard to find time to talk properly these last few days, but he's got that look. Rita swirled her water in her glass as she stared at the house. He's never liked the fact that Kim left Zoe alone. He's always thought that was out of character. Falk thought back to the festival grounds the day before. How do you get a parent to do anything? Threaten their child? Maybe character didn't come into it. He looked over at Rita now. Were you surprised Kim would leave Zoe like that? He said. The Kim I knew, yes, definitely. But I hadn't seen her in person for a couple of years. Rita frowned. I'll tell you this, though. Being a new mother can be very, very hard. We know Kim was already on medication for depression, and some babies are a nightmare. You're not supposed to say it out loud, but they are. They wreck you. I mean, Henry's quite mellow, but Eva... She pressed her lips together. And Kim had dragged her 6-week-old all the way out here to see her teenage daughter, who had cancelled on her anyway. So she was probably feeling pressure to come to the festival, bring this baby along, and it's noisy and crowded, and her husband's heading off early to meet his parents, and suddenly she's all alone in the dark. And maybe her medication is unbalanced after the birth, maybe she's still in pain at times. And now she's stuck with this baby who's playing up yet again, and it's all simply too much. So she goes for a walk on her own. Rita looked across at Falk. They were both silent for a moment. That's what I think, because I can see it happening. Falk nodded slowly. He said nothing. And the thing is, Rita said, Zoe was relatively safe. I mean, it's not ideal, obviously, but she was tucked up in the stroller. She was warm, clean, away from the elements. That stroller bay is surrounded by festival staff. It's full of parents coming and going. It was always highly likely someone responsible would find her. She shook her head. If I imagine what might have been going through Kim's head that night, I can think of much worse outcomes. Much worse. Falk looked out at the blackness. He could think of some too. Sergeant Dwyer doesn't believe Kim didn't talk to anyone she knew that night, he said. But I guess if she was already feeling isolated. Rita nodded as she reached over and refilled their glasses. And look, don't say this to anyone but Greg, and even he doesn't fully agree with me. But I didn't grow up here, so I have a slightly different view on things. And what's that? Rita put the bottle down, her eyes on the house. The windows were glowing and someone had put on some music. Through the veranda doors, Falk could now see Reiko moving about as he made coffee, a long string of mugs lined up. I love these people here, Rita said. All of them, I mean, not just my family. And not because I have to get along with them, but because they are warm and genuine and kind. But whether they'd admit it or not, honestly, whether they'd even recognize it, there was a rift when Kim and Rowan got together. There'd always been this... She reached for the right words. Unspoken expectation, I guess, that Kim and Charlie would eventually end up back together. And when Kim and Rowan got married, they broke that. I mean, they didn't really break anything, obviously. Kim and Charlie had split up. There was nothing there to break. But logic doesn't stop feelings. And we can all get along and co-parent and raise a glass to the bride and groom, and Charlie can pay for as much wedding wine as he likes. But the fact is that sides were taken. For all sorts of reasons. Because we have connections through this place, through our lives and work and family. And Kim knew that. She'd made a choice, a perfectly legitimate one. But when the dust settled, even Zara ended up here with Charlie. Falk watched Rita. For possibly the first time ever, she didn't seem able to meet his eye. I don't need to tell you, Aaron, what it's like to suddenly feel exiled from your own community by people you trusted, she said softly. But I can imagine it's hard. Yes, Falk thought as he stared out into the dark. It was very hard. They sat together for a long stretch of silence until finally he looked over. Rita was still staring into her lap, guilt on her face. This time it was Falk who put his hand on hers. Did anyone talk to Kim about any of this? He said eventually. I don't think so. Not directly anyway, Rita said. The closest was not long after Kim's engagement. Zara heard her and Charlie having this stupid fight. Probably nothing that blew up into something, but he told Kim she was making a mistake, that Rowan wasn't right for her. Don't come crying to him when she realised that sort of thing. And what happened? Rita gave a sad shrug. They were angry for a few days, but had to keep it civil for Zara. Neither of them usually had the energy to sustain a grudge, so they made up. But the damage was done, you know. By everyone, really. Kim had been told. She'd made her bed. So a couple of years later, when Kim's struggling, maybe her head's not quite right and it's all feeling too much. Does it surprise me she didn't come to any of us? Rita gazed out over the silent vineyard. I'd love to say it did. But no, it doesn't at all. Chapter 28. Falk was unfortunately unable to join the Reiko family brunch owing to an urgent work conference call. He had to raise his voice over the cacophony in the kitchen simply to deliver the excuse, and Rita caught his eye over the top of two bawling, red-faced girls. She inclined her head in surreptitious approval. "Save yourself," she mouthed, without dropping her rigor mortis smile. Reiko, wrestling one kid after another outside and into various car seats, raised a hand without even looking over. "Yep, no worries." Falk watched Reiko for a minute, his expression unusually flat and distant. It was hard to tell amid the chaos, but Rita was right, he thought. Reiko was preoccupied by something, and it wasn't just the kids. Falk scooped up a dropped sun hat from the ground and followed him out to the car. "Great, thanks." Reiko plonked the hat on the nearest bare head as he tried to force the seat buckle to click into place. "This bloody thing never—" "There, got it." "Now's clearly not the time," Falk said as Reiko emerged, sweating lightly. They both glanced at the kids, securely strapped in. "But shall we talk later? You thinking something?" Reiko hesitated, then sighed through his nose. He turned so he was facing away from the children. "Not really, just the usual Kim stuff. I keep coming back to a few bits and pieces. None of it new, though." "No?" "No. I wish there was. Anything to help shake things loose, you know." Reiko glanced back into the car as a high-pitched shriek was followed by a chorus of giggles. "Yeah." Falk felt the same low frustration, like there was an odd and unexpected blind spot in his peripheral vision. They both turned at the sound of another shriek, this time followed by crying rather than laughter. "Anyway, better keep moving." Reiko's mouth lifted at the corners. "And hey, don't let them work you too hard on that sudden conference call of yours, mate, will you?" Falk grinned. "I'll try my best. Enjoy brunch." "Yep, I will also try. Catch you later." Falk waited until they were gone and the vineyard was quiet again before he put on his running gear. He set off down the driveway, taking the same route as before, moving along the back roads in the morning sun. He heard the faint, familiar sound of the footy bouncing against the ground as the park came into view, and he slowed to a walk, then stopped. He debated silently for a minute, then this time headed across the grass and playground to the oval itself, leaning against the metal boundary fence to catch his breath. The sun was in Shane's eyes, Falk could tell, as the guy lined up while still in motion, pulling back his leg in a sweeping kick. The ball soared through the air, looking good before clipping the post at the last moment and ricocheting away. It bounced a couple of times, landing not far from Falk. Shane shielded his eyes, breathing heavily, his face shining with sweat. He grinned as he saw Falk there. "Kick it back, mate!" he shouted. Falk hesitated. Shane waited, then pointed at the ground. "It's right there in front of you." "Yeah, I can see it, thanks." Falk laughed as he climbed the fence to retrieve the ball. He hadn't held a football in, how long? Years. He turned it over in his hands, feeling the familiar weight and shape. He shot a glance across the oval to Shane, who hadn't moved but suddenly seemed a long way away. "Go on!" Shane was shouting again. "I think everyone's crap, don't worry about it." "Yeah, okay, I'm going," Falk called back. "If you'd shut up and let me concentrate." Shane grinned but closed his mouth. Falk tried to remember how he used to do this, then gave up. He ran a few steps and just kicked, letting instinct take over. They both followed the trajectory through the air. "Nice one, not bad." Shane had to run to get himself under the ball, but at least it made the distance. "Turn your wrist down further, you'll get a better angle." He jogged a couple of paces and demonstrated as he smoothly punted it back. Falk moved for the ball, watching and reaching up and catching it, and then, keeping his wrists well down, curving around to kick it back as Shane ran past. He caught it, and they ran together back and forth up the oval in the morning light, until Shane pointed at the goalposts. "Go for it!" He was panting. Falk kicked. The goal was close and completely open, but they both cheered as the ball sailed through. "You could be decent, you know, you're just rusty," Shane said as he fetched the footy, his forehead damp. They walked together to the water fountain, breathing hard. "How long's it been since you had a kick?" "God, I don't know." Falk tried to remember. "Years, must be. Never on a Monday morning." "Yeah, it's good, eh?" Shane grinned. For now, anyway. It does get busier around here. You should see it in autumn. The whole town, all the vineyards. It's crazy. Charlie's good like that, though. Work hard when we need to, take it a bit easier when we don't. He stretched his shoulders and squinted over at the track that led back in the direction of the vineyard. It was a good day yesterday, I thought. They all surface okay this morning? I think so. They're at brunch. You stay late? Not really. Walked Naomi part of the way home because it was getting dark. Sounds like she had a good time. Happy to be picked as godmother. She seems like a good choice. Falk pressed the button on the fountain. She's good fun. Naomi? Yeah, she's great. There was definitely something wistful in Shane's tone. Falk swallowed and wiped his mouth. He pictured Naomi dressed up and forlorn by the barbecue, and found himself wondering somewhat unexpectedly what Rita would do in this situation. Divorced, is she? He settled on. Shane was examining the footy, turning it over in his hands. Yeah, about 18 months now. She's not seeing anyone? No. The ball stopped moving momentarily. The word was almost territorial. Why? Dunno. Small town. She wouldn't have stayed single too long where I used to live. No, probably not here either, most likely. Shane frowned. We used to go out, actually, me and Naomi. For a little while, years ago. She could do better now, obviously, but yeah, we were together then, back in my footy days. Oh yeah? Falk hadn't known that, but found he wasn't surprised either. Didn't work out? No, I stuffed it up. Usual story. Went to play a game over in Perth. Had sex with someone else in a nightclub toilet. Well, Falk said, that'd do it. Yeah. They'd wandered back to the oval. Shane lined up and kicked the ball. They watched it glide clean through the goalposts and bounce across the grass. He glanced over, his voice light. Why, she said something? Naomi? Not to me. No. Shane shook his head quickly. Didn't think so. He looked faintly but distinctly disappointed. Still, Falk thought about Naomi, the visits to the vineyard, the way her eyes had sought out Shane at the church. She had looked like a woman who could be convinced to forgive. 20 years is a long time to stay upset about something. I don't know. Depends. A ghost of a smile flitted across Shane's face. Found myself in Perth a few times, back in those days. He ran over to get the ball, and they kicked it back and forth for a while longer until eventually a group of small boys making the most of the school holidays gathered around the goals at the other end. It was clear from the baffled look on their judgmental little faces that it was high time for these old blokes to make way. Shane checked his watch. Probably better head back anyway, do some work. Where do you live? Falk asked as they started walking. Over by the reservoir, not far from Naomi. I'll keep some clothes and stuff at the vineyard, though. I'll shower and change there. Falk glanced over his shoulder. The turn-off to the reservoir lay somewhere behind them along the empty road, well out of sight. Next to him, Shane was twirling the ball in his hands as they walked, whistling softly through his teeth. I saw Joel again the other day, Falk said. He was talking about his dad's accident. Oh yeah? Shane stopped messing with the ball. Has there been some news? Not as far as I know, but can I ask you something about that? About finding the scene? There was a pause. Sure. I know it was a few years ago now, but can you remember approaching it? Yeah, mate. A tiny, hard smile. I remember that day pretty well. What did you see? Falk hoped Shane would go down the path he wanted without having to be led. I don't know. I mean, it was bad. Luna was howling. Is that what you mean? Yeah, that kind of thing. I mean, going on your own gut feeling, did you have a sense someone had left in a hurry? Or it had been quiet for a while? Shane's face creased. I think... His eyes were on the road, but his gaze was far away. I remember I was surprised when I realised I was the only one there. Took me a while to get my head around that, you know. He looked over and Falk nodded. Maybe because Luna was making such a bloody racket it felt like Dean should be around. Or because you'd never really expect to be the first one to find something like that. But it couldn't have been too long after it happened, I reckon. Dean walked Luna around 6:30 most mornings, and I probably got there before 8. He said nothing for a few paces. Long enough, I suppose, for something like that. So the first thing you noticed was Luna, Falk said, and Shane nodded. They had reached the vineyard and turned up the driveway together. What next? Probably that the barrier was broken, that was hard to miss. And there were tracks on the road where the car had skidded. Staying with the ground for a moment, what did that look like? There were the marks from the tyres. They'd gouged the dirt where the car braked. Shane looked over. Is that what you're asking? Anything else? Like what? They were nearly back at Charlie's house, where Falk could sense the conversation would end. Shane hadn't remembered what Falk had hoped he would, which was perhaps useful in one way but less useful in another. He'd have to ask. Was there broken glass on the ground? Broken glass? Shane's face was still. I'm not sure. No rush, mate. Just think for a minute. Falk waited, but no answer came. Can't say either way? Nah. Shane frowned. Why? Is it important? Falk shook his head. I don't know. Chapter 29. Marilee Valley's police station was nestled in the heart of the town. Falk had been there only once before, a year earlier, when he'd been invited in to give his statement the day after Kim's disappearance. He parked now in the afternoon sun and went inside. The reception area was dim, painted the same dull industrial blue that he remembered finding a little oppressive last time. Falk had been kept waiting for a while that day, and could remember sitting there, silently running through what he'd seen at the festival, while wondering vaguely if the colour was a deliberate choice to make visitors feel immediately institutionalised. Possibly, he'd decided last year. Probably, he felt certain now, having since met and spent a little time with Sergeant Dwyer. Institutionalised people tended to be more cooperative, and these walls looked like they'd been recoded in the past few years. Dwyer was the type to insist that even the decor pull its weight, Falk thought as he went up to the reception desk and asked for the sergeant. Out, came the reply. Due back shortly. Falk left his name and a brief message, then pushed through the doors and back outside into the daylight. At the bottom of the steps he paused and pulled out his phone to call Gemma. He took a moment to enjoy the novelty of having her number right there, and felt a warm rush of exhilaration as she answered. Hey, he said. Are we still on for later? Yes. He could hear that she was smiling. I've got cover for around 2 hours. What do you want to do? I'll have a think, he said. And so he did, standing outside the police station in the sun, watching the locals pass by on their daily business. After a few minutes, he straightened and joined the flow of foot traffic on the pavement, heading deeper into town in search of a few things. Dwyer was back by the time he returned. Falk was loading his shopping bags into his car when he spotted the officer climbing the steps to the station. He slammed the trunk and followed him in. Here to see me? Dwyer said when he noticed Falk behind him. He didn't look too surprised. He unlocked a security door and motioned for Falk to follow. Come through. Dwyer's office was painted the same industrial blue as the reception area, but in here it felt calm, and if not quite tranquil, then orderly. The space was tidy and highly functional, with neatly labelled filing cabinets squared away against the far wall and a window overlooking the main street. Falk took the visitor's seat across from Dwyer. Like the rest of the room, his desk was clean and as sparse as it was possible for a sergeant's desk to be. It held the only personal items Falk could see: a washed coffee mug and a framed photo of Dwyer, his wife, and his daughter. They had their arms around each other and were smiling, but Falk could tell from the girl's age that the photo must have been taken years before she died. Caitlin Dwyer was still a child in the happy moment her father had chosen to remember. The Reiko's christening went well, I hear? Dwyer said, his eyes following Falk's to the photo. It did, thanks. Good. I was hoping to stop in, but I was on duty. Got tied up with something. His voice was neutral, but something in it made Falk look up. Anything new from Kim's appeal? Dwyer didn't say yes, but he didn't say no either. Finally, he leaned back in his chair. So, what can I do for you? Right. Yeah. I actually wanted to ask you about this. Falk took out his phone and flicked through to find the video of the accident Joel had shared with him 2 days earlier. He held it out and Dwyer put on his glasses and leaned forward to see better. Joel sent it to me. Joel did? Dwyer stared at the screen for a long moment, then frowned. He sat back in his chair. Sorry, I assumed this was something about Kim. No, Falk said. Dean Tozer. Dwyer blinked, catching up, then leaned in again. Go on. Joel said you knew he had this video. Yeah, I did. I just haven't seen it in a while. Falk waited while he watched in silence. Dwyer's face was set, flickering just once as he reached the footage of himself observing Gemma, deep in grief. When the video finished, Falk rewound a little and paused on the clearest scene. Neither Gemma nor Dwyer were in shot, and the ground around the smashed barrier was clear and unobstructed. I wanted to ask, Falk pointed. Here. There doesn't look to be any broken glass from the headlights. Dwyer peered in for a moment longer. No. He frowned. That's right, from memory there wasn't much at all. No? What did you make of that? Same as you, I'm guessing, Dwyer said. Driver attempted to clean it up. Is that usual in a situation like this? Well, we don't get many like this, luckily, but attempting to conceal evidence after a traffic accident? The officer pushed his glasses up his nose and thought for a minute. Yeah, it happens. Certain mindset. It's usually harder, though, because most smashes are on roads. Nothing much to be done about glass on tarmac. Here, though, he pointed to the spot on the screen where the edge of the ground dropped away. Got somewhere to hide it. So, what, they swept it into the water? Yeah, it wouldn't take much. Push it with the side of your boot or something. We recovered some fragments, but there's all sorts in that reservoir. Broken bottles, dumped rubbish. Got a few different results in, some not definitive at all. Hard to know what was useful and what was junk. Dwyer glanced up. And Joel's been worrying about this, has he? Now? The accident, yes, not the glass. Falk took his phone back and put it in his pocket. Sounds like he didn't know about that. Maybe not. He was only, 12 then? And Gemma was pretty torn up, as you can imagine. I can't remember if we talked about it specifically or not. I would have tended to focus on any positive info, which wasn't much, unfortunately. Dwyer rubbed a hand over his clean-shaven chin. Joel all right, is he? Or struggling? Bit of both, I think, Falk said. Depends how you catch him. Dwyer didn't reply straight away. Outside in the hall, Falk could hear the sounds of a photocopier firing up. You ever met Dean? The officer said, finally. Falk shook his head. Good guy. Well liked around here. Just a normal bloke. Accountant. Worked locally, so most people knew him. It was a real shock. Walking his dog. Wrong place, wrong time. And I'm well aware that boy of his thinks I haven't done enough. Dwyer's eyes fell to the photo of his late daughter. He sounded suddenly deeply exhausted, for the first time since Falk had met him. But I understand how he feels. I really do. Dwyer sat for a moment longer, staring at the desk, then cleared his throat and checked his watch. He fixed Falk with a steady look, back to his more familiar self. Tell me something about Kim. Something I don't know. Falk gave a short laugh. Pretty sure you know everything I know. Bullshit. Dwyer was good-natured but firm. You were at that christening yesterday? Everyone relaxed, chatting, reflecting? You can't tell me there was nothing. Falk started to shake his head, then stopped. There was possibly something he remembered now. Well, you might already know this, but she'd left her job about a year before she disappeared. Resigned, but hadn't told anyone, not here anyway. Rowan said she was stressed about work in general, rather than anything specific. Told you there was something? Dwyer allowed himself to look smug for half a second before growing serious again. What was Kim doing for money in that case? Maybe nothing. She would have been pregnant not long after. You'd expect Rowan would be earning a decent enough wage as an engineer. Dwyer looked at Falk. Or are you thinking financial problems? I really wouldn't know. Not about them. I always tend to lean into the finances, though, part of the job. Rule it in until I can rule it out. Might be worth considering. Yeah, I will. Dwyer frowned. It's a shame Kim gave up her work, though, for any reason. She was good. We have community fundraising days every year. I do a bit for that addiction charity I'm involved with. Kim ran her own business, so she used to design the posters and banners for us at cost. He swiveled his chair a few degrees so he could see out of the window onto the main street. Her office was just over there before she moved to Adelaide, so I'd see her most days, coming and going. Falk looked over Dwyer's shoulder. Across the road he could make out what looked to be a shared office space. 2 businesses, 31A and 31B, Falk could read if he squinted, with a shared frontage and entrance. That's where she worked, is it? Falk said. What's in there now? Print shop? Dwyer pointed to the left-hand office, then the right. Lawyer. Were either of those operating when Kim still worked there? No. At the question, Dwyer swung back a little in his chair to look at Falk. His expression was unreadable. They weren't. What? Said Falk. Dwyer paused, debating silently. You're going to read something into this. I'll do my best not to. You will, though. Dwyer didn't sound judgmental, simply resigned to the inevitable. On the desk his phone started ringing. He reached for it, but didn't answer immediately. You're going to see something that's not there. You will. But you'll be wrong. Okay. One cop to another, this is a small town. It's just one of those things. Try me. For a couple of years, Kim had the office on the right. Dwyer picked up the phone. And until he died, Dean Tozer had the place on the left. Chapter 30. Dwyer was right, Falk hated to admit, as he stood on the street in front of the office block that Kim and Dean had once shared. Falk's immediate instinct was to read a whole book into that. He'd left Dwyer to his phone call and walked out of the station and straight across the road. Falk looked at the businesses now, 31A and 31B, and was fairly sure he could feel the officer's eyes on him through the station window. Falk didn't mind. If the situation were reversed, he'd be watching too. Dwyer had been adamant, though, and Falk knew from personal experience that coincidences were almost daily occurrences in small towns. Still. He breathed out and consciously pushed his instinctive reaction down, then looked again. The offices were both nondescript glass-fronted spaces, with a view out onto the main street. There were 2 people working in the print shop, and a lone woman in the lawyer's office, who regarded Falk warily from her desk when she spotted him peering in. He moved on quickly. From what he could tell from the external layout, the businesses shared nothing but a front door and entrance hall. The occupants would see each other arriving and leaving, but not necessarily during the day. Not unless they wanted to, which Falk supposed they might. Kim and Dean had gotten along from everything he'd heard, and they'd both been close to Charlie. Falk stepped away and walked slowly the whole stretch up and down the main street, past some of the shops he'd been in earlier. He ignored them now, looking beyond the retail fronts and instead counting office spaces. He spotted 8 that he thought looked suitable for small to medium businesses. About what he'd expected, give or take. If Kim and Dean had both wanted to work in the centre of town, the choice was not exhaustive. And that choice would have been dictated further by other factors, Falk guessed, such as lease availability. But the fact was, Kim and Dean had found themselves working side by side, for a while at least. Small-town coincidence, Falk thought as he looked again at 31A and 31B. Sometimes it was just one of those things. Sometimes it wasn't. Aaron, mate, g'day! Falk heard the familiar voice, and in the reflection of the print shop glass saw someone crossing the street towards him. Charlie. He turned. G'day. Thought that was you? Charlie was lugging 2 heavy-looking bags of some agricultural product Falk couldn't identify. He lowered them to the ground with relief and glanced at the office space behind Falk, his eyes lingering on 31B in particular. Kim's former workplace. A cloud crossed his face, but he didn't say anything. When he looked back to Falk, his usual smile had returned. "You heading to the vineyard?" he said. "Want a lift?" "No thanks, I've got the car here," Falk said. "I'm catching up with Gemma soon anyway." "Yeah?" Charlie didn't sound surprised by this, but there was a pause as he seemed to consider something. Then he nodded at the bags on the pavement. "I'm parked round the corner. Got time to give me a hand with these?" "Sure." Falk picked up the nearest one and followed Charlie along the footpath to a shady side street. When they reached his truck, Falk helped him heave one bag into the back, then the other. "Thanks." Charlie unlocked the driver's door but didn't open it. Instead, he leaned against the side. "Listen, it's so bloody hard to talk at home right now. People everywhere." He flashed Falk a grin. "There's not usually this much mayhem, by the way. It's mostly just me and Shane a lot of the time, getting on with things. You can hear yourself think at least." "Right. Yeah. So anyway, I think Rita might have mentioned, but if you were maybe looking to hang around Marilee..." "No." Falk's internal response was immediate, but he stopped himself before he spoke. Charlie caught it in his face anyway. "That brother of mine giving me dud info, is he? Wouldn't be the first time." "Sorry." Falk shook his head. "Go on." "Well, the thing is, the business is bigger than it used to be. It's outgrowing the setup I've got, so I'm having to start to think ahead. I've got Shane, obviously, and the casuals and seasonal teams, but I need someone else year-round. Steady pair of hands to help me and Shane." "With what, though?" "God, all of it." Charlie laughed. "If you can find your way around a spreadsheet and a tractor, we'd keep you busy. Don't worry about that. Doesn't have to be a boss-employee thing either, if that's what you're worried about. We could do a contractor arrangement if you want. That's what Shane has. I could pull together some numbers, see if it's even in the ballpark for you." "Charlie, mate, I know nothing about wine." "I can tell that." But he was smiling. "It's agricultural at this end anyway, but to be honest, it's better to have people who aren't too fond of the finished product." Charlie looked at Falk and shrugged. "I don't know, mate. I realise it's a bit out of the blue, but from what Greg's told me over the years, you'd be good. There's nothing in this business you couldn't learn if you wanted to." "What about Shane? What would he think?" Falk wondered why he was even asking. "Shane's the one who suggested it. I know how he seems, but he's a lot more switched on than he comes across sometimes. Can spot an opportunity when he sees it." Falk considered that. "I'm not an accountant, you know," Falk said. "Seriously. It's one thing helping Shane out with a couple of invoices, but I'm not trained or qualified. It's not what I do." "Understood," Charlie said. "I bet you're good at dealing with them, though." Falk had to smile at that. He said nothing for a minute, instead looking down the shady street at the town beyond. At the junction, a woman greeted a couple with delight as they spotted each other crossing the road. Beyond, 3 old men sitting outside the pub were arguing good-naturedly, cold beers in front of them. The afternoon sky was a dazzling blue above, and on the far-off horizon, the rolling hills sat lazy and lush. "No offence if you're not keen," Charlie said, and Falk could tell he meant it. "It's not that, it's..." Falk stopped. What was it? So many things. He shrugged. "I mean, when did you last consider uprooting your life?" "Well, never." Charlie grinned and waved towards the town, the clear sky, the green hills, the flourishing vineyards invisible beyond. "But I already get to live here." Falk smiled. "I suppose that's true." "Anyway," Charlie pulled the truck door open now. "No pressure, just wanted to flag it just in case." "Okay, thank you," Falk said. "Really. The vineyard's great and I appreciate the offer. You don't need to thank me, you'd be helping me out too." Charlie started the engine and raised a hand out of the window. "Take some time. Mull it over." Falk watched him pull away and then stood for a while in the peaceful, shady street. He didn't need any time because he didn't need to consider it. But as he walked to his own car and drove to Gemma's house, Falk wasn't entirely surprised to find he could think about nothing else. Chapter 31. Joel answered the door. Falk had pulled up outside Gemma's cottage, parking in the shade of the eucalyptus trees, and sat there for a while, listening to the soft sounds of the leaves rustling around him. Eventually he'd got out and rung the bell. "Hey, Gemma's on her way." Joel stepped back to let Falk into the hall. He had his thumb wedged between the pages of a novel. "She texted to say you might get here first. You want a drink or something?" "No, you're all right, thanks, mate." Falk followed him through to the kitchen, where Joel filled a glass of water from the tap. He drank deeply, downing half of it in one go, then swallowed. "You and Gemma heading out somewhere?" "Yeah." Falk hesitated. "What are you up to?" "I'm covering a first aid shift at the festival, so don't worry." Joel gulped the rest of his water and flashed a grin. "You don't have to invite me along." Falk smiled back. "Our loss." He was glad, though. It wouldn't have been the end of the world, but he hadn't really planned for a 3-person event. "Even if I wasn't working, I should probably be studying anyway." Joel sighed and tossed the book he'd been reading face up on the counter. On the cover was a pale watercolour picture of a girl in a long dress and a bonnet. "When do exams start?" "First one's in a few weeks." "Then off to uni?" Falk said as Joel nodded. "And then what, eventually?" "Law, I think." The boy didn't sound entirely enthused. "Something that gets me a job somewhere else anyway." "You don't like it here?" "It's not that, it's just boring." "Find it a bit quiet?" "Yeah." Joel looked at Falk like nothing could be more obvious. "Because it is." "It's not always a bad thing, though." Falk looked out through the kitchen doors to the veranda, where he sat with Gemma the first night he'd been there. The bushland was deep and still, and he could hear the lorikeets calling to each other. Sometimes that can actually be a good thing. Joel was staring at him with a slight frown, unsure whether or not he was meant to respond. Falk didn't blame him. He cleared his throat. "Listen, I had a closer look at your video of the accident." "Yeah?" Joel straightened immediately against the kitchen counter. "Don't get excited, though. It was small stuff in the end." Falk pulled out his phone. "It's a bit hard to see on this screen, but..." "I've got it on the computer." Joel put down his empty glass with a clatter and motioned for Falk to follow. Joel's bedroom was marginally neater than Falk might have expected, but that wasn't saying a lot. The boy swept an armload of assorted junk aside so Falk could lean in to see the screen on the desk. "Yeah, there." Falk pointed as Joel pulled up the video and paused it. He explained about the glass and told him what both Shane and Sergeant Dwyer had said. "So it doesn't really take things forward, I'm sorry." The boy was silent for a long time, trawling back and forth through the footage. "Someone was trying to hide what they'd done," he said finally, "while Dad was still down there in the water?" "It's possible, yeah." "Who would do that?" "People do all kinds of things when they're scared or desperate," Falk said. "I'm not excusing it, it doesn't make it right, but it happens." "Unbelievable." Joel shook his head, his eyes still on the screen. He had one hand on the mouse, and with the other he absently reached across his desk and picked up a slender plastic jar. The container had been kept separate from the rest of the clutter, tucked in carefully at the end of a stack of books. It was a cheap screw-top thing, small enough to fit in Joel's palm, and the boy rolled it between his fingers as he scrolled with his other hand. Something was rattling around inside that Falk couldn't make out. Then Joel sighed and put it down, and the contents suddenly became clear. Falk blinked. "What have you got in there, mate?" he asked, but he had guessed now. Inside there were a few small shards of wood, raw brown on one side, blue on the other. "Paint samples from the broken barrier," Joel said, without looking up from the screen. "Seriously? Can I see?" "Sure." Joel pushed the jar towards him. It was an ordinary container, nothing official about it. Falk held it up and peered at the contents. The wooden shards inside were rough and uneven. He looked at the boy, who was still staring at the screen. Did you get these yourself, from the accident scene? Yeah, a couple of days later. Scraped off a few bits with a penknife. Joel sensed Falk's surprise and looked up. What can I say? I watched a lot of movies. And he was my dad. And he was gone. And no one seemed to be able to tell me what was going on. He shrugged, his voice quieter. I don't know, it just felt weird to leave it all to be cleared away like it had never happened. Falk could understand that. But still, he imagined Joel, 12 years old, down there alone, penknife chipping against the wood. Does Gemma know? Yeah, she didn't like having it in the house at first, but Joel's expression softened a little. I really wanted to keep it, so she let me. Falk turned the jar over in his hand, then stepped closer to the window to get a better look. He moved aside a dusty collection of Star Wars figurines and held the container up to the light. Can I open this? Yeah, Joel said. I do all the time. It's not a scientific sample or anything. In Falk's palm, the wood fragments were long and thin. He turned each one carefully to see the painted side. When he'd heard the car involved in the accident was blue, Falk had been picturing something different, he realised now. Something brighter, sportier. This was a dull, flat tone. Falk turned the splinters back and forth, watching the colour change a little as it caught the light. He closed his eyes briefly and visualised a whole car painted this shade. The side panels, the doors, around the headlights. He ran through makes and models in his head, picturing something large and then compact, old and then new, in motion and still, and... Falk opened his eyes and stared at the wood chips. Deep in his consciousness, something twitched in recognition. What was it? Had he seen this car before? Falk closed his eyes again and tried to tease it out. He thought about the parking lot at the festival, and the rows and rows of vehicles with their paintwork glinting under the sun or reflecting the lights at night. There. He could easily imagine a car that would fit the bill, but could he remember one? From down the hall came the sound of the front door squeaking open and then clicking shut. Both Falk and Joel turned at the noise. Hello? Gemma called. I'm back. Joel quickly touched the mouse to close the video on the computer screen and glanced at the jar in Falk's hand. She's not sad the way she used to be. Joel's voice was low. But she doesn't like to be reminded of it. Right. Falk slipped the wood chips back into the container, screwed the lid on and placed it carefully on the desk. He turned away, then immediately back again. He picked up the jar and held it to the light, then pulled out his phone and snapped a photo. He made sure to capture the paint colour on the wood, just in case he ever saw it again. Chapter 32. The winding road leading out of town was just as empty as it had been a few days earlier when Falk had driven in alone from Melbourne. He found it a little hard to believe it hadn't been longer than that, and counted back through the week to make sure he was right. Either way, he was enjoying the drive more this time. A lot of things were better with Gemma around. She was sitting in the passenger seat, and music played softly from the radio as they wound their way up through the hills. Gemma tapped the window as they passed the spot where she'd come off her mountain bike as a 10-year-old and broken her right wrist in 3 places. Falk told her about the time his mate Luke had persuaded him at age 11 to join him on their school roof, and he'd slipped and fractured his left elbow. Just in the one place, but they'd both been lucky not to break their necks in hindsight. The bushland grew heavier on both sides, filtering the light of the low sun, and eventually Falk stopped talking and started watching the side of the road. When he saw what he thought he was looking for, he touched the brakes. The gap immediately seemed to disappear. He glanced at the deserted road behind in the rearview mirror, then slowed some more. No, you're right, it's there. Gemma pointed to an almost invisible opening in the foliage. By that big tree? See it? I do now, thanks. Falk grinned as he turned the steering wheel. You've guessed our surprise destination then? I have. Gemma laughed, but she kept her eyes on him a moment longer, as though learning something new. I'm still surprised, though. That's good. Falk followed the hidden track, bumping along the rough ground until the bushland thinned and then opened entirely. The spectacular lookout was yet again better than he remembered. The Marilee Valley stretched out below, its vibrant patchwork of greens now bathed in a deep orange glow from the sun hanging heavy in the enormous sky. There was no one else there, Falk was happy to see as he pulled the car to a stop in the clearing. "Oh my God," Gemma said as they got out. "You know, it's been absolutely years since I've been up here. You forget how good it is." She nodded back towards the hard-to-spot track. "This used to be a bit of a local secret, or does every city blow-in know it now?" "I don't think all of us yet." Falk smiled. "Rako showed me last year." "Well, I think we can forgive him." Gemma wandered to the edge and Falk joined her at the barrier. "As long as you're careful. Last time I was here, I brought a friend visiting from the States and she dropped her phone over the side." "Seriously? That was gone, I'm guessing?" Falk looked down at the impenetrable tangle of bushland far below. The dense canopy covered the ground. "Yeah, no chance. And it was a beta prototype she was testing, so—" "She took the loss with humour and good grace?" "You can imagine. I felt really bad, but what could we do? You can't get down there, but she didn't really understand the bushland around here. In the end, I had to drive all the way around the perimeter to convince her she couldn't hike in." She smiled over at him. "So that soured the afternoon a little." "Good to know." Falk turned away from the edge and headed back across the clearing. "I'll keep hold of my belongings." "That's a strong start." Gemma watched with curiosity as he unlocked the car trunk. "What have you got there, anyway?" "Well..." Falk pulled out his bags of shopping from earlier and carried them over to the small picnic table. "I know you said the other night at the festival that you didn't need champagne and sunsets." He unfolded a tablecloth over the battered surface, then laid out 2 glasses and unzipped a chiller bag. "But then, I was thinking, no one needs champagne and sunsets. They're just nice to have. Buy houseplants or free Wi-Fi." "Seriously?" Gemma came over to the table. She was laughing, but the delight was real, he could tell. "That's what we're doing tonight, champagne and sunsets." "Yeah, I thought we could give it a go. Although it's technically a multi-award-winning sparkling wine from the Marilee region," Falk said, pulling the bottle from the chiller bag and reading the label. "It's one of the world-class ones, so I thought it made more sense with your connection to the local producers. And..." He rummaged through another bag. "I've got a bottle stopper and some sparkling water as well, because as much fun as this is, I'm driving and you're back on duty later." "That's very responsible. Also," Falk looked at his watch, "I've checked today's sunset time and we actually have to head off pretty much as soon as it's done to get you back on site by the end of your break." He glanced up. Gemma was leaning against the table, her head tilted as she watched him, and he stopped. "Is this all okay?" "Aaron." She stepped around the picnic bench so they were face to face. She put her hands around his waist and he could feel the warmth of her skin through his shirt. "Practical romance is my absolute favourite kind." "Yeah? Because some people don't like it." "Some people don't know how to live." He opened the bottle and she poured, and they sat on the bench together, backs resting against the table as they watched the sun sink towards the hill. Overhead, the sky slowly changed, the colours growing rich and deep. After a while, Gemma sighed contentedly and stretched out her legs in front of her. "God, this is nice. Pretty great for a Monday night." It was, Falk thought. Right up there. "I can see why you like living here." "Yeah?" She looked over. "Fair warning, it's not always like this. Only when someone pulls out an unexpectedly lovely sweeping romantic gesture. You might find it hard to believe, but this is my very first sweeping romantic gesture." "Really? Amazing debut." "Thanks, I'm happy you like it, although I have to say this bloody sunset." Falk tipped his empty glass towards the glorious dying blaze, beautiful but brief. "Is starting to feel a bit like a metaphor." "So Gemma, look, can we try and work something out for after I leave? Please." He really wanted the answer to be yes this time. He hadn't realised quite how much until he'd asked the question. "Well," Gemma started, but she was already nodding and he felt a wave of relief. "I mean, of course. Obviously. I'd love to work something out too." A tiny frown crossed her face. That's never really been the issue. It's more what that would look like. Yeah, I know. But what was left of the light was dazzling, and Gemma leaned her head back and shut her eyes as she thought for a minute. I mean, Joel leaves for uni next year. She turned her head and squinted at him. Maybe that changes the equation a bit. Yeah? An instant spark of hope flared, but Falk kept it contained. The festival still needs to be run, though. It does, but I suppose I'm hardly the only person in the world who could do that. You're too good at it to just stop, though. Would there be something similar you'd be interested in doing? Something where? He could tell she was considering it at least. In Melbourne. For example, that would obviously be highly convenient for me. Falk smiled. He put his empty glass down and reached for her hand, their fingers intertwining. But it is also the nation's cultural capital, thriving arts and events scene. I know that. Gemma nudged him affectionately. Because Melburnians are always telling me so. What can I say? We're very proud of it. And it's true. Fair enough. She laughed, and they looked at each other for a long moment. Finally, she shrugged. And yes, probably. I'm sure if I asked around, I could find something else. Gemma's eyes left his face and she turned back to the view over the valley. Falk watched her as she gazed out. The town below looked far away and peaceful in the dusk. I understand it's not only about the festival, though, he said. No, she smiled. But it's hard to explain without sounding really insular. Have a go. I suppose... Gemma thought for a minute. There's a lot of good everyday stuff that comes with living here. Little things add up. Having close friends, recognising faces in the street, no commute. I like having time to read the books for book club, being able to stop for a spontaneous coffee with someone. I love the seasons here, the way the vines change. I always have. I missed that when I was away. And it's our friends and neighbours, obviously. The way they stepped up and were there for me and Joel when we needed it. You don't get that everywhere. No. Gemma's eyes were still on the valley. You don't. And I've met people over the years, like when I was in the US. People who you just know will spend their whole lives chasing after something they hope will make them happy. And okay, that looks different for everyone, and I'm not saying I couldn't be happy somewhere else, because of course I could. But you're happy now? Here? I am. She turned to him now. The sun was almost gone. The sky was growing deeper above them. The first star was out. I think our grass here is really green. Falk looked at her. Stay or go? The question felt bigger out here. He took a breath. Charlie asked if I wanted to work at the vineyard. Gemma said nothing at first, and he could almost hear her thinking. Well, now that would be highly convenient for me. She smiled. A big change, though. Yeah. Too big? Falk paused, then nodded. I think it might be. I'm sorry. No. Gemma squeezed his hand. Seriously, you don't have to be sorry for not wanting to chuck in your whole career. Especially for someone you barely know. I mean, neither of us should be. She rested back against the table. It's good that work's important to you. And the AFP still needs someone to crack all those cases. Falk smiled. She was close enough that he could detect the faint scent of her shampoo and fabric softener. When he breathed in, it reminded him of being in her bedroom, with the sun on the sheets. He could feel himself slipping into somewhat uncharted territory. I suppose work is pretty important to me. Definitely on some level. When he spoke again, he took his time. A quiet truth that he'd rarely, if ever, acknowledged was slowly shaping itself into words, and he wanted to explain it right. That's not really why I can't see myself leaving, though. No? No, I mean, that's part of it. Falk hesitated. But it's more that walking away from the job doesn't feel like a real option because... He stopped again. He knew what he wanted to say, but he'd never voiced it out loud before. Because I feel like I've sacrificed too much for it. I don't just mean the long hours and evenings and weekends. I'm talking about things going back years. Okay, for instance, having started, Falk found he couldn't stop. Why did I stay at uni to study all the time instead of going home to visit Dad? The example presented itself to him fully formed. There were so many weekends when I could have gone to watch the footy with him or catch up for a drink or something. So many. I knew he wanted me to. But I never did. Because I was working hard to get the grades I needed to move ahead. And I did get them. But Dad and I didn't get to the footy. The words carried the acid prickle of a shameful admission, but when Falk looked over, Gemma didn't seem disapproving or even surprised. She was simply listening, and he could feel the soft, steady movement of her breathing next to him as he spoke. And there are other times I let people I really cared about slip away, he went on. And I could give you lots of reasons why, but the fact I couldn't find much time for them has always played a part. Always. I've skipped birthdays, things that matter. Stuff that doesn't, but kind of does as well. Friday night drinks, swims at the beach. Relationships have just faded. I barely see the Rakos, who were honestly the best friends I've ever had. The hills were dark outlines against the night now. Falk could hear the soft hum and rustle of the bushland around them. The familiar sounds like fragments of conversations and faces he hadn't realised he even remembered. The job is demanding. It is, but I knew it would be. And I knew I'd have to give up all kinds of things over the years that I can't get back now. And maybe that's okay. But to drop it mid-career, it would feel like... He found it physically hard to say the words. Like that was for nothing. Gemma nodded, her face hard to read in the dark. The sun was completely gone. Anyway, so, yeah, that's why. Falk cleared his throat and dredged up a small smile as he checked his watch. But, look, it's probably time we... Gemma didn't move, other than to touch his hand. Her palm was warm and solid. We can be a little late. Falk hesitated, but then settled back on the bench. They sat together in silence for another minute, the night drawing in around them. Sunk costs are gone, he said. I can accept that. You can't get them back, but... He stopped again. They still cost you something. Gemma was watching him with that expression again, like she was seeing something new. I know. It's hard to walk away from that. Yeah, it really is. She said nothing at first, thinking. Eventually she took a breath. I can't speak for other people in your life, Aaron, because I don't know them. Her eyes met his. But you knew them, and if you cared about them, I'm assuming they were fairly decent, reasonable people. Falk had to smile at that. Mostly, as far as I know. So would they understand? She said. If they'd heard what you just said? He thought about it. The answer was clearer than he'd expected. Probably. They'd forgive you? He looked over. I can see where you're going with this. So that's a yes? Yeah, I think so. And now that a bit of time's passed, would any of these normal, decent people have a huge problem with you forgiving yourself? He made himself consider, but he found he already knew the answer. No. The word itself felt like a release. I mean, of course they wouldn't. He looked across at Gemma. She still didn't seem surprised. What kind of farming was your dad in? She said after a moment. Back in your old town. Sheep, was it? Yeah. What was his general position on chasing losses? Falk smiled. He thought it was bullshit. I'll bet he did. Gemma smiled back. And look, only you know what's going to be best for you, so I'm really not pushing one way or the other. As much as I'd love to, I'm not. But I do think it's worth stopping and looking around once in a while. Take stock. See if anything's changed over time. Falk didn't reply. He gazed out across the darkened valley once more. Then he got up from the bench and reached for her hand. Gemma stood too and stepped in close as he wrapped his arms tight around her. He buried his face in her hair, and the smell of the shampoo and fabric softener blurred with the relief of the conversation and the memory of her sheets in the afternoon sun. "Thank you," he said, and he felt her shrug lightly against him and hug him tighter. "Thank you too. This was perfect, by the way. Sweeping, romantic, so practical." Falk smiled, his lips against her head. Night had fallen fully, he realised, when they eventually pulled apart. "Well, I could seriously stay here for hours." He glanced at the sky and reluctantly checked his watch again. "But we had better head off if we're going to get you back." Gemma touched Falk's chest gently with her fingertips and looked up into his face. "Do you know what my second favourite romantic trait is?" "I'm hoping it's punctuality." "You read my mind." Chapter 33. They drove back to the festival in a silence that was warm and relaxed, if not fully contented. Unresolved decisions, Falk supposed. He watched the winding road ahead as Gemma stared out of the window, both wrapped deep in their own thoughts. The streets grew busier as they neared the grounds, and when Falk turned into the parking lot, Gemma sighed and pulled out her phone. She scrolled through her messages and Falk glanced across at the passenger seat. "Didn't miss too much?" "No, it all seems—" She paused though, her finger hovering above the screen. He manoeuvred into a parking space as she tapped a button and lifted the phone to her ear. Falk could hear the tinny whisper of a voicemail and looked over in time to catch her frown. "Everything okay?" he asked as she lowered the phone. There was another pause, a little longer this time. Gemma was staring at her screen, her face lit by the artificial glow. "Has Greg called you as well?" she asked. Falk turned off the engine and reached for his own phone. A few work messages, but nothing from Reiko. What did he want? Gemma was listening to the voicemail again. She hung up and clicked the screen to black. The lights from the festival entrance shone bright through the car windshield, and the sounds of music and crowds floated through the air. "He wants to know exactly when I last saw Kim." "Does he say why?" "No." Falk kissed Gemma goodbye inside the main gates and watched her disappear down the path in the direction of the festival headquarters. When she was gone, he took out his phone and tried Reiko, listening to the ringtone on the other end. No answer. Falk thought for a minute, then set off in the direction of the vineyard stall. The Monday night festival crowd was lighter and easier to navigate, and Falk could see further ahead than he was used to. He spotted Reiko's family and friends gathered around the stall before any of them saw him. The casual workers were once again behind the table, smiling and pouring for customers, and Falk saw Charlie unloading a crate of bottles. Shane was there as well, leaning against a post, chatting to someone. As he laughed and shifted his weight, Falk saw a blonde head appear. Naomi. She was laughing too. "Hey, you made it." Falk felt a hand on his arm and turned at the voice. Rita. "How was your evening?" she asked, interested but not intrusive. "It was really nice, thanks." "Well, it's about to get even better because we're heading over to tackle the kids' rides in a minute." She grinned. "If you want to join me for the walk, please say yes." "I would, but—" Falk scanned the group. Across the track, Reiko's older brother Ben was shepherding his various children out of the way of passers-by while managing to simultaneously hold a conversation with Rowan. Zoe was watching them from her stroller, looking bored. "Where's Greg?" "He's with Eva and Zara. They've gone to see Joel at the first aid station." "By the east exit. Did he say why?" "No, just to say hello, I think." Rita had caught the note in his voice, though, and frowned. "They should be back soon." "Right." Falk's eyes met hers. She'd lived with a police officer long enough that some things could go unsaid. "Listen, has he mentioned anything to you?" "About what? Kim?" Yeah. Not to me. Not today, anyway. Rita shifted her weight to glance beyond Falk, over to where the rest of the family was starting to move, gathering up children and belongings. She turned back. Go and talk to him. You know where we'll be. The east of the site was as empty as always, and Falk passed only a handful of people after he cleared the rides and stalls and drew closer to the exit. He spotted Reiko straight away, standing alone, a few steps beyond the rope that hung across the break in the fence. He had his back turned and his arms folded across his chest as he stared out at the bushland. Joel and Zara were watching him in silence from the first aid station, while Eva played with Joel's blood pressure cuff. They all looked up as Falk came nearer, and he caught a flash of relief across the teenagers' faces. How long had Reiko been standing there like that? Falk raised a hand to them, then ducked under the rope himself. Reiko turned at the sound. Oh, g'day. His voice was flat, and his eyes slid straight back to the reservoir track. He wasn't smiling. Hi, mate, Falk said, stepping onto the path beside him. They stood shoulder to shoulder, looking down to where the body of water lay hidden beyond the trees. Falk hesitated, but only for a moment. If he couldn't trust Reiko, he couldn't trust anyone. Gemma says the answer is around 15 months before Kim disappeared. Right. Reiko didn't sound surprised. He looked over, caught Falk's expression, and his voice changed. Don't worry, I've asked everyone. Yeah, when they last saw Kim. Falk felt a tiny thread of relief run through him. He hadn't really been worried, but still. Ahead, the silvery shadows on the trail shifted as the breeze rustled the trees. Why? Just trying to get it clear in my head, Reiko said. So around 15 months, Gemma reckons, since she had significant contact with Kim. He nodded. Sounds about right. Does it? Falk frowned, trying to follow. Naomi says the same. Shane reckons a bit longer for him. Zara was in touch more often as you'd expect, but even she found Kim hard to get hold of. Charlie says he hadn't seen her in person for a full year. Rita and I hadn't seen her in 2. Okay. A fair while then, Falk thought, for all of them. But he wasn't sure what. Daddy! They both turned to see Eva on the other side of the exit. Can we go? Zara was following a few paces behind and shrugged an apology. She said she's had enough. No worries. Don't blame you, mate, Reiko said, ducking under the rope and taking his daughter's hand. Yeah, let's go. He turned to Zara. You coming too? Zara hesitated, then glanced towards Joel, who was patiently tidying up the equipment Eva had been fiddling with. I think I'll stay here for a while. All right. Come on, Eva, we'll find Mum at the rides. Eva extended her other hand to Falk, swinging herself between him and Reiko as they headed back into the site. The sounds and music grew louder as they drew closer to the attractions, the crowd filling in around them. So what's going on, mate? Falk said as they walked. I really don't know. Been thinking, I suppose, Reiko said over his daughter's head. I mean, I get it that Rob Dwyer has a hard time believing Kim didn't talk to any of us on the night. For what it's worth, I can take his point on that. He shrugged. But it was a really busy night. And then when Zoe was found alone, it didn't feel like a stretch to chalk up the whole night to Kim behaving out of character. Reiko's mouth was a hard line as he swung his daughter. Screams from the rides echoed in the night air. But the thing is, avoiding us wasn't out of character for Kim lately, he said. It hadn't been for a while. Rita was right the other day saying that Kim wouldn't have come to the christening. She probably wouldn't have. She'd been pulling away. You don't think it was just a distance thing? Falk felt the weight of Eva's small hand gripping his. Her moving to Adelaide? Maybe some mental health issues in there as well? Well, yeah, I did think that. But if I take a step back, it feels like there's more to it. On one hand, okay, it's a few unreturned phone calls, or Kim not mentioning that she'd left her job, or never getting around to visiting. But for her to drift away from everyone she used to be close to feels... Reiko shrugged. Deliberate, I suppose. That night at the festival wasn't unusual. It was how things were between us and Kim. It's like she was gone before she was even gone. They slowed on the path to let a children's mini-train on wheels trundle across in front of them, groups of energetic kids and their tired-looking parents waving from the carriages. Eva dropped Falk's and Reiko's hands to wave back, and they both dutifully did the same. "They friends of yours, Eva?" Falk asked as she enthusiastically waved them off into the distance, and she looked at him like it was a silly question. "No, it's what you're supposed to do here." Her tone had enough of Rita in it that Falk had to smile. "It's fun." "You know what? You're right, Eva. It is." With the track ahead clear once more, they walked on, the lights from the rides throwing bright colours onto their faces. Falk turned back to Reiko, and had opened his mouth when the words simply disappeared. It happened without warning as, in a dormant part of his mind, something stirred. Whatever it was shifted, heavy and stubborn, only to resettle awkwardly. It left behind a mild but distinctly uncomfortable sensation, as though Falk had forgotten something he really needed to remember. He blinked in confusion. What had triggered that? He walked on, doing his best to fade out the noise and bustle around him as he tried to capture the thought. A few paces ahead, Eva pointed at some people on a ride. And there it was again, another unwieldy shudder before the sensation sank back into the depths. The uneasy feeling lingered though, pulsing and persistent. There was too much going on around for Falk to get a clear read. Still he waited. Nothing more. Finally he gave up and looked over at Reiko. "So what are you thinking?" Falk said, with Kim. "I don't know. I mean, it probably doesn't add much in real terms. Doesn't change the fact that Zoe was found alone, or that Kim must have taken herself out of that east exit, or that her shoe turned up in the water. But I can think of a few reasons someone might cut themselves off. And none of them are good. It's a red flag any way you look at it." Reiko glanced down at his daughter. "You know, if a report like that came across my desk at work, especially with a baby involved, I'd have been asking questions straight away. Getting some of the health teams involved. I'd be thinking maternal welfare checks, that kind of thing." New lines formed on his face. "You can be too close sometimes. See what you expect to see, not what's really in front of you." The alert pulsing in Falk's head ratcheted up a whole notch. "There's Mummy!" Eva pointed, and up ahead Falk could see Rita standing by one of the baby rides. The concern hadn't quite left her eyes. Charlie was there too, talking to his older brother and Rowan, all three leaning in to hear each other over the music. Shane was checking his phone, frowning at the screen, but Naomi was nowhere to be seen. On the far side of the track, the Ferris wheel rose up into the sky. It creaked and groaned through its lazy rotation. "You coming over?" Reiko said to Falk as Eva pulled on his hand. "Yeah, I will. Be there in a sec." Falk slowed and stepped clear of the path. He watched Eva run ahead of her dad, arms outstretched, and suddenly found himself picturing her just a few minutes earlier, waving at the train ride, sounding a lot like her mother. The alert was coming faster and louder now because in Falk's head that thing that felt so heavy and stale and worn was moving again. Not just moving, but taking on a different shape. He closed his eyes and forced himself to focus. The shape was something he recognised, but as he turned it over and then over again, it shifted and reformed in an unexpected way, catching a new light. And different shadows too. Ones that made it look both familiar and like something else entirely. Falk's eyes flicked open. He stepped onto the path and walked a few fast paces, stopping when he reached the base of the Ferris wheel. We see what we expect to see. Falk ignored what was right in front of him and instead cast his mind back, recreating the scene in front of him as clearly as he possibly could. This same spot, 12 months earlier. What had happened? Gemma and Naomi had been there, a short distance along that same path, their heads close as they spoke. Rowan too, underneath the wheel itself, chatting to the Queensland tourists. Elsewhere on the grounds out of sight, Reiko and Rita had been there with their children. Shane and Charlie at the vineyard store, Zara making her way to the bushland party, Joel, lovesick and alone at the first aid station, and Falk himself, here in this spot. We see what we expect to see. Falk looked up, because now he was thinking about more than just that moment last year. He was thinking about other things too. About Kim on the phone to Charlie and Zara. What was said and what wasn't said. And Joel at the east exit sticking to his story. And Reiko checking the fence perimeter. And the most efficient and terrifying way to make a parent do anything you might want them to do. And how Eva Reiko, like her mother, was sometimes so very right. We see what we expect to see. Falk gazed at the Ferris wheel, up to the top carriages rising high in the air. He lifted his arm and waved. He waited. We see what we expect to see. A dozen hands waved back. Gone before she was gone. Chapter 34. Kim. Charlie was calling her again. Kim saw his name on her screen. She was sitting in the passenger seat of her husband's car, her 6-week-old daughter asleep in the back. It had been a while, but she still recognised the bushland surrounding them. They were about half an hour from Marralee. Kim glanced sideways at Rowan. His eyes were fixed on the road, carefully navigating the turns, travelling just below the speed limit. Had he seen Charlie's name on the screen? She couldn't be sure. Are you going to get that? Her husband didn't look at her when he spoke. Kim's problems with Charlie hadn't begun with Dean Tozer's death, but it was then that they'd started to get worse. Charlie had taken to disappearing for long stretches on his own, coming back with grief clinging to him like vapour. Whenever Kim tried to talk to him, her attempts were brushed away, gently at first and then later with a dash of impatience. Silence and sadness crept through their house, seeping into the fabric of their days. Kim found herself alone a lot of the time, standing in the kitchen, staring out at long rows of vines as she made a cup of tea or washed out Zara's lunchbox, listening for the sound of Charlie's key in the door. She knew those lost hours were being spent down at the reservoir, but the very first time she'd asked him about it, he'd lied, automatically and badly. That was unusual enough to be unsettling for them both, and Kim hadn't asked again. She hadn't really needed to. She knew Charlie well enough to guess why he was going. He needed space to grieve for his friend in a way he felt he couldn't around anyone else, including Kim herself. And she understood that, but still, this didn't feel right. It was the hint of shame around the whole thing that bothered her most, especially after she started to suspect Shane was doing the same. Kim just hung around her empty kitchen, slamming drawers in frustration. They all missed Dean, and his death felt like a body blow. Of course it did. None of them needed to hide that from each other. She was desperate to throw some sunlight and air on their mutual pain, sit down together and open a bottle of something good and fill their glasses. Say out loud the words she was sure they were thinking so they could all agree it was a horrible shit thing to have happened. And yes, it still really hurt. Charlie wouldn't give her the chance. He seemed able to sense the conversation coming, even while Kim was still drawing breath, and immediately was so busy or dead tired or just grabbing his keys on his way out. He still went absent for hours at a time. Kim banged the cutlery drawer closed so hard the knives rattled, apparently safe and secure in the knowledge that she wouldn't come to the reservoir to find him. She was considering it, though. Kim would go to the reservoir if she had to. She simply preferred not to, but she would. And then, almost as if Charlie had been able to tell what she was thinking, he'd stopped going overnight. It didn't help. The little arguments that had been brewing even before Dean died began flaring again like spot fires. Kim could sense both herself and Charlie keeping constant watch, racing to put them out before they ran too far. It was exhausting for him too, she could tell. They both wanted to stop. They tried. They just didn't seem to be able to. They only fought about small things, Kim would think as she lay awake at night, exhausted and fractious, listening to Charlie's slow breathing. But for how long did small stuff stay small? How many years until it all added up into something too big to ignore? Kim stared at the ceiling, counting how many years she'd been with Charlie, and thought she knew the answer to that. She had known for a while, she suspected. Sometimes Kim would catch an unexpected glimpse of Charlie, trudging through the vineyard or avoiding her gaze at the dinner table, and he'd seem older and bigger and worn in a way that she could barely reconcile with the clear-eyed boy from that first autumn day. She could still remember the sound of his voice, though. Calling out to her all those years ago as he chased her bike through the leaves, his face flushed when he'd caught up. "Hey," he'd said, breathless. "Hi." And it was, as 15-year-old Kim had written in her diary, love. Sometimes now, when Charlie occasionally laughed or they talked about their daughter, she could still take herself back to that moment. But a lot of the time, it felt like a story she'd heard about two other people. Dean's funeral had been a lurid nightmare. It hadn't even been a funeral, technically. It had been worse, a memorial service, because they still hadn't recovered his body. Everyone had been there. Rowan had driven back to Marralee to attend. Kim had been at the sink in the church kitchen fetching Gemma a glass of water, and had watched Rowan draw up and park his clean black car considerately in a difficult spot. He was on time and dressed in an understated charcoal suit, and she was struck by how he'd grown into the features that as a teenager had made him seem so awkward and self-conscious. Rowan had spotted her through the window. He'd smiled and raised a hand, his delight at seeing her transforming his face in a way that had caught Kim off guard. And she found herself, entirely inappropriately in that moment at the church sink, remembering how Charlie hadn't been the only boy who'd used to look at her like that. The next few hours had been focused on helping Gemma simply get through the ordeal, and Kim hadn't come face to face with Rowan again until people were leaving. She'd been collecting empty glasses on a tray, and she looked up to see him in his charcoal suit making their way across the room. Rowan had stopped every few paces, gathering up any used glasses in his path until both hands were full by the time he reached her. He'd held them out like an offering. "Thank you," she'd smiled, for what felt like the first time all afternoon. "How are you?" he'd asked. Kim was, she realised, happy to see him. They'd chatted as Rowan had helped her clear the rest of the tables. He'd been working for an engineering firm in Sydney for a few years, but was now heading up their operations in Adelaide. Next time she was in the city, she should let him know. They should catch up. It would be great to see her. And Charlie. Of course, they both readily agreed. And Charlie. Kim had been in Adelaide a few times after that. She had never called Rowan. She had never mentioned the conversation to Charlie either. Kim and Charlie had tried to work it out. Or maybe they hadn't, she sometimes thought later. They knew each other well enough to realise they'd reached the end, whatever was said or done. The separation had been sad and subdued. Charlie had dutifully asked her not to go, to give them another chance. But Kim had been able to detect the faint echo of relief beneath his words. She had been right at 15. It had been love. But they weren't teenagers anymore, and he was worn out too. He didn't argue too hard against Kim's suggestion that she and Zara make a fresh start in Adelaide. It wasn't far away, and they both knew they would slip back to each other if they stayed too close. Habit and loneliness weren't good enough reasons to be together. It was one thing when it was just the two of them, but they wouldn't do it to Zara, this uncertain back and forth. And things were good in Adelaide. Kim found a job she enjoyed at a firm run by a woman she'd collaborated with on a design brief a few years earlier. She took up Pilates, discovered a great farmers market. She was definitely happier, all things considered. If this breakup with Charlie felt worse than the ones that had come before, Kim thought, it was only because this time they both knew it was for good. Zara, for her part, seemed to be simply waiting for her mother to change her mind and take them home. She completed one full week at her new school in near silence, before looking at Kim over her untouched Friday night takeout and asking if she could please go back to Marralee. "Give it a chance," Kim had said. "How long?" "At least a year." "And then I can go back?" Kim wasn't about to make the rookie error of committing to that. But in a response that even she could tell reeked of desperation, she threw herself into showing Zara the best side of their new life. Months of movies and outings and restaurants and activities followed, until they were both exhausted, and Zara still no happier. It had been with a growing sense of despair that they'd found themselves yet again at Glenelg Beach one Sunday afternoon, Kim half-heartedly splashing around in the water and encouraging her sad-eyed daughter to swim. She had been right on the cusp of flinging their damp, sandy towels in a bag and calling it a day, when a jogger had unexpectedly slowed, then stopped. He'd shielded his eyes, squinting against the glare of the water. "Kim? That you?" And she discovered she was, once again, happy to see Rowan. At first it had been friendly coffees and platonic day trips. He'd actually managed to suggest a few things that even Zara had begrudgingly enjoyed. They'd taken it slow and steady, but Kim and Rowan had been something more than friends for 6 months before she finally told Charlie. "Great. Good to hear you're happy," Charlie had said. He was really trying to sound like he meant it, she could tell, which made her feel worse than anything else he could have done. But then he'd taken another breath. "So Rowan, eh?" There had been an odd note in his voice, followed by a very long pause. "You sure about that, Kim?" She had hung up. She was annoyed with herself later for not pushing back because, yes, thank you very much, Charlie, she was sure. Rowan had a reliable steadiness about him that Charlie had never had. Their relationship didn't have the same highs and lows that Kim was used to, but there was something about that she found intensely comforting. Rowan was thoughtful in a holistic way. He was considerate, and not only to her. He conducted daily life in a considered way. Before Rowan did anything, he thought it through. Kim and Charlie had had the argument anyway. Of course they had. But later, after she was engaged, when it had all suddenly seemed real. Charlie had driven down to pick up Zara for handover, and a passing comment about the house Kim now shared with Rowan had been clumsily delivered and badly received. And the two of them had found themselves throwing furious whispered words at each other in the walk-in pantry while Zara packed in her bedroom. "Made yourself very clear, Kim, don't you worry about that. But Rowan, for God's sake, he's not the right—" "What, and you are?" "No, God, no, not me. I am done, okay? I'm so tired of this. Be with Rowan if that's what you want, but don't you come crying to me about him, Kim. Understand? Please. I can't do it." Charlie had had tears in his eyes. "I don't want to hear it. Ever." "Fine, got it. Keep your voice down." Charlie was angry and lashing out because he was hurt. Kim knew. But so was she. Later, still more shaken than she'd expected to be, she had told Rowan about the fight. He'd reached for his bookmark and got up from the couch and wrapped his arms around her. "That's Charlie for you. I'm sorry." He held her, tight and firm. "For what it's worth, I think he's a bit jealous." That was true, Kim thought. But by then she knew Rowan better, and she suspected that Charlie was not the only one. They'd all been on their best behaviour after that. Charlie had apologised. Zara told Kim that he'd sat her down at their kitchen table at home in Marilee and calmly explained his part in the breakup and how the split wasn't Kim's fault, or not only her fault. It didn't seem to make a difference. Zara was still desperate to go home to the vineyard, but Kim was grateful that Charlie had at least tried. Their phone calls were now wholly and exclusively about Zara. They were short and rigid with courtesy. That was a reasonable outcome, Kim supposed, even if it felt like she was talking to someone she didn't know. She and Rowan invited Charlie to their wedding because Zara had expected it, and Kim couldn't see how they could avoid it. He had attended, Kim suspected, for the same reason. When the two men's paths crossed, both Rowan and Charlie were so jovial and good-natured that Kim wondered if she was the only one who could see they were both faking it. Zara didn't even try to fake it anymore. She never settled into their new life in the way Kim had hoped she would. Her pleading was incessant. "You said I only had to give it a year." "No, I said at least a year, Zara. But it's been nearly 2. Please." Kim braced herself for the arguments to escalate, but instead Zara seemed to sink lower, drawing further into herself in a way that was so much worse. Kim strung it out for another couple of months, hoping for a change of heart she knew wouldn't come. Eventually, after trying absolutely everything she could think of, she couldn't bear to see Zara so unhappy anymore. She called Charlie, and they agreed their daughter would return to Marilee, for now at least. Zara had cried when Kim had told her, deep, shuddering tears of relief. "Thank you." She had hugged her mother. "I just want you to be happy." It was, Kim told Rowan later, the worst day of her life. "Give us some time," he'd said gently. She's confused and upset. It's not like she's chosen Charlie over you." It was, though, Kim thought as soon as he said it. That was exactly what it was like. Zara had stepped seamlessly back into married life, the transition easy and effortless, and it turned out she wasn't confused and upset there. She was happy and she had friends, and as teenagers they all wanted nothing more than to go to the festival opening night party by the reservoir. The longest conversation Kim and Charlie had in more than a year was whether to allow Zara to go. "What do you think?" Charlie said. It was a good question. What did Kim think? "I actually do remember what it's like being your age," Kim had sometimes told Zara when they were still living under the same roof. "Believe it or not." But Kim didn't remember what it was like to be 16 at that bushland party. She remembered wanting to go. She remembered the crushing disappointment of missing it the year before because she'd been on holiday with her parents, returning to the gossip and buzz and the distinct feeling that she'd been left out of something special. She remembered fizzing with the anticipation of being part of it this time. But when the day came around, Kim and Charlie had been arguing. She remembered that too. He'd kept her waiting for 10 minutes at their meeting spot in the park, and when he'd finally arrived she was brooding and angry. And he couldn't seem to understand why, because it was only 10 bloody minutes after all. And okay, it was only 10 minutes. But the week before that, Charlie had completely forgotten they were supposed to meet at all. Kim had hung around for a whole hour then, before giving up and walking home alone, brushing away hot, furious tears. She hadn't told him, mainly because she was embarrassed at having waited for so long. They were still arguing over those 10 late minutes when they'd reached the campfire at the clearing. The party had already started, and they'd looked at each other, and it had occurred to Kim that if they were going to call a truce, this was the moment. If Charlie had moved first with a gentle touch or a whispered apology, she would have responded. She was certain he would do the same. But the seconds passed, and neither of them budged. Instead, Kim remembered this bit very well. She had turned her back on her boyfriend and opened her first beer of the night. There were bits and pieces after that. Snatches of chatter around the fire, laughter at a joke she couldn't follow. Charlie didn't come over to her. Someone took a photo and the flash was blinding. Charlie was standing next to some girl she didn't know. A drink slipped from Kim's hand and splashed all over her shoes. She was holding a new drink and her shoes were still wet. Charlie was talking to a different girl. Then, blackness. The campfire had gone out. No, not out. Kim just wasn't near it anymore. The bushland felt very still. She was lying down. Why was she lying down? Twigs and leaves were scratching her skin. She wanted to sit up. Her head spun and her ears rang in the silence all around. "Relax." The word came from somewhere in the dark. Kim's heart lurched, snatching her breath away. She wasn't alone. Who was there? She tried to ask but couldn't find the words. She could taste vomit. The trees formed inky patterns that spun against the night sky. A hand on her leg. Her skin crawling under its clammy weight. Blackness again. She could hear someone talking now, or whispering. Fast words that she couldn't catch. They sounded angry, Kim thought. They sounded angry with her. And then it was morning. The light was so sudden and bright it was painful. The sharp sticks and leaves had been replaced by cool, soft sheets. Kim was at home, lying in her own bed. She pushed back the blanket. She was wearing last night's clothes. They reeked of vomit and alcohol. When Naomi had arrived mid-morning, Kim had wanted her to laugh and say it was all no big deal, that Kim was being silly and that it was all nothing to worry about. But as they'd sat together on the fuzzy pink bedroom rug, Kim's whole body pulsing with a hangover and her mouth sticky and dry, they had looked at each other and Kim could see Naomi was in fact worried. Whatever had happened, it wasn't just nothing. Naomi filled in the blanks, some of them, but not one that Kim had been waiting for, and eventually she'd had to ask. "Who else was there? There was someone else, right?" A pause. "There was someone else?" "Yeah." Were they with you when you saw me? Kim could hear the bright, false optimism even as she spoke. Helping, maybe? No, Kim, no. Naomi's voice was odd. She sounded scared, Kim realized. No one was with me. Was someone there with you? I thought so. You saw them? Heard them. Relax. Kim could almost feel the breath of the word against her skin. She sucked in the stale air of her bedroom. Maybe not then. The backs of her arms and legs were patterned with faint red criss-cross scratches from the ground. If you didn't see anyone, I could be remembering wrong. Naomi didn't say anything to that. She just looked at Kim, who was wrapped in her dressing gown, her hair dripping from the shower. Your clothes from last night were a bit disgusting, I know, I'm sorry. They're in the washing machine. They weren't. Kim had dropped them into the laundry basket, then fished them straight out, scrunched them in a ball and stuffed them into the bin instead. There was no point keeping them. She already knew she wouldn't wear them again. Oh. Naomi felt quiet again. How are you feeling now? Are you okay? Yeah. Was she okay? Kim didn't allow the question to settle. Yes, I'm fine. Embarrassed, you know. It's just... Naomi had paused. I was thinking you could tell someone, if you wanted to. The police or someone, if... No. Kim's reply was quick. Naomi, no. What would I even say? No answer. I don't want anyone to find out how messy I got, you know? At the words, the icy trickle of a completely different type of fear began creeping through Kim. Their school was small. The post-party gossip was notoriously brutal. The gleeful buzz of rehashing what went right and what went wrong was only fun when it was about someone else. Naomi? Okay? I know. But what? Not even Charlie? He'd be upset, Kim knew immediately. Not with her. Even during their stupidest fights, he never got angry with her. But he'd blame himself. For being late to meet her at the park. For carrying on their ridiculous argument past the point that either of them wanted to. For not looking out for her. Charlie wasn't perfect, Kim knew. But neither was she. And whatever this was, it wasn't his fault. It wasn't hers either, a tiny voice whispered. But she pushed it aside. What she needed and wanted right then more than anything else was for everything to be back to normal. I just want to forget it. Kim was suddenly strangely grateful for the blackness in her head. She couldn't bring herself to hold last night too close to the light. Seriously, please don't tell anyone else, not even Charlie. Naomi had looked like she might try to argue, but at last she nodded. Okay. Kim felt weak with relief. Yeah, if that's what you want. It was. Kim had never again brought it up, so Naomi hadn't either. For a while afterwards, though, Kim had half feared new memories would resurface without warning. The sensation was strongest when she was down at the reservoir. The sight of the dense bushland with its hidden pockets would immediately trip something deep inside. It would creep over her, setting her heart pounding and sharp snaps of adrenaline zipping from her chest and through her limbs. Full fight or flight. It became almost unbearable, and yet it didn't help her remember anything. Whatever was hidden in the blackness stayed there. But Kim hated her reaction to the reservoir. She felt out of control and very alone down there. And so, without mentioning it to anyone, Kim simply stopped going altogether. Charlie noticed. Kim just didn't realize it until years later, one sunny afternoon not long after Zara was born. Charlie had been driving them home from a doctor's appointment, Zara tiny and soft, tucked up in her car seat in the back. They'd had a busy day already, and the quickest way home, Kim knew, would be to turn off the highway and carry on down the track past the reservoir. She never drove that way herself, but she wasn't the one behind the wheel now, and as they approached the turn, She felt the familiar, unwelcome response kick in. She was pressing her fingers lightly against the armrest, the intense prickling feeling already building in her chest, when she realised Charlie had stayed on the highway. He was taking the long way around. "Are we going somewhere else?" Kim had asked, surprise and relief washing through her. "No, just home." Without looking, he'd reached over and taken her hand. His voice was soft. "You really don't like it down there, hey?" Kim had stared at his familiar palm, so warm and solid, and she'd felt like she could breathe again. This wasn't the first time Charlie had done this, she'd realised, as she suddenly remembered all the times he'd quietly made it easy for her, taking the slower route without comment, or suggesting before Kim had to that they meet friends elsewhere for a walk. How long had he been doing that for her? She wasn't sure. Years, maybe. "I've never liked it down there." That wasn't the case, but Charlie didn't call her out on it. "I think the water or something creeps me out." He'd looked over then. "Yeah?" "I mean, you don't know what's out there." "No, I suppose not." He'd waited patiently until it was clear she wasn't going to say any more. "Well, whatever it is, we can just leave it alone out there if that's what you want." He smiled at her in her favourite way, the way that always reminded her of the very first time she'd seen him. "It doesn't have to come home with us." And that was so true, Kim thought, as Charlie had held her hand and driven her and their daughter back to their cosy, baby-proofed house surrounded by vines. She'd known in that moment that she could have told him everything, what she remembered, what she didn't, how that all made her feel. And she'd known it would be all right. Kim could tell Charlie, but she still didn't want to. Not because she was worried anymore, but because in that moment she felt other things too. Loved and safe, and suddenly determined that whatever had happened all those years ago, it didn't deserve to take up space that could be filled by happiness instead. So Charlie didn't know. But on the phone so many years later, discussing their teenage daughter and the annual party at the reservoir, Kim found herself wishing for the first time that he did. But it was too late now. They didn't have those kinds of conversations anymore. "Let Zara go," Kim said in the end. "Tell her to be careful." Kim had less time than she might have had to dwell on things back in Marilee, because here in Adelaide, for the first time in her life, work was not going well. Rowan had come along for Friday night drinks to celebrate the end of a successful campaign, and had been oddly subdued when they'd finally got home. "Hey, I thought the Williams project was yours," he'd said, as they'd brushed their teeth in their master bathroom. The underfloor heating Rowan had recently had installed warmed Kim's bare feet. "It is. So why is Sarah talking about bringing someone else in on it?" Sarah was her boss, and a woman Kim had always enjoyed working with. She'd stared at Rowan in the mirror. "Who?" "That curly-haired man, I think." "Jeff? Bring him in how?" "As a project supervisor." "But I'm the supervisor." Rowan had frowned and run his toothbrush under the tap. "Maybe I got it wrong. It was noisy in the bar. Maybe she meant for support." "But did Sarah say I needed support?" Rowan had hesitated. "It was really loud, Kim. I probably misheard." In bed, Kim had stared at the ceiling, analysing her recent conversations with Sarah. Rowan had rolled over. "Sarah hasn't spoken to you about needing help to meet the brief?" "No." "Well, look, that's on her. She should have done that first before sounding out Jeff at a bar. It's unprofessional. God, I'm not surprised you're stressed there." "I'm not," Kim said. "Or I wasn't, at least." She was a little now, though, and it had taken a while to fall asleep. On Monday, she had booked some time with Sarah to discuss the Williams brief. Kim had turned up to the meeting to find that the working outlines of the central design concept were missing from her files. She spent the next 3 days trying to recover them. On Friday afternoon, Sarah suggested bringing someone else on board to help Kim redo the work in time for the deadline. Kim, embarrassed and frazzled, agreed, and Jeff was duly summoned. Rowan took her out to dinner to cheer her up and bought her a book on toxic management techniques. He asked her which ones applied to Sarah, and when Kim said none of them seemed to, he'd laughed gently and told her she was always too nice. Rowan left his phone lying about. On the kitchen counter, on the coffee table. Kim knew the passcode. She had known Charlie's as well, but Rowan seemed to offer his up as a sign of trust. He was always handing his phone to her, asking her to dig out an email, read from a recipe, get an address from his texts. She did the same, because it felt like something that was important to him, and anyway, she had nothing to hide. "What did Naomi want?" Rowan said one day as they were cooking dinner. Kim had glanced up in surprise from the pan she was stirring. "Not much. Just called for a chat." She hadn't told him that Naomi had phoned, but it was recorded right there in her call history. Rowan didn't say anything, focusing on the carrots he was chopping into neat batons on the wooden board. "What?" she said. "Nothing." He gathered the vegetables together and scraped them into a baking tray. "Really, I'm sorry, I'm just always vaguely aware that everything we say to Naomi or whoever eventually makes its way back to Charlie." Kim had laughed. "I don't think that's the case." "No?" His question seemed genuine as he checked the temperature on the oven. "They don't all talk to each other like they used to?" Kim had stopped stirring the pan. "Well, yeah, they do, but I suppose it doesn't matter anyway." He shut the oven door and flashed her a smile. "Let them talk." Kim looked at her husband. "Does it bother you?" "No, not at all. It's fine." But Kim could tell it wasn't. And Rowan maybe had a point when she stopped to think about it. She became more mindful of what she said on the phone, which was a little tiring but perhaps not a bad idea. She'd recount the conversations later to him, and he'd put forward the odd suggestion or mild objection. And it worked for a while, but Rowan knew every time that someone from home called, and after a while tiring became tiresome. With everything going on at work, it was one more thing Kim could do without. So the next time Naomi texted, Kim had simply ignored it. She'd flipped her phone over on the couch and turned back to her husband and the movie they were watching, and he'd slipped his arm around her and life was suddenly easier. She did the same the next few times, and again, and then again. And quite a few months passed before she realised she hadn't had any calls to ignore in a while. Kim lost her car keys and was late for an important client meeting. Sarah was understanding. But it happened again, and then once more when her alarm didn't go off. Sarah had no choice but to give her a verbal warning, an exchange which was so horribly excruciating for both women that Kim couldn't hold back the tears over dinner that night. Rowan asked if she wanted to hand in her notice. When Kim said that sounded a little extreme, he'd put his fork down, reached into his jeans pocket, and dug out a clean, folded tissue for her. "You're crying, Kim. No job's worth making you feel like this." Rowan was busy with his own work too, in a way that made him seem preoccupied at times. During a distracted conversation one night, he let slip the fact that Shane had cheated on Naomi, years ago when they were together and Shane was still playing. Kim already knew about that, because everyone knew about that. "I guess that was just Shane back then," she'd said. "Some men are like that. Can't say no." And in that moment there had been a beat of pure silence in which she'd heard, unspoken but unmissable, the word Charlie pulse between them. She had stared at Rowan, who had busied himself shutting down his laptop. He wouldn't meet her eye. "What?" Kim felt sideswiped. She tried to keep her voice light. "Did Charlie?" "No." "Did he?" "Rowan?" "Kim, no." He gave a short laugh. "No." "You can tell me, I don't care." Although she did. Because of all Kim's and Charlie's problems, and okay, there had been a few, that had never been one of them. Or so she'd thought. Charlie had his faults, but Kim had always trusted him. The idea that she had been wrong about that he might have been unfaithful and worse, successfully hidden it from her, slipped into her side like a blade. She told herself she didn't believe it, while at the same time picking over old conversations and scrutinising mental lists of his casual acquaintances. Rowan had changed the subject swiftly and not brought it up again, until eventually Kim had to. "Just tell me," she'd said a few tormented days later. "I'd rather know." "Kim, seriously." "Well, did the others all know? Gemma and Dean and everyone?" The idea that her friends had kept something like that from her made her want to cry. "Jesus, Kim, please, let's not." "What would Gemma say if I asked her, though?" Rowan had looked at her strangely. "Why are you even thinking about this now?" "I don't know. You brought it up." "No, you did." He was still watching her, concern all over his face. Finally, he'd shrugged. "Look, ask Gemma then if you really need to, or Naomi. They'll tell you the same as I am." Kim felt ashamed by the way he was staring at her, and was simply too angry and embarrassed to have that same conversation with someone else. Next time the phone rang, Kim sent it straight through to voicemail. She realised she felt stressed and sad all the time. She went to the doctor about oversleeping and losing her keys. She came away with a prescription for antidepressants. Things got worse at work. She lost another file. She handed in her notice before Sarah had to ask her to. She went back to the doctor to see if her memory was okay. Another prescription was written and dispensed, along with a sleep aid to help her rest properly. After that, Kim stayed home for a while, carrying out half-hearted job searches at the granite table in the kitchen that had been paid for with Rowan's engineer's salary. She started to feel sick in the mornings, and then she stopped looking for work. She had to go back to the doctor again, because now she was pregnant. The baby looked just like Kim. She and Zoe had been home from hospital for a week when she first caught Rowan staring at their daughter with an odd look on his face. "Everything okay?" she'd asked, drained and fractious from another broken night. "Her eyes are very dark," Rowan had said simply, but in a way that sounded like things were not okay at all. Kim was too tired to try to work out what he meant. "Yeah," she said. Her caesarean wound was aching. "I suppose so. It's nice, though. She's so pretty." Rowan hadn't said anything more. A few weeks later he'd got up in the night to give Zoe her formula, and Kim, grateful to him as her body struggled to recover in a way it never had with Zara, had staggered to the bathroom. On the way back she'd paused at the lounge room door. Rowan was sitting on the couch, lit by the dim glow of the side lamp, his chin coarse with stubble and his t-shirt soft and wrinkled from sleep as he cradled their daughter in the crook of his arm. Formula finished, he was gazing down at her, gently running tendrils of her baby hair between his finger and thumb. Zoe's hair looked dark and fine in the low light. Over and over again Rowan ran his thumb over the wispy strands. And even through the foggy cloud of her own exhaustion, Kim felt an uncomfortable realization coursing through her. Because all of a sudden, she could tell what he was thinking. It was absolutely ridiculous, for so many reasons. Not least, Kim realized when she looked back, because Rowan always knew where she was, pretty much every minute of every day. He had access to her phone. They had sold her car after she'd stopped working, agreeing to hold off getting a new one until after the baby arrived, when they would invest in something bigger and more suitable. For more than a year, Kim had either been at work or she'd been at home or she'd been with Rowan. And when she'd stopped working, those options had narrowed neatly from 3 to 2. What Kim had decidedly not been doing in that time was sleeping with Charlie. Kim forced herself to wait it out. She waited and waited, but in the end she was the one who broke first. "What is it you want, Rowan?" she demanded. Frustration and a fear of waking Zoe turned her voice tight and shrill in a way she hated. "Do you want to take a test or something?" "Kim." Her husband leaned against the lounge room doorway, arms folded, his gaze steady. "Why would you even suggest that?" Jesus, he knew exactly why, Kim thought as she lowered herself carefully onto the sofa. It was so late in the evening and she was so tired. Zoe had been screaming all day and finally, after literal hours of rocking and cajoling, had cried herself to sleep on Kim's chest. Kim held her now, barely daring to move. Outside in the driveway, the car was partially packed up. They were due to drive to Marralee the next day. Rowan's dad was ill, and his parents wanted to see the baby. Rowan had been worried about his dad's recent tests, Kim knew that, and she wanted to be understanding. But seriously, enough. Her energy was sapped, her baby was relentless, her husband was behaving as though she'd done something she simply would never do, and sitting there, shaking with exhaustion, Kim had suddenly had it with this shit. "You're right," she snapped in a harsh whisper. "Why would I even suggest that?" "I have absolutely no idea." Kim looked at Rowan, and in that moment, she hated him. His calm stillness, the very quality that she had once absolutely loved about him, had eroded since Zoe's birth into something so brooding and distant. He would disappear into himself, thinking about what? Kim couldn't guess. It hadn't been like this with Charlie. When they fell out, it was robust, but it was fair. They made their points, tussled a little on the finer details, then they got on with things. It wasn't ideal, granted, but it was a lot better than this hard, glinting silence. She stared at Rowan, daring him to be honest with her. "Rowan," Kim gave in first. "I'm only going to say this once. Ever. Zoe is your daughter." His face flickered. A fresh, cold thread slid straight down Kim's spine. Oh my God. He didn't believe her. This wasn't silly troublemaking brought on by new parent jealousy or fatigue. He truly did not believe her. Rowan actually thought this baby could be Charlie's. "Rowan!" Kim tried with urgency this time. She hadn't taken this anywhere near seriously enough, she was realizing too late. "Why would you feel the need to say that, Kim?" He cut her off, outwardly unruffled in a way that instantly set her further on edge. She shifted and Zoe stirred. Kim froze and held her breath, letting it out in a whisper. "Because you—" "I what? Kim?" Rowan's own voice was oddly light. "Why are you saying this? I trust you. It's not like you're the type to get blackout drunk and go off with some bloke you can't remember." Sitting in her comfortable living room, holding her warm baby, Kim felt it. Right then, without warning but so brutally familiar. Her heart pounding, the adrenaline prickling. She stared at her husband. "What are you talking about?" He shrugged, picked up a baby blanket that they'd chosen together and folded it neatly into quarters. "You know, Kim." She did. Of course she did. But it was so out of context she felt breathless, like she'd been slapped. "Down at the reservoir, you mean? The party?" Something in her voice alerted him then. Rowan didn't react, but Kim could feel it. He'd overstepped a line that until now hadn't even existed between them. "Yeah." His tone hovered somewhere around apologetic. "I guess that's what I mean." "How do you even know about that?" Rowan put the baby blanket down. He lifted his head until his eyes met hers. "Charlie told me." She held his gaze. "Charlie did?" "Yeah. I'm really sorry, Kim. Look, obviously he shouldn't have. But you know what he's like. Big mouth. Can't keep it shut. You can't trust him with anything." Kim looked across the room at her husband, still watching her from the doorway. She breathed in through her nose, and then out. She leaned a little deeper into the sofa cushions. She felt the weight of her baby against her chest. She nodded her head, up and down. She swallowed lightly, and then drew together every thread of strength and focus and concentration she could find to form two words. "That's true." But it wasn't true. And Charlie didn't know. Kim stayed up on the couch all night, holding Zoe. Rowan had finally gone to bed, only to get up again at 2 a.m. and come through. "Do you want me to take over?" His voice was kind and conciliatory. She suspected he hadn't been asleep. Kim shook her head. "No, thank you though." She hesitated. "Can you please pass me my phone?" It was charging on the bedside table in their room. Rowan also hesitated. "Sure, it's kind of late. I want to text Zara before I forget, to arrange to drop off her birthday present." "Okay, whatever you need." He'd gone to get the phone. Then he sat on the arm of the sofa and waited, rubbing his tired eyes and yawning. Able to see Kim's screen. Kim had faltered, her baby on her chest, her caesarean wound still knitting together, her husband sitting patiently at her side. Finally, she texted Zara. She and Zoe would like to come to the vineyard to drop off her birthday present that evening. When she'd finished, Rowan held out his hand. "It's not at full battery. I'll put it back on the charger for you." He glanced at the message as she passed it over and said lightly, "I'm not sure tonight's going to work. I'm meeting my parents." "That's okay." Kim made her tone match his. "I can go on my own." "I don't know." He smiled at her. This was a version of Rowan that she knew well. Rowan the peacekeeper, the patient stepfather, the family man. "We miss Zara's real birthday. I think I'd like to be there too." Rowan the decision maker. Kim sat awake for the rest of the night. By the time morning dawned, her husband had been thinking. "Maybe we should give Marilee a miss," he said over breakfast. "You're tired, I'm tired. The trip might be a bit much. We have to go." Kim looked him in the eye. God, this dance was excruciating. Her phone was no longer in the bedroom. She'd seen Rowan carry it outside along with an armful of baby supplies, and she could picture it in the locked car, placed carefully in the central console along with a bottle of water and some snacks and spare diapers. "What about your dad?" she tried. "His test results." "Dad wouldn't want to make things difficult for you." "Rowan." Kim played her best and last card. "Everyone's expecting us. They all want to see Zoe. If we don't go, they'll be worried. They'll come to us." She was right, and he knew it. He took his time, though, cleaning out the fridge and taking out the rubbish and packing the final bags and securing the house. And Kim waited, holding her baby, until at last he had run out of jobs. He unlocked the car. It was time to drive home. Charlie was calling her again. It was the second time in as many minutes. Kim sat in the passenger seat next to Rowan, Zoe fast asleep in the back. From the bushland surrounding them, she knew they were still at least half an hour from Marilee. Her phone rang from the centre console. Kim glanced over at Rowan. His eyes were on the road. "Are you going to get that?" Rowan didn't look at it when he spoke. Kim wasn't sure what the right answer was. The ringing continued. "Get it." Rowan's voice was as steady as ever. "Don't want to keep Charlie waiting." Kim reached for her phone, and as her fingers closed around it, Rowan glanced in the rearview mirror. It was fast, but she caught it, as she was meant to. "Perhaps keep it short, though, yeah? Your baby's asleep in the back." "Your baby." Kim's stomach lurched with a force that made her want to double over. "Your baby, not our baby." Rowan nodded at the ringing phone. "Charlie wants you." "I'll get rid of him." The words came readily. Kim's thoughts were spiralling, but her response was automatic, and somewhere amid the noise she found herself clinging to a small, solid truth. "I know how to keep my husband happy." Consciously or not, she had perfected the art. Rowan had spent their marriage training her in it. So for better or worse, she possessed those skills. She knew what to do, and she could do it now. Kim concentrated, lifted a finger, and answered the call. "Kim, hey!" Charlie's face appeared on the phone. He sounded a little surprised, and Kim couldn't blame him. He rarely called these days. It was even rarer that she picked up. "Hi, Charlie." She swallowed. Her voice sounded strange to her own ears, and she sensed Rowan glance over. Charlie didn't seem to notice. As he adjusted the angle of the phone, Kim caught a glimpse of the vineyard kitchen. She'd spent so much time there that it still felt like hers, and a wave of homesickness washed over her. Greg and Rita were there too, she could see, and a tall man she didn't know. Her elder daughter edged her way onto the screen, and Kim felt the familiar pang deep in her chest. "Hello, Zara, sweetheart." "Where are you?" Charlie was saying. "Still in the car?" "Yeah, where, She couldn't think. Still 30 long minutes from town. "Near the Eastern Bridge now. Listen, Charlie, what's up? It's not a great time. Zoe's asleep in the back." She caught the swift flash of jealousy in Zara's eyes, and had the overwhelming urge to reach through the screen and take her daughter's perfect troubled face in her hands. "Oh, Zara, you silly, beautiful girl. Zoe has never, ever replaced you. You must know that, don't you?" But Zara was already looking away, and Charlie was wearing that odd fixed smile he had when he was trying to pretend he was fine, and suddenly it all felt so wrong that Kim could barely stand it. "See, Rowan?" She wanted to scream at her husband, even as she pressed her lips tightly together. "Nothing for you to get all upset about. I chose you over them, didn't I? Look, right here, look at my broken relationships with my daughter and her father. What more could you want?" Rowan knew her well enough to read her silence. "Calm down, Kim," he murmured. His face didn't even change. "That Rowan there." Charlie cleared his throat on the other end of the phone. He was trying, Kim could tell. He had always tried. "Congratulations on the little one, mate." For a horrifying moment, Kim felt completely, wholly blank. What was a normal reaction to that? She twisted the phone screen so Charlie could see her husband. Rowan nodded and raised a hand. "Thanks, mate," Rowan said, so pleasant and measured that it made Kim feel light-headed. "Sorry. We had better keep it down, though, if that's all right." He glanced in the mirror again, for longer this time, and something about the way his eyes settled on Zoe sent a jolt of fear through Kim. Rowan wouldn't actually hurt them, would he? No. Surely not. He was upset, but Kim really couldn't believe he would cross that line. But the reservoir. Kim slammed that door shut. Later. She could not think about that now. Still, this conversation felt very wrong. She needed it to be over, so she could sit carefully in the car, not moving, not speaking, until they emerged from this dense, empty bushland and were back in town, on solid and familiar ground. "Charlie," Kim aimed for brisk and cool. "We'll talk later, okay? I'll see you and Zara soon anyway." "Hang on, Kim. It's actually about you coming by tonight. We're not going to be around, sorry." There was a pause in which Kim could hear only the blood rushing in her ears. "Was that tonight?" Rowan said, and Kim simply stared at him. "Yes, remember?" Her own voice seemed odd. They would be able to tell. She put her hand over the phone to muffle the sound. "But I can't," Rowan said, still perfectly normal. "I'm meeting my parents." Kim blinked at him, entirely unsure for once how he wanted her to react. "I was going to stop in while you were at the restaurant," she tried. Zara had elbowed her way closer to the screen now, chattering fast about something. Going out with her friends, Kim guessed. She took her hand away so she could hear better. "And I've already said I'd meet them, so that's okay, isn't it?" Kim didn't know how to answer. No. Jesus, it was not okay. Not at all. She wanted Zara and Charlie to be at the vineyard tonight. She wanted them to be waiting for her and her baby to ring their doorbell. She needed them to be worried if she was late, and to ask questions if she didn't show up. What she really needed was to step through that door like she used to, and lock it firmly behind her as she had so many times before, and feel safe. the way she always had when they were still a family. I mean, Zara faltered. Kim saw her silent appeal to Charlie for support. Dad's got to cover the festival stall anyway. Kim couldn't think how to respond. Not a single appropriate word came to her. It felt like she was silent for a long time. Too long, she realised, as Rowan shifted his hands on the steering wheel. So neither of you will be home tonight, she managed. You're both going out to the festival. Yeah, Charlie said. Sorry. What about Rita and Greg? All of us are going. Oh, shit. Okay. Kim was still trying to work out how to object, but Zara was too quick. Okay, great. Thanks, Mum. Kim could see her daughter smiling. She made herself take a breath and focus. They were still a long way from town. No one would be at the vineyard tonight. She tried to think. Charlie? She thought she sounded pretty close to normal, but maybe not, because she could sense her husband on high alert now. Had he sped up the car? It felt very fast around the bends. You and Zara can't wait for me? Look, Kim, not really. I'm sorry, but we'll rearrange. I've got to do the stall. Zara's 16. She wants to hang out with her mates tonight. You remember what? Yes, of course, Rowan's hand darted out and took the phone from her. Kim wasn't sure what she'd been about to say, but Rowan seemed to know before she did that it wouldn't be the right thing. He held her phone screen pressed flat against his chest. He was breathing harder, Kim could see. So was she. She could barely hear the engine over the pounding in her head. As she watched, Rowan slowly put his foot down on the accelerator. He glanced once at their baby sleeping in the back seat, then, to her disbelief, lifted his remaining hand from the steering wheel. Kim's heart leapt in her throat so hard she nearly gagged. Please, Rowan! She formed the words, but not the sound, as the road zipped past the window, her lungs squeezed tight. You still there? Charlie's voice sounded far away on the other end of the line. Painstakingly slowly, Rowan raised the hand that had been controlling the steering wheel and put his finger to his lips. He looked again in the rearview mirror at Zoe, then at Kim. The car skidded a little. Kim nodded, her heart drumming, her pulse catching in her throat. Rowan held her gaze for a long moment. A sense of understanding passed between them, although Kim couldn't quite have said exactly what she was agreeing to. Finally, so slowly, Rowan placed his hand back on the wheel. He took the phone away from his chest and passed it back. Kim breathed out the air she had been holding in, the release itself burning and painful. Rowan was talking, sounding so disturbingly ordinary that Kim struggled to take in the words. Hello? Can you hear us now? Rowan had raised his voice half a notch, then dropped it again. Sorry guys, this is all a bit hard with Zoe right here. Look, could we just agree Zara should go tonight? Have fun. We'll work something out for another time. Great, okay, Zara said quickly. Kim took a breath before she could change her mind, but Charlie was already talking. Hey, listen, why don't you stop by the festival instead? He was saying. We'll all be there. Well, Kim knew instinctively how Rowan wanted her to answer. Her palm was slick against the phone. Forget what Rowan wants. What does Zoe need? Her daughter needed to be somewhere very safe. The festival. It was always busy, not just with tourists, but with locals too. Kim would know a lot of people there. Yes, okay then. She found the words fast before Rowan could stop her. We'll come to the festival. Her husband shot her a look she had never seen before. I'm catching up with my parents tonight. For the first time, Kim thought Rowan sounded tense. But yeah, we could maybe swing by. All right, Charlie was saying. Did he sound a little, suspicious? Uncertain? Kim wasn't sure. On the screen, the fixed smile was back. Good. Well, we'll see you three there. Okay, see you there. Kim could feel Rowan's eyes on her. She lifted the edges of her mouth into as much of a smile as she could manage and gently bit the tip of her tongue. Zoe was so small in the back seat. They were expected at the festival. The town was not far away. This was nearly over. She was nearly home. Great. Bye, Mum. Zara sounded distracted. Love you. Bye, Zara. Kim wanted to look at her daughter's face, but instead she could only see the fabric of Zara's top as she leaned towards the screen. I love you. She was gone. The call went dead. Kim looked at the silent phone in her hand. Rowan reached out fast and palmed it, placing it carefully back in the centre console where he could see it. Kim wiped her hands on her jeans and made herself concentrate. They were only 30 minutes from Marilee. They would arrive. They would go to the festival. Kim could picture it. A fragile bud of relief unfurled. She would find Charlie there. She would ask if she and Zoe could come home with him. And Charlie would say yes, because of course he would, because she and Charlie had always looked after each other. The bushland was thick around her. All that she needed was waiting at the end of this very long stretch of road. Then Rowan slowed and put the indicator on. Chapter 35. Kim was never at the festival. Falk spoke as quietly as he could over the clamour of the rides and music. He waited then, as Sergeant Dwyer simply stared at him for a long moment. The officer slowly tilted his head and raised his eyes upwards to the Ferris wheel. Next to him, Reiko did the same. Falk didn't need to. He had seen enough. The ride creaked and groaned overhead. Gone, before she was gone. Falk said nothing else, giving Dwyer the same space and time he'd needed himself to let the implications fully wash over him. Falk wasn't sure how many minutes he'd stood fixed in that spot, staring up at the wheel as his thoughts tumbled in a new unsettling direction, but it had been long enough for Reiko to notice. He had left the others queuing for a children's ride further up the path and wandered back to Falk, concerned. They had talked then, urgent, distressing words passing between them. This here. This is what we were missing. The two men had looked at each other. Then Reiko had pulled out his phone and called Dwyer. The sergeant had made his way over from across the festival grounds, then stood in the shadow of the Ferris wheel himself, arms folded and face set, as he listened to what Falk had to say. There were sightings of Kim. Dwyer dropped his gaze from the wheel now, his voice low. I'm not talking just one either. I've got a string of people who reckon they spotted her. No. Saw someone like her, maybe. Falk shook his head. Medium height, medium build, dark hair. There'd have been 100 women here that night who would match that description. But no one who actually knew Kim saw her or spoke to her. He watched Dwyer closely. The sergeant wasn't disagreeing. You said it yourself, mate. Something seemed off there, and you were right. We all see what we expect to see. A dad holding 2 ice creams, standing outside the women's toilets, chatting to friends going in and out. Of course his wife's inside. Why wouldn't she be? Dwyer didn't reply immediately, instead glancing pointedly once more to the top of the wheel and then back to Falk. And here? He asked neutrally. Eva Reiko made me wake up to it. Something she pointed out is obvious. This is a small-town festival. Strangers wave at strangers from rides because it's what they do. It's fun. Falk held out his hands. He wished he could go back, do things differently, but he wasn't going to make the error worse by trying to dodge it. Okay, I didn't know Kim, but still I shouldn't have taken what I saw at face value. That's my fault. Dwyer frowned now. So Rowan what? Parks the stroller with Zoe inside, then wanders over here and finds a couple of tourists who have no idea what his wife looks like. Yeah, Falk nodded. I think so. If he picks someone who wouldn't know Kim up close, they're always going to take his word for it at a distance in the dark. Rowan gets chatting to the Queensland family, looks up at the ride, finds a woman with a resemblance to Kim and rolls the dice and waves, because why not? If she doesn't wave back, no harm done. But how bloody handy if she does. Dwyer stroked his chin. His eyes slid from the wheel, moving out across the grounds and settling a short distance away. Falk followed his line of sight. Through the throng of people he could see the extended Rako family. They were all gathered beside a kid's roller coaster, talking and laughing as they waited their turn. Rowan was there too, slightly on the periphery but still very much part of the group. He held his daughter on his hip, with a trace of a smile on his face as he listened to Charlie launch into a story. Rita murmured something and lightly touched Rowan's elbow, and Falk felt Rako flinch beside him. Rako was staring at the man like he'd never seen him before, his face dark. "Hey, listen, it wasn't just you, mate, all right?" Falk leaned in, his voice firm. "To control one person, a whole lot of other people have to be manipulated, you know that. Family, friends, strangers, all of us. We all bought into it." Rako didn't reply, his eyes still on his family. He gave a single, tight nod. Perhaps sensing their scrutiny, Rowan shifted his weight and looked up. His gaze flitted across the crowd, smooth and light, before snagging first on Dwyer, then Falk and Rako. He couldn't have known the nature of their conversation, but still. They were 3 police officers and they were looking his way. Falk braced himself for a range of possible reactions, and he sensed Rako did the same. Rowan didn't move. He simply held his daughter and gazed back, his expression settling into something both interested and hopeful. It was the perfect response, Falk thought. Respectful, deferential, perfectly believable. Almost. If Kim was never here at the festival... Dwyer spoke so softly it was hard to hear him over the clamour. His eyes never left Kim's husband. Then where is she? It was the question Falk wished he could answer. Rowan's expression hadn't changed, but as Falk looked away, he thought he caught a flicker of calculation. It was there, then immediately gone. But it gave him a jolt, like seeing a decent actor drop in character. Just a split second, but still long enough for the damage to be done, leaving the audience frowning and thinking, wait, this isn't real. So what was real with this man? Falk's thoughts rattled backwards, rewinding the minutes and hours, trying to find something he knew he could rely on. He wasn't sure what he was looking for, and when a single memory began to emerge from the tangled mess, it wasn't what he'd expected. He wasn't thinking about the festival, or the vineyard, or even the town itself. Instead, Falk found himself reliving his solo drive from Melbourne to Marralee those few long days ago. Heading towards the valley town for the christening, for the Rakos, for everything else waiting here for him. The road had been empty and the journey had been long, and so he had stopped for a break. He had pulled off the road and driven up a side track. He had parked in a clearing at a spectacular hidden lookout and discovered he was not alone. Rowan Gillespie had been there too, with his 1-year-old daughter Zoe. Falk felt a small part of the memory start to crystallise with a startling, vivid clarity. Not the view, or the child's sippy cup, or the box of sultanas. Not the glance of recognition or the stilted small talk about the Rakos' christening. A moment before all of that. Just a few short seconds. When Falk had pulled in and spotted Rowan standing in the deserted clearing. Alone and unguarded, his back to his daughter, staring pensively at the view. Falk couldn't know for certain what had been going through the man's mind, but if he'd had to guess, both then and now, Falk would bet that Rowan Gillespie had been looking into the void and thinking about his missing wife, Kim. Chapter 36. Rowan. The lookout was empty as usual. Still, Rowan felt a stab of relief as the car rumbled to the end of the tight bush track and he saw no one else in the clearing. He parked, ignoring the breathtaking view, and instead looked over at his restless wife. Kim sat in the passenger seat, her hands tightly clasped and her eyes determinedly anywhere but on her phone. It was still lying where Rowan had placed it in the centre console, and she'd been glancing at it. Tiny, secretive looks, ever since the call with Charlie and Zara had ended. They both knew he'd noticed. There was no point pretending. So Rowan simply reached out now and slipped her phone into his pocket as he got out of the car. Kim's shoulders sagged. Rowan ignored that too, as he walked around and pulled open the passenger door. "Get out, please, Kim." She didn't move. She was staring at him, breath shallow and hands poised, fully focused. "Get out now, Kim." He took a single step towards Zoe's door. Kim got out. Of course she did. "Rowan?" She was pleading, in a way he didn't like. She'd found her voice, and it was a rolling, urgent torrent. "Rowan? Listen to me. Zoe is your daughter, please. Not Charlie's, yours. She is." He didn't reply. But as he stepped closer to his wife, she instinctively raised both her hands, palms out, which he hated, because all he'd ever done was try to love her. He took another step, closer again, just to talk. But she stumbled back this time, and he felt another burst of something unpleasant in his gut. Rowan had always found it interesting over the years, when Kim had inadvertently done something that reminded him of that night as teenagers at the reservoir. Rowan had never understood Kim at school. She was nice-looking and friendly enough, and she could have had, well, maybe not anyone, but a decent choice. But all she'd seemed interested in was getting herself worked up over Charlie Rako. Charlie, who didn't get worked up about her in the same way. Charlie, who would bicker and argue with her over nothing, who would talk bullshit and joke around with his mates at a bushland party, while his girlfriend got so drunk she could barely stand long enough to walk off. The big love story of their year, and Charlie hadn't even noticed her leave. Rowan had noticed, though. Kim had been sitting on her own for a while, and he'd been nursing a beer and debating whether to go over, when she'd risen unsteadily and staggered away from the campfire. She'd disappeared through the trees and into the dark, and he'd watched the empty space left behind, waiting for her to come back. A minute passed, and then another, and so he'd stood and followed, because it probably wasn't too safe for Kim to be walking home in that state. He'd caught up with her easily, then immediately wondered why he'd bothered. Kim had been crying hard, mumbling non-stop about Charlie, rambling, incoherent rubbish. To shut her up more than anything, Rowan had found a tissue and helped her wipe her eyes, and she'd seemed so grateful that he'd done it again, running his thumbs over her flushed cheeks until they were completely dry. They'd walked a little way together, Kim lurching and sloppy, and Rowan had put his arm around her to keep her steady. He'd half expected her to push it away, but she didn't seem to notice or care, so he'd left it there. Was it even possible, he'd wondered, that she was doing it on purpose, letting her hip bounce off his as she staggered, gripping his hand in her own sweaty palm? Rowan had still been considering that, when Kim had suddenly stopped, freezing in a dead halt on the track. He'd been able to tell from her face what was coming. "Quick, this way," he'd said, and Kim had clamped her mouth shut and let him lead her off the track and deeper into the trees. She'd braced one hand against a trunk and leaned over just in time as she retched and then vomited. Rowan had stepped back so it didn't splash on his shoes. He'd waited, and Kim's eyes had been bloodshot and watery when she straightened up. She'd taken a single swaying step back towards the path before Rowan had reached out and caught her elbow. "Take a minute," he'd said, guiding Kim instead to the ground. "There's no rush." He'd sat down next to her, her weight slumped against his shoulder and her skirt bunched right up around her thighs. Rowan had looked at that hem for a full minute, waiting for her to pull it down. She didn't move. "Do you want me to straighten your skirt for you, Kim?" he'd said finally. When he'd looked over, her eyes were closed now. She didn't reply. "Yes?" he'd asked. Kim had murmured something. "Okay." Rowan leaned closer. She'd been so floppy it had been impossible to keep her sitting upright, so he'd taken her by the shoulders and lain her on the ground. "Relax." Her bare legs had been warm and smooth under his palms. He'd run his hands along them, and as he'd moved, he'd gazed down at her. Eyes shut, vomit in her hair. Her top had twisted up, exposing a broad slice of smooth skin. He'd moved his hands again, tracing patterns with his fingers across her body. One way, then back again, and Rowan had stopped. Someone was coming. He'd listened closely. Footsteps were tramping along the path, a flashlight beam flashing all over the place. He'd heard a girl clear her throat, and it had felt like a personal insult. Naomi. Of course it bloody was. Making sure her presence was acknowledged at every possible opportunity. Rowan had gotten to his feet as quietly as he could. He'd glanced down. Kim had looked terrible lying there like that in her own vomit. If Naomi caught them, she'd get the wrong impression entirely. Rowan had hesitated, then hastily hauled Kim up into a seated position, propping her against the tree trunk. Her head lolled and her face was slack. Naomi was closer now, so he'd taken a few fast steps, ducking behind a large eucalyptus tree. Rowan had pressed his shoulder tight against the trunk before peering around. Naomi had come into sight, marching along the path, and for a moment it had seemed like she would pass right by. Then the flashlight swinging from her hand had gone still. The beam had doubled back. In the harsh white cone of light, Kim was slumped against the tree like a dead weight. For a second, nothing moved. Then the flashlight beam slid away from Kim, shaking as it reluctantly tracked across the expanse of dark bushland. Rowan had held his breath. The rush of blood in his ears mingled with the distant thumping undercurrent of music. But the accusing, reproachful shout he'd been waiting for hadn't come. When he'd worked up the nerve to peer out again, Naomi had still been frozen on the spot. The light from her flashlight had been almost bouncing in her unsteady hands. Okay. So she wasn't about to point the beam his way, stride into the trees and give him a piece of her mind, Rowan had realised. Not even close. He'd felt a bubble of amusement rise. Naomi was completely freaked out. Kim? Naomi's voice had been barely more than a whisper. No response. She had glanced one way, then the other, fast and furtive. Jesus. Rowan had held in a lungful of air, anticipation rising. She's going to leave her here. Righteous, bossy, judgmental Naomi wanted to run away. Kim? The girl's voice had been almost swallowed by the bushland. Seriously? Can you get up? Another fast glance down the path. Do it, Naomi, Rowan had silently encouraged. Run home. Go on. No one will know. The night air had seemed to quiver with indecision. Then suddenly Naomi made a low noise in her throat. She'd stepped swiftly off the path and started trampling fast and noisily through the undergrowth towards Kim. Rowan had watched, with equal parts surprise and irritation. He hadn't thought Naomi had it in her. Neither had she, judging by the look on her face. Naomi had been swearing, a rapid stream of whispered words as she'd grabbed Kim and pulled, her hands rough, using whatever leverage she could to drag her up. Move, Kim, now, or you're on your own, I swear to God. I'm sorry, but I'm not staying out here. Move now. The urgency seemed to stir Kim, and she had struggled to her feet at last, allowing herself to be pulled towards the track. Clear of the bushland and back on firmer ground, Naomi had put her arm around Kim, then paused mid-movement. Still breathing heavily, she'd run the flashlight over the other girl again, more slowly this time. Lingering on the vomit in Kim's hair, her twisted top, her rucked-up skirt. Rowan had watched from behind the tree with an odd fascination, as Naomi had for a moment become eerily calm. She had taken a breath, then reached out with gentle, careful hands and fixed Kim's clothes. It's okay, she'd whispered. I've got you now. I'll take you home. Naomi's face had been tight and pinched as she'd propped a shoulder under Kim's arm and led her away. Kim had stumbled alongside, her limbs moving heavily. The thought had popped into Rowan's head as a detached observation, really very drunk. He'd waited until he was sure they were gone, then had stepped out of the bushland, dusted off his jeans and made his way back towards the sounds of the party. He was a little disappointed, he'd been willing to admit, but also oddly exhilarated. It had been interesting, being able to elicit those responses from the girls. Okay, things hadn't panned out exactly as he'd hoped, but it had been almost better to discover how little effort it had really taken to get Kim where he'd wanted for so long. And seeing Naomi spooked had been a definite, unexpected bonus. Rowan had thoroughly enjoyed that. Back at the clearing, the party had been kicking into high gear, just as a dejected Charlie was realizing that Kim was no longer around. Rowan had helped himself to another beer and leaned against a tree, watching. If Rowan were to do something like that again, and look, he had no plans to or anything, but if he were to, he'd reckoned with a little refinement he could make things go differently. He'd loved the sense that both girls had learned something about themselves that night. That Naomi had discovered that when the shit hit the fan, she wasn't as rock-solid fearless as she liked to think. And Kim, Rowan had sipped his beer. Well, she had no fight in her at all. Rowan had stood at the fringes of the party, turning those thoughts over in his head as he'd savoured both his beer and the sight of Charlie searching unsuccessfully for his girlfriend. Jesus, the guy was a joke. He had never, ever deserved her. Rowan had thought that back then, and 25 years on he still thought it now. He looked at his wife, who was watching him closely, her lips slightly parted. Her weight was forward, over the balls of her feet. She had backed away from the car, her eyes still fixed on him, drawing him away from her daughter, Rowan wondered. He felt another flash of fury. Why would she do that? She didn't need to do that. Jesus, Kim. He reached out his hand to her. Relax. She flinched at the word, ducking as though he'd hit her. She had tears in her eyes. Rowan felt the hot, burning swell of anger again. For God's sake, he wasn't that kind of man. Instead, he took a fast step forward, grabbing at her as she tried to pull away, dragging her into a tight embrace. His arm gripped around her waist and his hand rested on the back of her head. Her hair was soft, entwined in his fingers. Her palms were trapped flat against his chest, her face buried in his shoulder. Rowan, please. Kim's voice was muffled against him, like she was trying to catch her breath. They're expecting me. Rowan, please. Let go. Rowan stopped listening and simply held on to her, so tight and close, because there was nothing left to say now. This was the end of them, and she must know that as well. Charlie's baby, the party at the reservoir, there was no coming back from that. But at the same time, he didn't want this to be the end. He didn't want her to leave him. It couldn't be fixed, he knew that, but he felt a childish, protective surge. She's still mine. He loved her, he did, even if sometimes this didn't feel like love, but something painful and twisted and dark. But it must be something worth holding on to, because Rowan couldn't seem to let Kim go. So he held her, even as she struggled, finding a fight in herself that he hadn't really thought she had. He was almost proud of her, as he whispered in her ear, "But I love you, Kim, please stop, just trust me," and pressed her face deeper into the clean cotton of his shirt. His wife's back was against the wooden safety barrier, and he could feel her bracing against it, still trying to push him away, so he applied a little pressure with his elbow to her neck. They stood there, locked in a macabre, convulsing dance, until finally, after what felt like a long time, Kim wasn't pushing him away anymore. Rowan held her for a minute more, and then released her. Kim slumped slack and lifeless against the barrier, and it really didn't take anything to tip the balance, and there was a terrible short pocket of absolutely nothing, and then far below, the sickening crack and smack of something heavy plummeting through the thick bushland canopy and hitting the hidden ground beneath. There was a silence. No, not silence. Zoe was bawling from the car. Rowan blinked. How long had that been going on? He didn't know. He stood there, unsure how much time was passing. A minute? 10? Then made himself lean over the barrier and look down. Nothing. 100 metres below, there was only an impenetrable tangle of trees. He was alone, and Kim wasn't there anymore. They're expecting me. Rowan looked up, out at the valley. When he faced a difficult problem at work, a crumbling bridge, a bend in a series of support beams, life or death stuff if left unchecked, he always did the same thing. He ran through each viable option. It was an instinctive response after all these years, and he almost wasn't surprised to feel it kick in now, stuttering and stumbling a little in shock before whirring to life. Pros and cons, non-negotiables. It was all taken into account, and eventually the best way forward tended to become clear. Even if Rowan suspected the solution from the start, he still went through the process. It helped him commit to the decision, then execute it well. This situation, high up and alone at the lookout, was different. But also, a strange tiny voice whispered, not that different. Rowan stood there, following each path of thought until at last he had a plan. He had a suitcase of Kim's belongings in the car, her white sneakers with the scorch mark, her antidepressant medication. It was not a perfect solution, not by a long way, but it was the one he felt gave him the best chance. Rowan closed his eyes and tested it again. He could do this. If he held it together, he could. The baby was still screaming. Kim's daughter, Charlie's daughter, not his. And Rowan didn't owe that child anything. Rowan stepped away from the lookout, took a final breath, then climbed into his car. The passenger seat was empty. He started the engine and turned the wheel towards Marilee, ready to face his wife's family and friends. Chapter 37. The placid water glinted in the late afternoon light as Falk gazed out over the reservoir. He was waiting for Joel to arrive, the supplies they needed stacked neatly at his feet. Falk closed his eyes and felt the heat from the sun on his shoulders. The day was pleasantly warm, hinting at what would be in store in a few months' time here, when spring turned into summer. Back at the vineyard, Falk's bag lay half-packed on the guesthouse bed. He was due in Melbourne the following morning. He should probably check what the weather was doing there. Hey! Falk opened his eyes. He saw Joel walking along the track towards the drop and raised a hand. G'day. Sorry I'm late, Joel said as he got closer. Zara called. No worries. She okay? Falk and Reiko had spent a lot of time with Zara over the past 2 days. She couldn't bear to stay still, so they'd gone with her on long, angry walks. Zara pounding around the reservoir trail, striding out fast, her footsteps thudding against the packed earth. A lot of the time she hadn't wanted to talk, breaking the silence only to throw out a barbed query or accusation. Other times she couldn't seem to stop, diving into circular, meandering conversations in which she asked the same questions over and over in different ways. Falk knew he and Reiko weren't giving her the answers she wanted to hear, but he wasn't sure what else they could offer. Zara, mate, I don't think there's anything I can tell you to make this okay, Reiko had said finally. They had been sitting on a fallen log on a part of the reservoir track Falk had never been to before, listening to the gentle lap of the water. Exhausted, Zara had allowed herself to stop walking at last, and she'd looked up at her uncle's voice. If you can take in anything right now, Reiko had gone on, I just want to thank you for not letting us give up. We loved Kim, and I know you know that, but you're the one who fought for her. Zara had gazed beyond him, out across the shimmering body of water. Somewhere on the other side was the stretch of reservoir track that led to the festival's east exit. Falk pictured the rope clipped across it, still and slack. No one coming in or going out. What's going to happen to Zoe? She had asked suddenly. Falk and Reiko had exchanged a look. This was a different question, at least, and the first time Zara had talked about anyone other than Kim. I knew Mum wouldn't have left her alone, but Rowan still did. She sounded almost dazed at the realisation. How could he do that? I'm pretty sure that at the time Rowan thought Zoe was Charlie's baby, Reiko had said gently. Maybe that made it easier. Is she? Zara had sat a little straighter. Like Nan said at the christening? But Reiko had shaken his head. She's not. We can check for sure, but you can tell by looking that she's not. And Rowan took care of her all year, so he must have worked that out for himself before too long. So who's going to look after her now? Honestly, I don't know yet, Reiko had said. But we'll make sure she's all right, Zara. Yeah. Okay, good. Zara had looked relieved. Then she'd shrugged. I actually don't think she looks too much like Rowan, you know. She reminds me more of Mum. It had taken nearly 36 hours to recover Kim's remains from the bushland below the lookout. The dense terrain had challenged even experienced searchers as the team had attempted to navigate a way through. When the first night had fallen with still no news, Falk had felt his own doubts start to creep in. But he'd think again about that drive from Melbourne to Marralee, pulling up at the lookout beside another car, finding Rowan Gillespie there. What had Falk seen? A grieving husband and father taking a break to care for his young daughter and stare at the view? A controlling and violent man composing himself at the scene of his worst act before pulling down his mask? Falk would picture that single moment and feel sure that the team would uncover what they were all searching for. Finally they had. Kim Gillespie, lost for so long, was at last found. It was only then Falk heard that Rowan had started talking. Zara seemed okay, actually, Joel said now. He turned his head and squinted out at the reservoir, the water bright with reflected light. Sort of better even. Better than she's been for a while, at least. She said the visit this morning went well. Yeah, it did, Falk said. It was needed, I think. In the early pre-dawn chill, every present member of the Reiko family had gathered on the driveway outside Charlie's house. Falk had joined them as they'd driven in convoy up to the lookout, the darkness close around them. They'd arrived in time for first light, getting out of their cars at the end of the thin track and standing together in the clearing. Falk had seen Reiko reach out, as always, for Rita. Charlie had walked over to the edge of the lookout alone. He'd stared down at the dense bushland below, then covered his face and cried. His brothers had joined him, standing on either side, their heads close and their hands on his back as they spoke in soft, low voices. Eventually, Charlie had straightened and wiped his face. Hey, do you remember that terrible old bike Kim used to ride? He'd said suddenly. The one she had that first day we saw her? I remember it still took you bloody long enough to catch her on it, Reiko had said, and Bennett grinned. Yeah, that's true. Charlie had smiled too. Worth it, though. They'd stayed up on the lookout and swapped stories as the sky lightened around them. Charlie had taken the lead, his memories spilling out. What he'd said to Kim when he'd finally caught up with her all those years ago, how she'd quickly become his favourite person, their happiness when their daughter was born, the way Kim used to sing made-up songs to Zara as a toddler. Zara had laughed in unexpected delight at that, brushing away her own tears as she nodded. She remembered that and other things as well. So they'd all taken turns, standing in the clearing and reliving their favourite times with Kim, while the little kids had played on a picnic rug at their feet, and the sun rose over the hills behind them. Falk, who hadn't known Kim, had simply listened. When invited, he'd spoken briefly and from the heart about how lucky he thought Kim had been to have had all these people in her life. Lots of good people who cared about her and each other. Yeah, Zara reckons it was really nice in the end, Joel said now as he leaned against the barrier, his back to the drop. It was, Falk said. They're working out the funeral details, but it was good to do something like that just for... He stopped, a little unsure how to finish. Yeah, just for family, Joel said, like it was obvious. Falk started to correct him, but then stopped. Maybe that was right. Anyway, he said, let's get started, eh? He handed Joel a screwdriver and they crouched to open the paint can at Falk's feet. Falk pulled a couple of brushes out of a bag, and together they set to work. They painted side by side as the sun grew heavier in the sky. The shadows of the graffiti marks were still there despite their earlier cleaning efforts, and there was something deeply satisfying about seeing them disappear as the paint restored the barrier to a clear, smooth white. After a while, Falk stopped and found a cloth to wipe a stray speck from the plaque. In memory of Dean Tozer, loved and missed. Falk looked over at Joel. I'm sorry none of this gave you any more answers about your dad, mate. Joel shrugged, but his paintbrush slowed against the surface. It's okay. It's not, Falk said. It's still shit. Joel smiled at that despite himself. Yeah, it is a bit. Sometimes things are. For what it's worth, I always think no one really gets away with something like this. Falk nodded at the memorial. Not really. They have, though. I don't know. Having to live with it, knowing what you did, worse than facing up to it, I reckon. But still, Falk said, I get it, it's hard not knowing. They worked together in silence for another minute. Then Joel took a breath. What if I never find out? His voice was quiet, and Falk shook his head. I'm not sure. Realistically, that might be the case now. I think all you can do is try to focus on what's ahead. Try not to let it hold you back from all the good stuff waiting for you. Because honestly... Falk stopped until the boy looked up. He wanted Joel to know he meant this. There's a lot of good stuff ahead for you, mate. Joel didn't reply, but at least seemed to be considering that, as he carefully painted around the plaque itself, his face relaxing for once as he concentrated on the immediate task in front of him. They worked on, listening to the rustle and call of the bushland and the gentle wash of the water below as the warm air helped dry the paint. It had been a while since Falk had done something like this, but he was enjoying the task. It reminded him of painting fences around the farm in Kiwara with his dad as a kid. Whatever bad times there had been over the years, he found he was remembering the good times a lot more lately. Amid everything, it seemed Charlie had gone straight home after their conversation in the main street earlier that week, and true to his word, had emailed Falk some figures. What it might look like if he came on board at the vineyard with Charlie and Shane. Falk had looked at the numbers, then closed the email. He'd thought about it for a while, then opened it up and looked at them more closely. He had done some sums on a piece of paper. Tried again. Got the same answer each time. He had closed the email once more. He hadn't opened it since. Hey, here they come, Joel said now, glancing back along the track. Falk wiped his paintbrush and turned at the sound of barking. Luna was racing down the path towards them, with Gemma following some distance behind, her hair catching the light. She raised her hand and broke into a smile as she saw them. So this is what you're both up to. When she reached them, she ran her eyes over the clean, fresh barrier. Wow. Great job. I've honestly never seen this look better. She flashed a smile at Falk. You know this is technically private property. Owner's permission pending, I'm guessing? Something like that. He smiled back. I thought, what's the worst that can happen? They send someone along later to do a better job than us? Strategic rebellion, I like it. Gemma ran a hand over the plaque, careful not to touch the paint. She turned to Joel. And what do you reckon? Do you think your dad would be happy? Yeah, Joel shrugged. Probably. But... He paused, concentrating on wiping away a stray drop. I don't know, I've been kind of thinking about what you said a while ago. Really? Gemma looked up, surprised. What was that? Just about how Dad'd be happy if I was happy. Joel still didn't look at her, focusing hard on his brush. I was thinking maybe you've got a point about that. Right. Gemma looked at Falk over the boy's bowed head, and her eyebrows lifted towards her hairline. She mostly managed to suppress the delight in her voice. Well, yes. I mean, it's a thought to mull over, I suppose. She watched Joel for a moment longer, then put her arms around his angular frame and squeezed. A quick, tight hug that Joel returned, smiling a little to himself as she let him go. Gemma turned back to Falk, her hand reaching out instinctively for his. He could feel her palm warm and dry against his own, and hear the soft in-out of her breath. She stood close to him, her shoulder solid against his own. So, she said. Falk's eyes met hers. What now? Chapter 38. 6 months later. Falk stared at the computer screen and scanned the report in front of him, frowning at a couple of the numbers. He clicked open a second spreadsheet to see the corresponding figures, then did a quick calculation in the margin of the notebook in front of him. Check this, he wrote, circling the results. The office was quiet around him and he glanced at the time. It was later than he'd thought. Falk rubbed his eyes, switched off the computer and stood, stretching. He gathered up his keys and stepped out from behind the desk. Luna! He whistled softly, and she followed him out of the office, waiting at Falk's feet while he locked the door behind them. The autumn afternoon sun was still bright in the sky as Falk and Luna headed down to the vines in search of Charlie. Falk had enjoyed watching the seasonal change in the vineyards over the past months. The harvest had gone well, both Charlie and Shane agreed. It had been a good year. Falk found Charlie fixing a length of snapped wire on one of the rows. Those invoices all look fine, Falk said, holding the line taut while Charlie wrapped it around. I've marked a couple of items from last month that need reconciling, but I'll chase them down on Monday. Great, thanks. Charlie checked the wire, happy. You heading off? Yeah. I'm finishing up too. Time for a quick one? Can't tonight, Joel's back for the weekend. Girlfriend too this time. Oh yeah. Charlie grinned as they started back up towards the house. Zara said something about that. The 4 of them are going for drinks tomorrow. 4 of them, as in Zara's bringing the vet? She is. The vet is still going strong. He was a veterinary student intern, technically. On the advice of her therapist, Zara had decided to defer any plans and take some time out, which Falk thought was probably a wise move. She'd gotten a part-time job at the local animal shelter and kept bringing her work home with her, to Charlie's ongoing frustration. He never said no, though, and their back hallway now sported a line of food bowls. Zara had slowly grown friendly with the student vet, who Falk and Gemma had found to be both kind and competent when he checked Luna's teeth. For the young bloke's part, he seemed thoroughly thrilled to have Zara keeping him company during his year-long placement. Zoe, now 18 months old, was living with a local foster family who took her to playgroup and the park and dressed her in clean clothes in Kim's favourite colours. They brought Zoe to visit the vineyard every other day. Charlie and Zara had sat down and discussed things carefully, and both been of the same mind, and Charlie was now working his way through a long and complex family court process. Gemma, who'd had to jump through a few custody hoops for Joel after Dean's death, had put Charlie in touch with her lawyer, who seemed quietly confident. All right, mate, have a good weekend, Charlie said to Falk now as they reached the drive. See you guys on Sunday night? Falk nodded. The family barbecues at the vineyard had become a regular 6-weekly event, when Reiko and Rita would pack up the kids and drive over from Victoria for a few days. The schedule was dictated by Reiko's rostered time off, and marked in pen in everyone's diaries. Yep, see you then, Falk said, and raised a hand goodbye to Charlie before setting off with Luna down the drive. He walked to and from work these days. Falk had returned to Melbourne last spring, given it 2 weeks to see if he still felt the same, then handed in his notice at the AFP. The response from his superiors had been mild disbelief, followed by genuine surprise. There had been a series of conversations encouraging him to reconsider. He'd appreciated it but hadn't changed his mind. In the end, still incredulous, they had proposed an option of a year's unpaid sabbatical leave. "That sounds pretty fair," Gemma had said. "Maybe take it if they're offering." "It feels a bit 1 foot in, 1 foot out," Falk said. "Well, you don't have to look at it like that." She'd smiled on the phone screen. She'd propped it up near the couch in her living room, and through the door behind her, Falk had been able to see Joel studying at the kitchen table and the leftovers from dinner on the counter. Falk had been alone in his flat, the room so silent he could hear the cars passing on the road outside. The urge to be in Marilee instead was like a steady, dull ache. "I miss you," he'd said. "Yeah, me too. Looking forward to seeing you." She'd glanced over her shoulder. "Joel will be happy to have you around as well. So thank you again, by the way, Falk." She laughed. "You know, upending your whole life to give this a shot." He'd smiled at her. "I'm happy to." He meant it. "I know," Gemma said, "but there's no point pretending this isn't a really big change." "So, take the sabbatical?" She'd shrugged, then nodded. "I think it depends on what feels right to you, but there's no harm in keeping your bridges intact, just in case." So that door remained open for now, but Falk found he never even glanced at it. Instead, he went for long walks, wandering hand in hand with Gemma, Luna at their heels. Every day at the vineyard was different, and absorbing the layered operations that wove together to form the business was challenging and engaging. There was plenty to be done, both indoors and out, and Falk had always been a fast learner. Jane had not had to touch a spreadsheet for months and remained deeply grateful. Falk often stayed for a drink with him and Charlie before heading home. Beer for them, iced water for Shane. Falk had lived in the guest house on the vineyard at first, he and Gemma both agreeing it was better to take things slowly. She'd helped him unpack, sitting on the bed and leafing through his favourite novels. She'd borrowed a couple he'd recommended and invited him back to her place for dinner. Falk had turned up, then barely left. After 2 months they'd given up the pretense and he'd packed up his belongings and books once more, driven to the cottage, parked under the shade of the eucalyptus trees, and moved in for good. Falk had learned his way around her kitchen, and he and Gemma spent early evenings opening and shutting drawers and passing each other sieves and pans and wooden spoons. He found out her favourite things to cook and had a crack at them himself with increasing success. They listened to music and opened good bottles of local wine and ate together at the table with the doors open to let in the warm night air. Afterwards they'd sit on the veranda tackling the cryptic crossword online and watching the summer evening glow turn into night. Sex was regular and enthusiastic. He wore jeans to work. He shaved once a week. Falk walked home now with Luna along the back roads, pausing as he passed the park and the oval. Jane had been on holiday from the vineyard for the past fortnight, and Falk could see him kicking a football around with Naomi's 3 kids. She was lounging on a nearby bench, beautiful in her autumn jacket and dark jeans, half watching, half scrolling idly through her phone. She smiled and raised a hand as she spotted Falk, and he wandered over to join her. "Hey," she shifted up to make room. "You've reminded me I've got Joel's sleeping bag to return. I'll drop it by this weekend." "I don't think there's any rush," Falk said. "How was the big camping trip?" "It was good, thanks." Naomi smiled as her eyes followed Shane across the oval. "I mean, not the camping itself, obviously. That was bloody hideous. But the trip was fun. Kids enjoyed it. Shane and I had a nice time." "Great. Glad it's going well," Falk said. "Yeah." Naomi certainly looked happy these days. "I'm sure Shane will have a few choice stories about camping to fill you all in on at the Sunday barbecue." "Hey!" Shane slowed as he ran past, 3 kids trailing him. He pointed at Falk. "You, don't forget, training starts Monday." "Yep, mate, I remember," Falk called back, but Shane had already gone. "Looking forward to it?" Naomi said. "I'm not sure." Are you worried your footy skills won't be up to scratch and the other boys will make fun of you? Falk laughed. Yes, obviously, Naomi. That's exactly what I'm worried about. It's a team of middle-aged men raised on wine and cheese. Trust me. She patted his arm. You'll be more than fine. Joel was out in the back garden when Falk got home, swinging gently in the hammock with his arm around a girl. They were barefoot and lying on their backs, her long hair splayed out, talking softly together and gazing at the clouds. Gemma was absently stirring something on the stove while looking up the answers to yesterday's crossword. A book, and Falk lent her the author's previous one. She was a little shy at first, but clearly very smart, studying a technology subject that hadn't even existed when Falk was at uni. See, this is why I'm glad I'm not still battling it out in California, Gemma whispered after dinner as they loaded the dishwasher. I slept in the office for 2 nights once trying to get something to work that Molly has literally just done on her phone. She said she learned that code in high school. Unbelievable, I feel 1,000 years old. But can she run a hugely popular and successful festival? Maybe, Gemma smiled. Probably even. I'm not so sure about that. But Joel seems really happy, hey? Doesn't he? Good to see. God, yes, so good. After the kitchen was clean, they all watched a movie together. Falk sat with Gemma on the couch, Luna's head resting on his lap. When it was over, Joel and Molly went to bed and Falk wandered through the house, turning off the lights. He could hear Gemma moving around in their bedroom and the soft murmur of the kids talking in Joel's room. He let Luna out one last time, waiting for her to come back and settle before locking the front door. He brushed his teeth, took off his clothes and got into bed, and he and Gemma reached for each other across the sheets. I love you. I love you too. Afterwards, Falk lay in the deep, cool darkness and listened to the steady rise and fall of her breathing. He closed his eyes and slept well, as he did most nights, because it was only very occasionally these days that Falk found himself lying awake, trying to work out exactly what was bothering him. On Saturday mornings, Falk slept in while Gemma went to hot yoga. The house felt still when he got up, the sunlight bright in the windows as he dressed in his running gear. The door to Joel's room was still shut, with no sign of movement from either him or Molly. This was the first time Joel had brought anyone home to stay, and Falk had been sitting out on the veranda with Gemma a few days earlier when her phone had rung. It had been Joel calling from uni in a mild panic, asking if she would please tidy up his bedroom before he brought Molly back. Not even 10 minutes later he'd texted Falk, the state of panic now elevated to high, with the locations of a couple of harmless personal items he would really appreciate being quietly disappeared before Gemma got started in there. Falk had found nothing he felt would elicit much more than a raised eyebrow from Gemma, but had nevertheless covertly sanitized the scene. That done, he'd later given Gemma a hand bagging up the obvious rubbish, straightening up the stuff that wasn't, and running most of what was left covering the floor through the washing machine. Falk had come back from the laundry balancing an armful of folded clothes, and paused at the open door. Gemma had been sitting very still on the stripped bed, the swirling dust in the air carving out sharp beams of light across the room. A half-filled rubbish bag lay open in one hand, and she was holding a small object in the other. It was the jar, Falk had realised with a jolt as she turned it over. The fragments of the broken barrier that Joel had collected from Dean's accident scene rattled inside. Falk had felt instantly both annoyed and surprised with himself for not having thought to remove the jar as well. He was too relaxed these days. Sensing him there, Gemma had looked up, then immediately down at the open rubbish bag and the jar in her hand. Guilt had flashed across her face. He'd never forgive me. She'd tried to smile. Are you okay? Yeah, I am. She'd put the jar down out of sight. I just can't believe he still has this. The room was good enough, they'd decided, and had taken Luna for a long walk instead. Gemma was back from yoga and the kids were up when Falk got home from his run. He showered and changed, and they all had breakfast and coffee around the table, then put on their shoes and jackets and walked together into town. Joel took Molly off to show her around, and Falk and Gemma strolled a little further before he kissed her goodbye outside a cafe, waved through the window at Naomi and a couple of her other friends, and left them to it. Alone again, Falk wandered back up the main street with Luna, stopping for a while to browse in the bookshop. The street was busier when he re-emerged, and he noticed Charlie's truck now parked up ahead. It was locked and empty, Falk could tell as he approached, but he slowed down anyway and looked around just in case. No sign of Charlie. Falk called to Luna and kept moving. He passed the office block where Kim Gillespie and Dean Tozer had worked as next-door neighbours, and glanced over, as he sometimes found himself doing. The businesses lay closed for the weekend, their darkened windows overlooking the passers-by and the police station across the road. Falk caught his reflection in the glass. It felt like more than 6 months since the day he'd been standing there on the pavement and run into Charlie. When Charlie had first offered him work at the vineyard and a glimpse of the life he led now. Falk quite often found his thoughts drifting back to that afternoon, perhaps because when he looked back now, the moment felt like a true fork in the road. Sometimes he thought he'd made his decision then, even if he hadn't realised it at the time. It had been a good decision. As he walked on now with Luna beside him and the sun on his face, Falk knew that if he could go back, he would make exactly the same choice again. No question. Because whenever he thought back to... Falk stopped abruptly. A woman behind bumped into him, and he apologised, stepping to the side of the pavement and out of the way. Luna followed, staring up at him as patient as ever, but Falk ignored her for once. Instead, he simply stood there, with the Saturday morning foot traffic bustling past him and his thoughts somewhere else entirely. Eventually, he felt Luna shift at his feet, curious what they were waiting for. "Sorry," he said to her, but still didn't move. Instead, he glanced onwards, the way they had been heading towards home. Then he turned and looked back down the street. Falk's eyes fell to Luna's, and he crouched down. "We'll be quick," he said, rubbing her ears. She didn't react. "I just want to check." If Luna could have sighed, Falk felt she would have as she followed him back the way they'd come, walking faster this time. Charlie's truck was gone now, but Falk slowed as he neared the spot anyway, thinking, yet again, but more carefully now, about that day 6 months earlier. He stopped outside the office spaces, 31A and 31B. Now a print shop and a law firm, formerly Kim's and Dean's places of work. Small town coincidence. Sergeant Dwyer had told Falk that. Falk turned and looked at the police station over the road. He hadn't fully believed Dwyer then, as he'd sat in the sergeant's office, distracted by 100 other things. But the man had been right. Falk thought for a moment longer, then whistled to Luna and they crossed the street. He tied her leash to the railings outside the police station, then climbed the steps and opened the door. In the reception area, he paused for another long minute, debating silently with himself while the officer behind the desk regarded him warily. "Is Sergeant Dwyer here?" Falk said finally. He wasn't quite sure what he wanted the answer to be. "Back in an hour or so if you want to try then, or you can leave a message." "No." Falk was already moving to leave. "It's fine, thanks." He stopped again though, one hand on the door, as the thought lingered. Falk looked back at the reception area as he turned a question over again in his mind. It was definitely possible, he thought, but he wouldn't be able to guess. He needed someone who had been around at the time, someone who would remember. Falk's eyes locked on the officer behind the desk, who was watching him now with mounting suspicion. "Actually," Falk walked back to the desk and asked the one thing he was suddenly very keen to know the answer to. The officer frowned, clearly baffled as to why this was of any interest at all. He had to think about it, cast his mind back a few years. But in the end he looked at Falk and nodded. Yeah? He'd been here then? And that sounded about right. Falk had suspected it would, but he still felt a jolt at hearing the answer. "Okay. Thanks." Luna seemed to be able to sense something was very wrong as she followed him home, and she had to scurry fast to match his pace. Falk felt bad and slowed a little, but he didn't stop. The front door of the cottage was shaded by the trees, and Falk caught the familiar tang of eucalyptus as he took out his key and let himself in. The house was empty and silent, as he'd expected it to be, but he was still glad. He walked straight down the hallway to Joel's bedroom. Not as neat as Falk and Gemma had left it, but a lot tidier than it had been. Falk stood alone in the middle of the boys' room and looked around. He pictured Gemma, sitting on the bed, the dusty light slicing in from the window. Rubbish bag forgotten in one hand as she concentrated on what was in the other. He made himself focus and remember. Where had she put it? He turned and began scrabbling through the desk, working fast while he was still able to cling to the image he was holding in his head. He found the small jar rattling around at the very back of the middle drawer. Falk held it for a long minute, turning it over in his fingers. Then he left the bedroom, moving through the quiet house to the kitchen. He opened the back door and stepped outside. He sat down in his favourite chair on the veranda and looked out at the view, the jar feeling oddly heavy in his palm. The bushland could be 1,000 different colours, Falk had learned as he gazed out so many times now with Gemma beside him. Today, as he sat there alone, the green was full and dark. Falk dragged his gaze away and looked down. He really was too relaxed these days, walking around with his bloody eyes closed when they should have been open. But he felt wide awake now. He turned the jar over in his hand once, then unscrewed the lid and carefully tipped the broken splinters of wood into his palm. He held them like that for what felt like a long time, making sure he was really seeing what he'd expected to see. Only when he was completely certain did he put the pieces back, one by one, tightening the lid. He lost track of how much longer he sat there, thinking about all kinds of things. The past 6 months, the past 6 years, the jar in his hand, what people will do for someone they love. Then at last he stood, because he was sure, so he wanted to do this now, before anyone came home and he had to explain. Falk walked back through the house. He crouched and stroked Luna's ears gently, leaving her bleating after him in the hallway as he pulled the front door closed behind him. He stepped out once more into the shade of the eucalyptus trees, got into his car and started the engine. Falk drove back into town, through the main street, and parked right outside the police station. Chapter 39. Falk had had no reason to see the inside of Dwyer's office in the past 6 months, but it was exactly as he remembered it, tidy and functional, with a single family photo on the desk. The officer at reception looked mildly exasperated to see Falk return, but at least this time he'd been able to summon Dwyer. The sergeant had come out to find Falk in the waiting area. "Come through, mate," Dwyer had said, pressing the buzzer to allow access. Falk had started to follow, then paused. A collection tin for the family charity that Dwyer and his wife supported stood on the reception desk, and Falk fished around in his pockets before dropping some coins in. "Thanks," Dwyer said, but Falk shook his head. "No need to thank me." Falk settled into the visitor's chair as Dwyer sat down at his desk. The light shone bright through the window behind him, and Falk looked beyond to the main street outside. He could see Kim's and Dean's former offices over the road, unremarkable among all the other shops and cars and people. All the commonplace, everyday sights that came together to make up this town that now felt to him like so much more than the sum of the parts. The Marily Valley had come to feel like home. Falk took a breath. Time to get this over with. It wasn't going to get any easier. "I think I know who was driving the car that killed Dean Tozer." Dwyer looked at Falk in the silent office. Backlit by the glare, his features were indistinct. He shifted, and his desk chair creaked. "Okay." "But if I'm right," Falk said, "then you know too." Dwyer didn't say anything to that. Falk waited. "So am I right?" he said, finally. "You do know?" Dwyer's head moved, a tiny involuntary shake. "You're going to have to give me a bit more than that." "Yeah." "Okay then." Falk nodded. He reached into his pocket and took out Joel's small battered jar. The lid was slightly loose from having been opened and closed so many times over the past 6 years, the side scratched from handling. Falk leaned over the desk, holding out the container so Dwyer could see the shards of broken wood inside. "Do you know what these are?" The officer put his glasses on and leaned in to look, quiet and still for a moment, then sat back. He knew, Falk felt sure, or could guess. "Where'd you get them?" When Dwyer took his glasses off again, his expression had altered a fraction. There was something in his face Falk couldn't read. "Joel's kept them in a jar in his room for the past 6.5 years. Chipped the wood off the barrier before it was cleared up." No reply. "It's got some of the paint from the accident on it. See that, right here?" Falk opened the jar and shook a few of the larger pieces into his palm, then laid them out carefully on the desk. "Blue paint from a blue car." "That's right," Dwyer said. "Unusual shade though, don't you reckon? Industrial. Lot of grey in it as well. Not all that common when you think about car colours." Falk looked up. "But it was strange because as soon as I saw it, I felt like I'd seen it before. Couldn't remember where though. I decided the festival parking lot probably, because there are a lot of cars at the festival." He waited. "There are," Dwyer said finally. Falk stayed quiet. The seconds ticked on. He'd really hoped Dwyer would meet him halfway on this, but the officer remained still, his face closed but his eyes alert. "Fine." Falk looked down at Joel's collection lined up on the desk. "They could do it this way." "But here's the thing," Falk said, his voice soft. "I have remembered where I saw it. And I don't think this paint is even from a car. You know what I think it is?" He reached out and sorted through the fragments of wood until he found the largest piece. He stood and held it up to the light, then walked a couple of paces across Dwyer's office. At the wall, he stopped. It was still painted the same dull shade of formal office blue as it had been last year. The same as the reception area. The same shade Falk had found so oppressive both times he'd previously been at the station. Falk took Joel's sliver of broken barrier between his fingers and held it against the wall. He looked back at Dwyer. He didn't need to say it. It was obvious. The paint on the wall and the paint on the wood chip. The colours matched. Dwyer didn't react. He didn't even blink. "If I sent Joel's sample off to be analysed, is it going to come back as car paint?" Falk said. He tapped the wall with his knuckle. "Or is it going to come back as this? Because according to your bloke on reception out there, around 6.5 years ago this station was being refurbished. So here's what I reckon. Some of the paint used for this wall was splashed around Dean Tozer's accident scene to cover up the real colour of the car that hit him." "Righto. And you think that was me who killed Dean, do you?" Dwyer made a noise that sounded like a laugh, but didn't even come close. "No, not me, mate. I was here at the station bright and bloody early that morning, organising the breath tests on the highway. No, actually, I don't think it was you." Falk walked back across the office and paused at the desk. He sat down again, then leaned in and nodded at the framed family photo. "But I think it was your daughter." There was a deep, heavy silence. Dwyer breathed in, his chest rising and then falling. He didn't say anything. Instead, he gently swung his chair around, angling it away from Falk and towards the window. The daylight fell bright and harsh on Dwyer's face as he gazed out towards the loose parade of locals strolling through the town that he himself watched over. The sound of Saturday afternoon laughter and conversation was muffled through the glass. Even to Falk, they somehow seemed a long way away. Caitlin was 22 when she died, Falk said at last, when Dwyer still hadn't moved, which would make her 17 when Dean Tozer was killed. Early morning, the day after the kids' big opening night party for the festival. What happened? She was still over the limit trying to drive home? She had a job. Falk blinked. He hadn't really expected an answer. Dwyer's voice was thick. She'd found herself a little part-time job working in one of the breakfast vans on the festival site. Her mum and I had made her take it because she'd been slacking off a bit at school. We'd stopped giving her money. We're trying to teach her some responsibility. Dwyer turned his chair back, his face twisting as he ran a hand over his eyes. Christ, I hate that bloody party. He exhaled sharply, then dropped his arm. Caitlin wasn't supposed to go, wasn't supposed to drink. But she did it anyway, of course, because that's what they all do at that age. And most people around here think it's fine. It's not always fine, is it? She woke up next morning, hungover, going to be late for work. Knew I'd be setting up breath tests on the highway. Knew we'd catch her if she went that way. Dwyer's eyes had fallen on the photo of his wife and daughter, but Falk suspected he was seeing something else. She called me first, afterwards. I was already at the station about to head out to the test site. She was a mess. The scene at the reservoir was... He shook his head. Well, you saw it on that video. There was broken glass, by the way, as much as you'd expect. I swept it into the water so we couldn't test the fragments later. Falk looked at him. What colour was her car? Black. Dwyer shook his head. Left streaks all over that barrier. So you covered it up. A tiny pause and then Dwyer nodded. I already had the leftovers of a can from the station in my own trunk. I was going to paint our dog kennel. So I splashed it on, blue over black. Wasn't a great fix, to be honest, but it was my job to look closer than anyone else, so... He gave a heavy shrug. Caitlin's car was still drivable. I told her to get it home, hide it in the back garage. Told her not to let Kathy catch her. Dwyer slumped a little at the mention of his wife. Does Kathy know? Falk asked. No. Dwyer was emphatic. She doesn't. I couldn't tell her. Couldn't do it. Still haven't. I never told anyone. Told Caitlin she couldn't either. He shook his head at the memory. After I did as much as I could do at the reservoir, I came back to the station. Waited for someone else to find it and the call to come in. Falk nodded. Dwyer attempted to meet his gaze, but gave up. He rested his elbows on the desk, his head down and his face buried in his palms. Falk watched him silently, noticing with some surprise that the anger and disappointment he dragged in with him was beginning to soften. It was diluted with an understanding that felt almost new to him as he sat there and thought about Gemma and Joel. Reiko, Rita, Eva, his godson Henry. How far would he go for these people he loved, Falk wondered. He hoped he never had to find out. I know how hard the last 6 years have been for Gemma and Joel. Dwyer lifted his head now. The questions, the pain, all of it. He wouldn't be telling me anything that doesn't already keep me awake at night. Falk sensed that was probably true. There'd been a lot he'd planned to say, but the urgency wasn't there now. Instead, he listened. Caitlin wanted to tell them. She argued with me, said that we should. Dwyer met his eyes now, steady and direct. It seemed crucial to him that Falk understood that. I scared her out of it. Told her not to, told her what she might be facing if she did. Jesus, she was 17. She was a confused kid and it was a stupid, unlucky accident. I did what I honestly believed was best for her. Misguided, Falk thought. A decision warped by love. But also probably true. Dwyer leaned back in his chair. His face was grey and his shoulders sagged. He looked 10 years older. Guilt, though. I'll tell you, it's a dreadful thing. It eats you up. You've got no idea until... Dwyer didn't finish the thought as his eyes locked on his daughter's photo. Caitlin Dwyer gazed back at them, with a smile that had been captured briefly years ago and was gone forever now. Some people can find a way to live with it. Some just can't. Chapter 40. Reiko and Rita had brought Falk a rosemary and olive sourdough loaf from Kawara. It's this new thing McMurdo's trialling in the fleece, Reiko said, unbuckling his children from their car seats. Eva and Henry greeted Falk with delight as Rita reached up and kissed his cheek. He read something about regional gastropubs luring out the cashed-up day trippers from Melbourne, so he's got a new chef stocking all this local artisan gourmet stuff. I bought a tub of honest-to-God tahini in there the other day. Rita stretched her shoulders and looked out over the vineyard, raising her face to the late afternoon light before turning back to Falk. I know we're always saying it, but you really should come and see this for yourself. You know what? Falk said. I think I actually do need to see this. Let me check with Gemma. We'll put something in the diary. And so they had done. Then they all sat down together at the outside table, looking out over the vineyard and tearing off hunks of sourdough to pass between them as Charlie fired up the barbecue beside the barn. He and Shane fussed over the meat, while the others refilled their glasses and swapped stories as the orange sun sank lower in the sky. Eva ran through the harvested rows with Naomi's kids, chasing and hiding from each other, while Luna lay patiently nearby and let Henry stroke her ears. Falk could see Joel and Molly up on the veranda, laughing at some elaborate story Zara and the vet were telling that seemed to require a lot of mimed actions. Possibly involving a cow, he guessed. Falk sat beside Gemma, and they held hands under the table. They had both been a little quiet, but Falk thought so far only Rita had noticed. Gemma had listened, her back straight and her eyes dry and hard, as he'd told her about Dwyer. Falk had come straight home from the police station, taken Gemma to their bedroom, shut the door and explained the conversation he had just had. She had remained very still as he'd spoken, the frozen rigidity of the initial shock slowly beginning to pulse with a silent, controlled fury. She had said nothing for a long time, and then finally, "What happens next?" Falk had looked her in the eye. "What do you want to happen next?" Gemma had sat for a long moment, then covered her face with her hands. Falk had handed her a tissue, put his arms around her and held her, quiet and close. "Hey!" Naomi was frowning at her phone as she came out of the vineyard house, a cold bottle of sparkling tucked under one arm and a chilled water for Shane in her other hand. "What's going on with Rob Dwyer? Are you guys hearing about this too?" "I don't know. What?" Charlie said, turning over a steak. "There's been something going on at the station all afternoon. Apparently he's out." "Out how? He's leaving Merrilee." "No, out of the police completely." Naomi's frown deepened as she flicked through her messages. "That's what they're saying. Some senior people come up from Adelaide today. He's gone back with them. Not in a good way by the sound of it." "Seriously?" Charlie checked his own phone. "Can't see that staying under wraps for too long." Falk ran his fingers over Gemma's hand and felt the gentle pressure returned. They had talked about it at length together in the bedroom, Gemma swinging from rage and betrayal to something approaching compassion, and then back again. "We need to tell Joel," she'd insisted at one point, leaping to her feet. "Right now." "We do." Falk had put out a steadying hand. He could hear Joel and Molly outside, their relaxed words and hushed laughter floating across the garden. But not right now. Very soon, yes. Listen to them, though. He's happy, she's happy. We could let them have the weekend. Gemma had wavered, then eventually sat back down. "What would you do?" she'd asked quietly. "About Dwyer." "Doesn't matter," Falk had said. "It has to be your choice." "Yes," she'd leaned against him. "I'd still like to know, though." And so he'd told her. He'd do nothing. Gemma had looked up at that in surprise. But Falk had realised something while sitting in Dwyer's office, seeing the guilt on the man's face and the photo of his family in front of them and the charity collection tin on the counter. Neither he nor Gemma needed to do anything more, Falk felt as sure as he could be. Dwyer would make this right on his own. Naomi was still scrolling through her phone as she put the bottle of wine down on the outdoor table. Reiko opened it up and began to pour, and Falk caught Gemma's eye. She gave him a smile, small but real, and a mutual understanding passed between them. They would tell the others tonight, but later, when the teenagers had wandered off and the little kids had fallen asleep in front of a movie, when the evening had settled and the talk and food and company would blunt the shock. "I guess if Dwyer's really going, there'll be a gap at the cop shop. Hope you're not planning to up and leave us," Charlie called over. "Shane's barely recovered from the spreadsheets." Falk realised Charlie was talking to him. "Who, leave? Me?" "Yes, mate, you." Reiko laughed. "Seriously? He's still AFP, if anything. That's not even close to how the national structure works." "Whatever. Bet they wouldn't say no, though." Charlie grinned at Falk. "If you were keen." "I'm not," Falk said. "No?" Falk shook his head. He sat at the table with his friends, the sun low and the food nearly ready. The day done and the vineyard stretching out beyond. He could feel Gemma's hand in his, Luna at their feet. Never say never, I suppose, but no, not now. This was good now, and it was enough. He had all he wanted. Acknowledgements. Sometimes researching a book involves huge amounts of patience, frustration, and eye-watering detail. And sometimes it involves long, glorious days basking in the lush beauty of South Australia's wine regions. Exiles was an absolute joy to write, not least because of the setting. My sincere thanks to the many winemakers and vineyard owners, particularly in the McLaren Vale and Barossa Valley regions, who kept my glass filled so well as they offered me valuable insights into their businesses and lives in this truly gorgeous part of Australia. My gratitude once again to the vast teams of people who have worked so hard to bring this book to readers, including Claire Craig, Claire Carey, Ingrid Olsen, Kate Patterson, Charlotte Ree and Danielle Walker at Pan Macmillan Australia, Christine Koprash, Amelia Pazanza, Nancy Tripuk and Maxine Charles at Flatiron Books, and Vicky Meller and Lucy Hale at Pan Macmillan UK. A huge thank you to my agents, Fiona Inglis and Benjamin Paz at Curtis Brown Australia, Gordon Wise, Liz Dennis and Quima White at Curtis Brown UK, Daniel Lazar at Writers House, and Jerry Kalajian at the Intellectual Property Group. My love and appreciation as always to my family, Mike Harper, Helen Harper, Ellie Harper, Michael Harper, Susan Davenport and her parents Keith and Diane Davenport, who read and supported my books from the very start, and to Ivy, Ava and Isabel Harper. To my beautiful children, Charlotte and Ted Strawn, who inspired all the best parts of Eva and Henry Reiko, and to my husband Peter Strawn, who inspires all the best parts of everything. Thank you for what you do to make these books possible. I love you very much.